Welcome to another exciting, explosive installment of the Colin Nation radio show on YouTube. I'm the Colin Thanos tonight. I'm working with you tonight and guiding you through the next few hours of some interesting conversation, discussion, education, political commentary, social commentary, and cultural commentary, cultural critique. And we're going to get through this tonight. We're going to have a good show tonight. It's going to be an explosive show, Now, when I tell you that things are going to go off tonight and sparks are going to fly, and when you got topics like the hands that built America, and you see the moniker, you see these black hands, brown hands, black hands, arms together building America, people don't say, where's Colin going with this? But it's going to be interesting. What's going down. Sparks are going to fly. Now, one of the things that led me to do this show was the fact of the matter is these FBA people, foundational black, whatever the fuck that means, fools being assholes, whatever. FBA, they're running around trying to discount. Look, there is a real campaign. Like I said, you can't fool me. You can't fool me. Every time you hear these FBAs talk, they start off good, right? And then they go into the whole, yeah, we weren't from Africa. We're indigenous to America. See, that's what this is all about. You got a large numbers of people who are gathering on social media who are trying to destroy our history and stuff like that. Because let me tell you something. Strategically, America chose the West and Central Africa as the bottom tier of the base of its wealth and labor wealth. Look, let me tell you something. If you don't know, you are not building anything. You're not creating wealth without labor. And with free labor, that's how you create abundance of wealth. The only place on the planet where they could have got the type of wealth that they need, labor they needed, the strength and the numbers, was Black Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa. So when you discount that, right, you're erasing a major part of world history. You're erasing my history, because the African story of us getting a transatlantic slave trade explains America. The only place this could have happened, the black people could have happened, it was Black Africa. That's it. They couldn't have went to the Amazon and got people to come over here and work these fields for them and whatnot, work the sugar cane fields, work the damn cotton fields and all stuff like that to clear the road. Do you know what it took to build this land? They had to clear the forest. You have slaves that died clearing the forests, building roads, ditches, and all stuff like that, canals. All that stuff was done by slave labor. And the only people that was strong enough to do that was the Sub-Saharan African. So when you basically say we're not from Africa, what you're doing, I mean, it's that right there is an abomination. These are literally the hands that built America. It was a black hands. Now, some people will say, okay, our ancestors built America. Africans, okay, I'll give you that. I saw a thing where it's going around now, and I'm not really going to try to be divisive tonight. I think I want to start having a show where we're starting to unify instead of being divisive all the time, But I have to say this. Right? It seems like for the last 300 years, whatever like that, the world was going through some incredible changes in the Western world. The Black world was going through some changes. We reached the Harlem Renaissance. We reached the scientific age, everything like that. But all that time period, Africa, a mother continent, stayed dormant and backward. It was going backwards. Slavery and human degradation and everything. So when the African modern Africans look at the world, naturally they want to connect with what was successful, and claiming African American culture, claiming African American accomplishments in here as African, in many ways it is. I tell Africans you could basically take pride in that people of your race. If we're talking about race, yes, an African has just as much right to claim stuff that we have in America. If you go by race, but the thing is, though, Africans have always rejected race, and they talk about tribe. See, once you start being tribal, you lose any sort of connection or anything like that with Black America. You can't have it both ways. I thought about what Liberia is part of the Black America. Yeah, Liberia is definitely a part of Black America, just like Harlem, Detroit, anything else. Liberia is a part of Black America. It's just Black America over on the coast of Africa. That's all it is. It's Black America over, and they're enjoying a Black American civilization. That is a Black American country. That's what Liberia is. Just that the Black American descents aren't the majority. That's all it is. It's a Black American enclave, on the continent of Africa. Liberia is unique to any other country in Africa, So yeah, we're part of Liberia is part of our story, yes, but the Liberian has a different culture. They have a culture, Rico, of colonization. They were pioneers. They were nation builders. They were public builders, right? That's their culture. They saw the world in terms of an imperial duty to civilize Africa. Whereas Black America, our culture is basically based on a struggle, unified struggle against oppression. The Liberian did not have any oppression or struggle in their own country. So that's where the culture split. A lot of Black people understand that. No, American Liberians, like I said on the last show, and African Americans are culturally completely different. One is a subordinate culture, and one is a conquering culture. And that's what the difference is. Other than that, yeah, African Americans and American Liberians share the same foods, the churches, religion, all that stuff like that is the same. No, I don't know about Black America. I don't know what you mean by Black America is delineating. You guys look too much at these stupid FBA people as us. That ain't us. That's just people online. And let me tell you something. Just because people are loud don't mean they're right. If I listen to TikTok all day and stuff like that, I would think most of us are FBA. But then when you really look at it, right, and you really look at it, and you still see people saying, yeah, brothers and sisters in Africa and everything like that. These are people, most of Black people haven't been poisoned by that FBA hatred and stuff like that. They still, I don't know if it's a good thing or bad things. I do think people need to be aware of who they are, because there is like that. But this idea of hating somebody because they're African or Caribbean, like I saw a post on YouTube right before I did the show. It said, there was a post on YouTube, floating on YouTube page, said, do you think, why do Caribbeans feel entitled to our spaces? Let me tell you something. Black America has always been open to anybody Black that wants to be part of our community. I'll say that. Black America has always been open, right, to anybody that's Black that want to come and associate and assimilate into our culture. You just add value to our culture. I didn't grow up thinking Jamaican food was anything. I thought it was just another form of Black food. I thought reggae was just another form of Black music. So I that's why I grew up. I didn't care about that. So now, okay, Rico, that's a true thing, right? We have not really benefited from Africanism. Africans, like I said, you listen to me, right? I think you got to understand something, Rico. You got to have a little empathy. Our culture was very well developed over here in America. We were in America. We helped build this country. With that came science, institutions, and all this stuff like that, you know, and the culture, you know, the Harlem Renaissance, literary culture and stuff like that. So, and at the same time, a lot of Africans didn't make any progress on the continent. So therefore, naturally, people want to be part of what we have over here and identify with it, you know, but has a problem. And it's starting to have an effect in Jamaica too. This is a real ugly situation. You got Jamaicans now with their own delineation movement going on. And they're saying that, you know, I don't know, it's not funny or anything like that. And I'm not trying to make light of it, right? They say, you know, Africans were coming there, right? And there was a, you know, like a Pan-African spirit for a few years ago. But they're starting to say, wait a minute, where our culture is being erased because Africans are coming to Jamaica and saying, this is Africa. And this is Africa. And Jamaica's like, ho, ho, ho. We know we came from Africa, but this is Jamaica. This is Jamaican culture. This is a Jamaican identity. You know, you can't just discount our 300 years on this island and say we're still just Africans. You know, so it's going on in the Bahamas. It's going all over the place where a lot of Africans are now wearing like they're going wearing Jamaican stuff, Barbados stuff and whatnot, and they're wearing their Trinidadian flags. And all these people are starting to say, wait a minute here. You know, we welcome you to the island, our countries and whatnot, but don't go erasing us. Our culture, although it derives from Africa, is a different, unique culture. We want to preserve that, you know? And so I think just the Black Americans, even to this day, we're the most open out of all of them. So when people say we're xenophobic, you need to talk to the Caribbeans and stuff like that. See how the Barbados people treat the Haitians. You know, there's all kinds of xenophobia in the Caribbean. You know, we've always been open to everybody that come here. You know why? Because we were a friggin' minority group, and we thought that numbers would boost our numbers. You know, and like that. But it seems that, like I was telling this clown St. James last night on the show, I said a lot of immigrants come over here and they don't understand the assignment. You know, this is what happens, right? If you live in a country, right? Every country, everybody has systemic issues, right? If I go to Haiti, right, and say, man, I went to Haiti, man, I got into a business deal, I got rich. Why don't those Haitians say what? But I'm a foreigner. I could easily find opportunity because I'm not part of the system there. So I'm not systemically oppressed or marginalized. You're right. So when you're a foreigner, you're not systemically marginalized by a system. You know, just like if foreigners tend to go to other countries and do well because they don't have to hold these communities down. They just coming in there. They don't have to fight for any rights or anything like that. Where the native people are fighting for rights, they're trying to do collective bargaining with the government. They're trying to get policy passed. And so therefore, when you come to somebody's country, the main thing you do is be quiet. Because, okay, you are able to open a store. That doesn't mean anything, you know? Doesn't mean anything. You're able to open a little business, you know? What you don't do is make a mockery of the people already there struggling and everything, because their problem is systemic and systematic. You know, that's what you have in South Africa. Whites in there control most of the wealth. And I'm hearing a lot of these Black Africans that over there talking about South Africans are just lazy. South Africans lazy. No, there's systemic problems, which a lot of opportunity has not reached the masses of the Black people yet. Not that they're lazy. There's systemic problems. So when you come there and you're working off the books, under the table, and all stuff like that, yeah, it looks like, oh, this is an opportunity, but they can't do what you do. They can't open a business with no documentation and don't pay taxes, don't have insurance, and all those things. When you live in a country on the grid, you got to obey all these rules, everything. And what keeps you out of there is a systematic or a systemic problem that needs to be addressed to get people a leg up. Where illegal come to an immigrant come to the country and they work illegally. So of course they're just opening businesses and everything, you know. Yeah, well, the world is tired of immigrants altogether. I'll give you that, Rico. The world's tired of immigrants altogether. It's a global thing, you know. It's happening in Australia, you know. It's uh, it's happening in Poland. Poland just said hell no to immigrants, you know. It's happening all over. People are just tired of immigrants, not just African immigrants, bro. People are tired of immigrants altogether. India is another one getting hit. People are tired of Indians. You think Africans are hated, man? Indians are worse, you know. So because it is what it is. You know, what to do about this problem of the third world? You know, I think we need to develop the third world. Really, an all-out effort should be to develop the third. Whatever the fuck we gotta do, forgive their debts, whatever like that, to get them thing to create a middle class on the third world countries. Because this millions of people trying to get out of the third world to come to the industrialized world is not working. You know. Rico, my Indian neighbor smells horrible. Man, Rico, that's mean, man. You can't be saying stuff like that, man. You know. But so it's like India has a serious problem of migration. Whatnot. It has 1 billion people, and same thing with China. All these big places like that, man. Their people got to go someplace. There's going to be conflict in this world. It's all going to be over immigration, and with the powers that be trying to make you feel like you feel guilty if your country is being overran. You can't say nothing. You're like, damn, man, you know. And like I said, I know Black America, we're not bad people, but you know, sometimes you're like, damn, man, where's our fucking space in the world? You know, you got people coming over here freaking out of nowhere, telling us what to do and telling us how to work. I get that, you know. And like I said, people are just annoyed with immigrants. You know, it is what it is, and it's sick of the narrative of the hardworking immigrant. That's a lie, you know, because most of the hard work is still done by native people in every country. In South Africa, it's still black South Africans that works the mines. They're the ones working the farms, the mines, and everything like that. So it is what it is, you know. So I don't know why people keep saying that, you know, that oh yeah, the immigrant. No, the black South Africans are trying to move up. They want better. They want a better life. They've been suffering at the bottom for a time. So therefore, the whites have no intentions of giving up that power or sharing. So what they do is come bringing immigrants in there to discredit the black majority. You know. Well, I don't know how Africans feel about giving land for African, but I think that's what's owed to us. You know, one day we might just have to take it. You know, whatever it means, we might just have to take it. You know, because I know Africans don't give shit up. Has anybody ever known an African to give anything up? Have you ever known African to give a business up, a piece of land, or anything like that that they don't get something in return? That's just the way the African is. We don't expect Africans just to willy nilly give us the fucking land and whatnot. Of course, they don't like you having anything. The land could be sitting there, not doing anything, and Africans like, oh man, somebody trying. That's how they are. Africans are selfish. They don't care. They'll come to everybody else's country, grab like a grab bag, but they're like this, you know. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course you're not gonna give anything up. That's why, like Liberia, we'll have to just take it. You know, it is what it is. We'll just have to just take it. You know, by force. We can do that. We just take it by force. You know, whatever. You know, what are you gonna do about it? You know, so that's what's coming down the pike, man. You know, we have to use all the power we have, our connection, everything to take it by force. You know, simple as that. You know, no, that's not the way everybody is. You know, but the thing is. Africans, man, let me tell you something. Africans don't give shit up, man. They don't give no money up, man. Okay, every time I look around, you always talk about, oh, you got the every time you got a black American to go to Africa, right? I said, how much of the Africans are contributing to your project? Nothing. You mean tell me they can't give you money to build a road? They can't help you build a water system. They can't give you all the basics and whatnot. You know, no. You got to bring everything on your own. It's like goddamn. But they got money to fly around the world, and the leaders got money to fly to Europe and have lunch with some European leaders. But they don't give shit up, you know. So it is what it is, you know. It is what it is. It is what it is. But the African, he feels entitled to everything we have in America. You can't get no land in Africa, but goddamn, we're gonna take your HBCUs over. The Black Wall Street thing that just failed, that just went out of business in Georgia. I didn't even like to say this, right? But I found out that the reason why it didn't do good because Africans took it. What does Africans got to do with Black Wall Street? African vendors and businesses took it over. No, the fuck wonder. It's like, goddamn. A bunch of people selling shea butter and dashikis and whatnot, It's like, goddamn, in every place. We can't have nothing. Goddamn, we can't have nothing for it. So it failed, whatever like that. They said they're going to open it back up, but, I don't know. It's like now, they're mad because Afrobeats and not being played in Atlanta. People are like, man, we don't want to hear that shit, It is what it is. I listen to Afrobeats, but I can't pull like this, Black Wall Street was 100 years ago. It was a thriving community. It was successful, and then Hustle Smart probably come up and tell us about it, right? It was a flea market, they turned it was supposed to be a nice mall, whatever. It came a flea market, a bunch of African vendors in there, man. It's like, goddamn, look like Lagos and shit, like some raggedy market in Lagos, Yeah, Afrobeat is for African. Yeah, you guys can keep it over there, but stop complaining when we don't listen to it, don't complain when we don't listen to it, Have people who are working for free. I don't know, sort of goofball stuff. So but yeah, the story is about the hands that built America. And the bottom line is this. It used to be a small Target. Yeah, that's the one Jamal Bryant took over that shut down and tried to make it to a mall, whatever, and they flopped. It's like, I don't know. Black people make some stupid ass decisions, whether it's here or it's in Africa, right? Like what you call look at what's going on in Mali. The defense minister of defense was killed, right? The reason why, because Russia, everybody said Russia's a friend. Russia pulled out of Mali, left them all by themselves. Russia has always done that, whether it was Cuba, Angola, everything. Russia always leaves people hanging. Now, Mali and AS asked NATO to leave. Now they have no defense. Now, if Bamako falls or not, that means the terrorists are going to have the whole country of Mali, and that's the whole West Africa is going to be in danger. Only because they prematurely told the friggin' the West to get out, and they were going to bring Russia in, right? And so I'm saying to myself, who would they listen to? Would they listen to fucking Search for Uhuru's esteemed panel of experts? Who the fuck was that? If you got the best security force in the world, NATO, for the time being, you keep the motherfuckers there until you can build your ship yourself. You got them NATO out. Now Russia's leaving Mali and the AES hanging. Now the AES is going to go against those terrorists. Those terrorists are formidable. I've seen the drone footage. These guys, I mean, these motherfuckers are well organized and armed. And some people say that since Russia's coming out, it's obviously that maybe Algeria and France is funding these things to destabilize the region. So it's a real mess. So it's amazing. So please don't talk to me about the AES and all this stuff like that. I don't have faith in it. If I'm not excited about the AES, man, don't come for me. I'm not really excited about it. I really don't. You got people out there, Black Americans. I'm going to Burkina Faso and whatnot. I'm going to Sahara. I'm going to they're going to the most dangerous region in the fucking world to set up shop. Like I said, man, some of these Pan-Africanists, I really think the average IQ of a so-called Pan-Africanist in 2026 is about 30. I much as I despise the FBA and whatnot, the Pan-Africanists got to be the dumbest fucking people on the damn planet. Nothing they believe in make any damn sense. We're gonna go to Traore, Ibram Traore, the Messiah and whatnot, And I'm saying to myself, dude, man, are you fucking kidding me? Are you freaking kidding? And then also, you know what they do? They look at those AI stuff. Like they got those AI. Troy built 500 miles of bridges today. Troy built like this. He just imported a bunch of blah, 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 blah. Okay, where's he getting the money from? You know, he did this, he did that, he did this, but not, you know. I mean, come on, you know. Yeah, there's a lot of Pan Africans, Caribbeans, you know, and like I said, in Ghana, I know for a fact because I know these are people associated with. Most of the people who repatriated Ghana, I would say about 80% of them are Caribbean. There's only a small percentage of Black Americans in Ghana. I'll say less than like 400 people. But you got these people running around talking about there's 20,000 African Americans living in. Get the fuck out of here. It's like this big thing, you know. I'm not blaming Pan Africa. I'm saying Pan Africans do some stupid shit. They do dumb stuff. So who am I supposed to blame? Yeah, I've done more. I actually brought a tour group to Liberia 2 years ago. You know, I convened a business conference there at the same time. We had a business that was rousing. The room, the hotel was packed for our business conference and I gave the keynote speech and I brought people to their feet. And the speech I gave, a rousing speech, you know, and people like, God damn, Black power, you know, Black African power. I gave a rousing speech and a way forward and whatnot. And because of that, we have the tourism industry right now in Liberia booming, you know, and more tour groups coming. And then but people, like I say, you can talk all you want. And that's why I go there every year with a diplomatic visa. They know who I am. You know, when you bring 20 people and then some people follow you up and say, I brought the first African American tour group to Liberia. First ever in history. So talk all you want. When you guys get some fucking accomplishments under your belt, I'll listen to what you guys say. I'm not listening to no one who haven't done shit. I'm not doing it. I don't give a damn about your criticism, whatever like that. Until I see you put something on the books and do something and whatnot, you know. So, well, I'm a diplomat, you know, whatever it is, Black American diplomat. You know, I know you guys hate that shit, and you and Elvira hate that shit, but the reality is this: anytime I go to Liberia, I'm gonna have a diplomatic visa. I'm gonna have one too when I go to Angola. You know, I'm gonna have a diplomatic visa when I go to Angola. Why? Because my star is rising. You know. Okay. Why don't you get one then? Why don't you get one? Why don't you go get a diplomatic visa and then go there? Anybody can get a diplomatic. Okay, yeah, anybody can get it. But I don't see nobody in there. There was only 2 other people online, and they weren't even Black. You know, so it is what it is. Other people do is come in my chat room. You don't my whatever your name is. You don't even have the decency to call in and argue and debate with me. You're sitting in my chat room. You're not even an adult. You can't even fucking debate me like a friggin' adult. You're in my my thing like a child. You can't even. You're too afraid to speak to my hear my voice. You know, like how can I respect you? You won't even call in and argue with me or debate me. You know, like I said, I don't have time for peons, and I'm getting tired of peons. You know, at a certain amount of time, if you keep coming to my show and you don't eventually call in, I'm gonna block you. Especially the people that got so much to fucking say. You know, they'll come in here with nothing to add to the conversation other than coming in my chat room trolling. And that's what people keep telling me. They say, why do you tolerate all this people trying to disrespect you all the time? I don't know. I'm just a kind-hearted person, you know? You know? Okay, well, you try to get a diplomatic, go give and try to get a diplomatic visa and tell them why you're important enough they give you something like that. You know, when you come to a country, diplomatic visa, I don't have to stand in line. I go right from the plane. I go through a line. There's like 3 other people instead of 100 people getting into a place where I got to stand on line for an hour and whatnot. I go right through the freaking VIP line and dip my line. That's such a freaking easy. Not in. This time I was in so fast. I got off the airport, and by the time I got my baggage, right, and went outside, it totaled like 10 minutes. From the time I got off the plane to the time I grabbed my bags, I checked in immigration. At the time I got my bags and went outside, like a total like 10 to 12 minutes. You know? No, okay, you try to bribe somebody in Liberia. It don't work that in Liberia. Liberia don't play with that shit, you know? Liberia do not play with passports, documents, and stuff like that. I don't know how it is in Sierra Leone and all these other raggedy countries, but Liberia does not play. Does not play. I don't know why you guys people think that. You know, this country is not playing. You know, you haven't been to Liberia. You're lying. You know, you haven't been to Liberia. You're lying. You know, if you've been to Liberia, you know that they are very thorough with their freaking immigration shit. You know, when you coming and going. You know, you got families in Liberia. You got refugees in Liberia. You got undocumented people in Liberia. You know. I could tell when somebody come from one of these raggedy countries like Sierra Leone and stuff like that, because they always talk about their nonsense. You know, I am not exaggerating, DK. I'm just telling you like it is. You know, it's the only reason why I feel safe when I go to Liberia. I feel safe. You know, because I know they handle their documentation right. You know, they handle the documentation right. You know, so that's why I go there. But back to the topic: the hands that built America, right? The point I'm trying to make is this: there are people who uh uh there's this lady, there's this one African lady that did this thing that pissed a lot of people off, right? And I'm having mixed feelings on this, mixed feelings on this. There was a so-called a black lady that helped stitch the American flag. But anyway, I don't know if she was born in America around that time or she was just a slave. But her features look very African and Aboriginal. So the Africans were basically showcasing to their people, like, look, this African lady made the American flag. And a lot of people got upset and said, wait a minute here. She may have been African descent, but she was actually a Black American or African American. And the Africans like, what's the difference? There's a difference there, Once you cross that Atlantic, right, and you was born on this soil and culture, you become a new people. And so the Africans' argument is like, no, we can claim anybody of African descent as our own and say that's an African achievement, and say it's happening in the Caribbean. It's like, when does Africa start and when does your American identity start? Where does Africa end and where's your American identity start? So it's really really up for grabs how people see it. Some people feel that, oh, we're all Africans, whatever like that. And some people like, well, geez, these people that come here and whatnot that live in America now, coming here on a plane, they had nothing to do with the accomplishments we did. They weren't their hands didn't build America. Their hands didn't build America, Rico, don't blame everything on us Pan-Africans. We were all thinking like that. We were all thinking we're all Black. We didn't look, Rico, until recently, nobody ever thought there was a difference between Black America, Africa. This is something new. Only because the African immigrants started this nonsense, And we started looking back like, well, wait a minute here. You guys go to our HBCUs, you come to our churches, you play our roles in movies and stuff like that, but you guys got disdain for us, That's why I think a lot of tensions came in at, and a lot of people didn't even pick that up until like recently. Up until that time period, until social media, Some people saying, I didn't have no idea these people thought of us like this. I was shocked too. Because I remember times where I would meet Africans in public. Hey, how you doing, my African brother? And whatnot. I had no idea they were calling me a cotter under their breath, probably, and shit like that, or slave baby and all stuff like that. I did not know that people thought like that. So it is what it is. So it is what it is. So it is what it is. I'll be like, it's it is what it is. I mean, I don't know what where this came from. I'm trying to look back now, and I always had relationship on the surface. Then again, it could be like this. I had no idea so many black women thought of us like this. I had no idea so many black women in America hated us like this. So social media has brought a lot of shit out. It's and then white people, well, we already knew about white people, right? Social media has brought, I think social media is a truth serum, social media has brought the truth serum. People just revealing what they always are, like this Angelique what's her name? Martinez. What's the other lady's name that got that was saying the N-word? Was it Angel Martinez, whatever, something like that? I don't know. Texas and Houston, something like that. I like to get the real name, And I'm saying to myself, that's that basically is a wake up call, because people I did not know Ashley Hernandez, whatever. So people shocked. Oh, how should say something like that? And then we're realizing now this is the way they speak about us when we're not around. Social media just tells the truth, man. Social media is the truth. It tells people how they are. Over the last what year is this? 2026. Over the last, I would say, 4 years, a lot of our African brothers and sisters have been showing their ass to us. They literally been pulling their pants down and sticking their ass right in our face. And we were like, God damn. I had no idea it was like that, man. God damn. I thought we were all bliggity black. We're all black to the 20th power. I feel like a goddamn fool, Black Power, the Black Panther, whatnot. Back to the motherland. A lot of people feel like they're fools. I know a lot of people that were Pan-Africans. Now they jumped ship to the FBA movement. I know a lot of people. I can't even go near them, man. Like, Colin, you have a nerve to show your face around here and whatnot, You led me to this Pan-African stuff. I said, well, I don't know what to say, Oh, yeah. So it is what it is, Yeah, we listen to a bunch of stuff. POC, people of color. Then we hear Asians making jokes about us, Look, I am I am a black nationalist. I'm not a Pan-African. I'm a black nationalist. I don't believe in Pan-Africanism, right? Now, if Pan-Africanism could serve my interests mutually, I'll rock with it. But I don't see us benefiting from Pan-Africanism. I see Africans getting more. It's like you come into dinner and we're sitting over on the side with our plates and whatnot, and everybody else is eating except for us. Everybody is coming here helping themselves to our the damn the Essence Festival. We lost Essence Festival because of Pan-Africanism. This Richard Law Dennis, man, this guy and this whatever the chick, Kenny chick, they took freaking thing and they ran Essence Fest to the ground because we let Africans in under the guise of Pan-Africanism, so we lost a lot of this mall that just happened, and that was the former Target, Jamal Bryant clown. You got Africans took that over. I heard Africans are now taking over Ebony Magazine. What else more does Africans want? They took over Essence Magazine, whatnot. Essence Magazine, Essence Fest. We got our HBCUs. Everything's on the table. These people want, I don't know if he's an actual American like I don't believe he's a American Liberian anymore. I don't believe Rachel Alden's a American Liberian. I thought him being because he got DK. Give me some grace here. I saw him by Madam C.J. Walker's thing, and I saw him. He called himself an African American. He said our African American history hero, C.J. So I assume he identified with us, our struggle. And then once this happened, right, he said he wants to make Nigeria the Pan-African. Nigeria, most of us don't like Nigeria. We don't like Nigerians at all. How are you going to make money out of our community with your what's it called, shea butter, whatever the fuck it is, right? Finance, whatever like that. You're going to make money off black women in America, right? You're going to take that money and empower African women, Nigerian women. I can even see if they did that with Liberian women because they're close to us, right? But he went there giving our money to fucking thing. I'm not tribalistic. I'm being realistic. Look, and then you have the jambalaya versus Jollof. Look, let me tell you something, folks. Let me tell you something. And I said this last time on the show. We create venues and stuff like that in Blackpool, like our Joy Fest. What next? Africa's going to take over our Joy Fest? Bring their stupid divisive shit with us. We don't want to hear about jambalaya versus Jollof. We don't want to hear about Afro beats versus hip hop and shit like that. We come with our spaces because we want to be among our people. We want to live and be in peace. That's why we have the neo soul festivals and stuff like that. But it's like this contention every time Africans come around. There's this contention, like they're trying to compete with us and stuff. That's what it is. Now, I'm not talking about being tribal, because an African could easily come and be part of my community. A tribalist will say, no matter what you do, you can't be part of us. I invite Africans to be part of our community. But when you come here, like the old saying, bro, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. When in America, we're the hands that built America. You do as we do. You become one of us. That's so much disrespect. You want to come over here and tell us we got to be you. Oh, we're equal. No, it doesn't work like that. So it is what it is. That ain't being tribalistic. That's just being common sense. Look, what do we need? A jambalaya versus jollof rice. We like jambalaya. That's a New Orleans thing. Whatnot, why do we freaking got to be talking about jollof rice? Which is better, We come to these venues for peace. We go to the HBCU. Like I said the other night on a conference, I said, why do they have an African takeover day in our HBCUs? Why do they bring this goddamn divisiveness? And that's what people are getting pissed off about, And me as a leader, I gotta say something about that, Yeah, you don't have no right to come and say. You can say, let's have an African Appreciation Day. Let's have an African Observance Day. Let's observe the Senegal culture today. Let's observe the Nigerian culture today. Let's observe the Sierra Leone culture today. Let's observe the Liberian culture. That's how you do with respect. You don't just say, oh, this is African Takeover Day, blah, 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 this, that, and the other thing. And I'm saying to myself, maybe the people who organize it were young, but where are your elders at in the African immigrant community? Where are they at? And now I hope people listen to this when I tell you, you guys are making things worse for yourself. Really, you are. Because the bottom line is this: you do not want to live in America and not have any allies. We're the only group of people that can protect you in this country. Let's have a leave Africa and Africa Day. Why do they think they Puerto Rican do like the Puerto? Yeah, Puerto Ricans do what they do, or not, and so like that. So yeah, I have no problem with Africans selling their culture, right, and stuff like that. Individual selling culture, but when you say you're gonna go to a HBCU and say, "Oh, spell them," the Africans don't take over. We invited you in. We gave you scholarship. We gave you, like, a lot of these Africans can't afford that, but we give a certain amount of scholarship to African students in our HBCUs, right? You don't come there showing your ass talking about this, talking about you're in Africa. Because first of all, remember something: Black Americans are Africans too. So you can't exclude talk about things where you're going to exclude them. So when you say African takeovers, are you talking about African Americans too? You can't just have it both ways. You can't just tell African Americans they're not Africans, right? And then on one hand, when we say, okay, we're not Africans, now you're like, oh, y'all being tribalistic. No. You can't be talking out two sides of your mouth, so it is what it is. Unfortunately, mama, whatever your name is, you don't freaking get it. You don't get it. I'm just calling out the bullshit. It's like this: Black America, and then on that, a lot of Africans are trying to co-opt the term African American. No, let me put it to you like this: to be an African American is a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. To be African and American, that means that you've been here for 400 years. Your culture, way of life, creed, everything was created in the African experience of America. You can't just get off the plane and call yourself an African American. You are an African that may be a U.S. citizen. You may be a Nigerian that's a U.S. citizen, but you're not an American because you did not build this country. I don't talk about tribe. When I don't talk about tribe, I have nothing to gain from no damn tribe, but we are here in the United States, and the bottom line, I don't want to see my people, everything we work on. So let me give this. We're supposed to just turn over everything we spent decades building to you guys. We're supposed to just turn it over and lose everything. No, it don't work like that. That's not tribalism, whatnot, because Africans, they covered everything they got. They covered everything. I don't care what it is. They covered everything. You ain't getting nothing from no African. They don't give shit up, What is Zongo Bongo talking about? Zongo Bongo. I'm on live. Zongo Bongo. Oh, we were not turning nothing over to your Africa. What the hell are you talking about? I didn't ask you to turn nothing over to them. They're gonna honestly, Tandra, they're gonna take it anyway. Because the biggest threat to Black America is not even African immigrants. The biggest threat is the hoochie mama, the 304 culture, the ghetto culture, and all that. That's how things get taken over. You bring the ghetto hood rat culture in, the criminal culture in, the community dies, and then Africans come and say, "Oh, we could do better than salvage it." It's everything you see right now. Everything you see in Black America is falling apart. It's dying. You can't even have large gatherings without there being shootings, killings, everything like that. And sooner or later, Africans are gonna come in and clean all this shit up, and you ain't gonna have it no more because you guys act like a bunch of fucking animals and stupid. What made Essence Festival run down was these black women that went down, these ratchet ass black women that went down there that were always tearing the place up, acting ignorant, shit like that, right? And then, Essence Festival was going down anyway, or losing money because whatever like that, because it's ghetto ass culture, ratchet culture, this man hating culture, this divester culture. And then next thing you know, when it starts losing money, Richard Law Dennis comes in and says, "Hey, look, we're going to change the direction into a more Afrocentric thing, so you lost it. What else do you want to lose? Keep letting your HBCUs. I saw a thing the other day, and people call me a tribalist. That's bullshit. I'm just a realist. Morehouse, they was doing a thing that was showing them. Morehouse is the damn Morehouse. It was a damn pillar for building. His mission was to build strong black men. Then they said, what happened to Morehouse? They had a guy in there. What it had is the LGBTQ infiltrated Morehouse. A couple of years ago, they had men wearing skirts and high heels and whatnot. And then they had this guy talking about, we got to get to the point where we got to understand something. There's the two gender theory. All this nonsense. What does that have to do with building black families? So therefore, when you start going down that path or whatnot, you know, and you lose your culture, you lose your sense of right and wrong or whatnot, don't get mad when the Africans come and say, okay, we're going to bring it back to traditional African culture. And then the Africans got it. It's theirs. Morehouse, be like anything else, will be theirs. You know, because you just don't fucking want to keep and do right. Black people don't want to do anything right, you know? Then we're going to try to sabotage the black. Yeah, I know it's the Democrats, but we let them do it. Black people are going to still be out there supporting Democrats, right? There should be an all out front. We don't want the LGBTQ. We're not voting for no damn LGBTQ agenda. We're not voting for no feminist agenda. None of that stuff like that. Yeah, I agree with that. The LGBT, the Pookies, all these stupid, they get people like Jay-Z. They look at all these fucking people like that. Every time I look around, when we talk about serious issue, whatnot, why the fuck you got T.I. up there giving commentary about something that has to do with me? What the fuck is a Killer Mike? This is a joke we have. Our whole political infrastructure is gone because we let rappers and everything like that, you know, come in. So therefore, when the community dies and everything like that, these immigrants are coming here. They're organized. They got an agenda. The Jamaicans, Caribbean, everything like that. They see Black America as weak, right? That's why the immigrants took over the Congressional Black Caucus, because you ain't doing nothing with it but promoting degeneracy. So they're coming over here with an agenda. They're gonna make sure that their home country, the Black immigrants are gonna be doing well in this country. Black America is going down the tubes because we let rappers and entertainers lead us. You know, rappers are not my leaders, fool. That's what they put up in the media. You know, it doesn't matter if they're pro open border. If they're in power, they can do whatever they want to do. You know, they can do whatever they want to do. If that's their agenda, they want to be open border. What can you do about it? You know. Yeah, America's dying. America's a dying civilization. It's definitely a dying civilization. I ain't no doubt about that. Anybody can tell me different. America's a dying culture, a dying civilization. It looks like Black America is going down with it. So where's it? FBA all day. FBA all day. Where's our FBA fucking people at? You know? What a fucking joke. All day FBA. FBA all day. You know? Cut the check. Cut the check. You know? Says a man named Bantu Mandinka. Cut the check. Cut the check. FBA all day. FBA all day. You know, like I said, they call me the ringmaster because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns. You know, like I said, I'm the main ringmaster. I deal with a circus of deadly clowns, right? You know, speaking of deadly clowns, you know, look, it doesn't matter if they could build things; it's already built. All immigrants have to do is replace. Don't matter if they did. Of course, we know immigrants don't build shit, right? You know they don't build shit, but they can definitely replace you. You know, they can replace you. You know, easily. You know. Why you haven't done a big Black community in Africa or in the country? You know, shut up. You know, the bottom line is this. You know, bottom line is this. It is the main thing is if it's gonna happen. If not, we'll just stay here in America, right? There's no way you motherfuckers are ruling over me. That's not gonna happen. You are not, you people, you primitive people. You cannot go. I cannot take 400 years of advanced civilization, right? And go back and live under people that's 500 years behind me. It doesn't work like that. Sorry to hurt your feelings. Africans want so badly. Why would you come over here? No, you guys haven't been. Your civilization has not developed yet. That's why so many millions of you all over the world, because you not capable of building a civilization. So can't build a civilization when you bring the only industrialized people, Black people in the world. You can't. You ain't gonna see large numbers of Black people going to no African country. It ain't gonna happen, you know. Well, look, it is what it is. 15, who cares? You know how big the freaking Congo is. I don't care. Yeah, I don't. I really don't care to tell you the truth. What are they gonna do? I really don't care about that. Who gets deported there, or not. It's about who's in power. That's the main thing. Who says free? We don't have free stuff in America. We don't have free stuff in America. We have billionaires here in America. We have $1 billion corporations. You want me to play the top 20 black businesses in America? Do you understand Black America holds $11 trillion in retirement assets? $11 trillion. That's more enough to buy the whole continent 100 times over. Somebody free stuff. What the hell we get for free in this country? Nothing. Look, Chuck Woe, whatever your name is, right? I'll be the first to tell you, right, that yes, Africans are primitive. I come from a primitive fucking race. Somewhere in the Congo. People who probably were hunting and gathering, right? Before somebody knocked me upside the head and put me on the white man slave ship, right? And then, how we survived here in America, became the most advanced group of black people in the fucking world's ever seen, as another testament, right? But yeah, I come from primitive background. My culture in Africa was primitive. I come from the Congo, so it is what it is. What's the difference between a black American is an African American? That's another thing I'm getting sick and tired of. There's no such thing as an African immigrant call himself an African American. He's not an African American. He's not American. He doesn't have a culture here. He doesn't have a history here. When you put African American together, that's a story. That's a story that begins with the transatlantic slave trade, the African slave trade to America. Somebody coming off the plane is not an African American. He'll never be an American. He was not part of the building of this country. People call themselves American, but they're not Americans. Here's an African that lives in the United States of America. So nice try. People always want to tether themselves to whatever sounds good. We call ourselves African Americans because they can't make anything work for themselves. Now they want to be identified with what we identify with, Okay. Yeah. Africa. They have this imaginary thing. There's no African millionaires in America, bro. There's no African millionaires in America. There's no African billionaires in America. Africans have top. What businesses do they have? They have none. So So I think it's good time for me to play a video to remind people what we're talking about. It's just annoying. All right. Top 20 black businesses. All right. So we're gonna play the top 20 black businesses in America. You know. You ain't no 401k millionaire. Truco, stop your fucking lying. Stop your bullshit. All right, if you're a 401k millionaire, send the show $200 right now, Truco. Send $200. Hustle Smart will give you the link. You can send $200. Send $200 without thinking about it. Hey, Truco, send $200. Hustle Smart's link and whatnot for $200 for the show. Contribute to the show. Send $200 right now, without no questions asked. Send $200 right now. You know, send $200 right now. You ain't got it. You know, no, that's a cop out. You're bullshitting. If I had that money, like you say, I'll be supporting people I don't fucking like, just to make my point. You ain't got the money, so stop coming to my show bullshitting me. You ain't got shit. If you was like that, you say, "Oh, you don't have to send it to me. I can give it to your favorite charity." You know, me and Hustle Smart can send it to whoever. Send us some money, and we'll send it to anywhere you want to send it to. I'll send it to your favorite show. I'll send it to Dynasty Mir. How about that? Show me you can pull out $200 right now and send it to the show. There's a link right there in the chat. So I'm like pulling people's cards and whatnot, you know? It's locked up in a two. Okay, yeah. Okay, all right. Okay, whatever, you know? It's locked up and shut the fuck up, you know? So I ain't got the money to send your dusty ass mommy like this. I don't go bragging around that I got $1 million fucking 401k. You know? I don't say stuff that I don't have. You know, I say what I have and I say I don't have. You know, I would like to have $1 million one day when I ain't there yet. You know, I ain't gonna say, hey, I got 401k, $1 million 401k. Okay, whatever. If you got a 401k, then I can sell you a plan. I can roll that 401k over to you to something like that, to an annuity where I can give you a nice payout right now and I make a nice commission and whatnot. You know, I deal with people who got $1 million 401ks. You know, it takes you like 40 years of working in a high-tech job to get that much the 401k, because the company got to contribute, you contribute or not. You know, you tie $1 million fund. Shut the hell up, man. You know, how much people think you got? You're talking to one of these idiots online. You know, or you're bullshit. You know, you're bullshit. I don't believe nothing any you Negroes say online. Nothing. You know, because I've been doing this so many years. All I've been hearing is bullshit from day one. Everyone's some sort of asshole, some sort of bullshit artist, some bloviator, some bluffer, whatever like that. I am so sick and tired of people talking shit. You know? People always talking shit online. They ain't got shit. Anyway, it's the top 20 black businesses in America.
Businesses tend to be owned and controlled by whites, and you will hardly find one owned by a black person. Anytime blacks in the US have tried to establish themselves throughout time, they're always being suppressed, stopped, and silenced in one way or another. Despite being oppressed for as long as we can recall, the blacks have still not given up. They keep on fighting and striving to the extent that we now have black billionaires in the USA. They run multiple businesses and employ thousands of people too. In this video, we are going to be seeing the 20 biggest and richest black-owned businesses in the United States of America in 2022. 20. Salamander Hotels and Resorts. This business is owned by Sheila Johnson, who is also a co-founder of Black Entertainment Television, BET. Salamander Hotels and Resorts is a 168-room luxury hotel, resort, and spa located in the Virginia countryside. This business generates about $220 million in revenue annually and has over 2,000 employees. The hotel is built on a 340-acre property and boasts a 230,000 square foot spa with many outdoor activities, such as hiking, ziplining, and horseback riding. The resort took 10 years to build, finally opened in August 2013. 19. Devon Industrial Group. With CEO David Burnley as leader, this company employs over 70 employees and generates a whopping $234 million in revenue. It is a construction company located in Michigan and specializes in construction projects in various sectors, including commercial, healthcare, industrial, and educational. The Devon Industrial Group's main target market for its services is across the Midwestern states of the United States, with the headquarters in Detroit, Michigan. 18. Georgetown.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready to record.
Georgetown Metal Processing. This Black-owned business is headed and run by Kirk Lewis with a team of over 30 people. This business generates approximately $235 million in revenues. It is a steel processing service center which specializes in blanking and warehousing. Its headquarters is located in Georgetown, Kentucky. They produce aluminum, flat-rolled steel, cold-rolled steel, coated and exposed steel products. It boasts an 80,000 square foot facility, which is climate controlled due to the nature of their work. Now's the time to like this video, share it, and subscribe to our channel. Yes, subscribe to our channel and turn on notifications to get alerts when we upload interesting videos like this one. Let's get back to our video. 17. Bird Electric. This company is led by Dale Lefebvre and employs over 580 people. It generates $238 million in annual revenues. It was founded in 2004 and is a leading full-service electric company. Services provided by the company include transmission, maintenance, instrumentation and electrical construction, automation, and storm restoration. Bird Electric operates in over 10 states in the United States. 16. Baldwin Richardson Foods. This is another Black-owned business with Eric Johnson as CEO. Generating a whopping $252 million annually, this company employs over 350 people. It is a leading custom ingredients manufacturer for the food and beverage industry. It is a family-owned company originally founded as Baldwin Ice Cream in Chicago, Illinois in 1921. In 1997, 5 years after current CEO Eric Johnson purchased the company, Baldwin Ice Cream Company purchased Richardson Foods, creating Baldwin Richardson Foods. Over the next 20 years, the retail business grew to become a custom ingredients manufacturer, making many kinds of liquid products for the food industry, including condiments, sauces, and syrups. 15. Adams Communication and Engineering Technology. This company, which generates a whopping $253 million in revenue, is headed by Charles Adams as founder and CEO. It was founded in 1999 in Maryland and employs over 380 people. It is a leading technology company providing services for government defense, intelligence, and other federal agencies of the U.S. The company provides products and solutions in information systems, healthcare, aerospace, and electronics. 14. Millennium Steel of Texas. We can't talk of Black-owned businesses without talking about Millennium Steel of Texas. This company employs just 86 people, but generates a whopping $266 million in revenues headed by Andrea Jackson. It was founded in San Antonio, Texas by Henry Jackson in 2005. Millennium Steel of Texas is a steel company providing automotive-grade outer body steel sheets to automakers across the state of Texas. Their services include steel processing, warehousing, and storage. 13. Global Automotive Alliance Corporation. This company, led by the founder and CEO William Pickard, is an
I always say you can't manage what you can't see. Monday.com shows you the full picture like that.
American Black-owned business that employs over 1,500 people and generates over $275 million in revenues. Global Automotive Alliance is a holding company of many different companies originally founded in 1989. It is a consolidation of logistics and automotive manufacturing companies with 8 plants in the United States and Canada. It supplies the top 3 United States automakers: Ford, General Motors, and Fiat Chrysler. Also, it supplies to other global companies such as Boeing, Mercedes-Benz, Starbucks, and Home Depot. It seems there is so much money in the steel business because the next Black-owned business on our list is still in the steel industry. 12. Millennium Steel Service. This is a sister company to the Millennium Steel of Texas and still run by the same CEO, Andrea Jackson. It employs only 51 people but generates over $312 million in revenue. It is an automotive steel processing and warehousing company based in Princeton, Indiana. It provides warehousing and supply chain management, including inventory management, inspection, slitting, and information technology system services. 11. Fair Oaks Farms. This is another Black-owned business, but this time around, we are in the food industry. This business generates $342 million in revenues with an employee count of 257. It is headed by Michael Thompson, who acts as President and Chief Executive Officer. It is a food services company which produces fresh, ready-to-cook, and fully cooked beef, pork, and poultry products. Products offered by the company include sausages, cured meats, smoked meats, and canned meats. It was founded in 1985 in Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. Fair Oaks Farms distributes its products to a variety of national and international restaurant chains and food companies. 10. Heidelberg Petroleum Co. This business is in the oil sector. And you know when there is oil involved, there is also much money involved. This company was founded by Stephen Hightower, and he is still the acting CEO. His business generates a whopping $435 million in revenues, alongside his team of 52 employees. It is a petroleum products distribution company which he founded in 1982. Coming from a family of entrepreneurs, Hightower built the company from humble beginnings to a well-established business through persistence, drive, and determination. It is a family business providing services in bulk fuel delivery, HPC fleet cards, inventory management, emergency fuel, and supply chain management. 9. Urban One. This company has over 1,000 employees and generates $440 million in revenue. Its CEO is Alfred Liggins III. Based in Silver Spring, Maryland, this company is a publishing and broadcasting company primarily providing content aimed at the African American community. Self-titled as the leading voice speaking to Black America, Urban One has been the largest distributor of urban content in the United States since 1980. It is the largest Black-owned broadcasting company in the USA, with 53 radio stations, cable network TV called One, digital media company called iOne, and news provider, News One, all under its belt. 8. The Anderson DuBose Company. This business generates over $500 million in revenues. To be specific, it generates $703 million in revenues with just 500.
Do you currently receive government benefits such as Medicaid, SNAP food stamps,
143 employees, thanks to the good job of its leader and CEO Warren Anderson. Launched in 1991, the Anderson DuBose Company is a distribution company providing logistics services to McDonald's and Chipotle fast food restaurants in the states of Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and West Virginia in the United States. Their service roster includes transportation of groceries, Happy Meal toys, paper products, dairy products, frozen meat and fish, and other food products. 7. Thompson Hospitality. This company employs over 6,000 Americans and generates $760 million in revenue and is headed by CEO Warren Thompson. This company is a food and facilities management company providing hospitality services in the United States. It is the largest minority-owned food service and one of the largest retail food and facilities management companies in the United States. Thompson Hospitality Corporation was originally founded as a restaurant company in 1992 and has now branched out to offer all services of the hospitality industry. In 2010, the company was awarded the Black Enterprise Award of Company of the Year. In 2017, Washington Business Journal ranked it #1 minority-owned company. In 2019, they were again recognized by Washington Business Journal as the largest independent employer company. 6. Bridgman Foods. Apparently one of the biggest employers when it comes to black-owned businesses. It employs over 20,000 Americans and generates $870 million in revenues. Its founder and CEO is Ryan Bridgman. Located in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, Bridgman Foods is a part of the fast food and quick service restaurants industry. Formerly known as Manna Incorporated, Bridgman Foods was founded in 1988 in Louisville, Kentucky. Currently, Bridgman Foods affiliates operate 139 Wendy's restaurants, 27 Golden Corral Buffet and Grill restaurants, 83 Fazoli's restaurants, 6 Mark's Feed Store restaurants, 7 Blaze Pizza restaurants, Napa River Grill, Jimmy John's, and the Lavra Bar. 5. Modular Assembly Innovations. This business generates about $1.4 billion in revenues with over 259 employees. It is headed by no other than the great Billy Vickers. Modular Assembly Innovations is one of the United States' largest black-owned businesses. Based in Dublin, Ohio, Modular Assembly Innovations is the parent corporation of a group of certified minority-owned companies part of the machinery manufacturing industry. Modular Assembly Innovations companies include Great Lakes Assemblies, Gulf Shore Assemblies, Indiana Assemblies, and North American Assemblies. These are all award-winning, Tier 1 suppliers of automotive parts to customers in both the United States and abroad. 4. Coca-Cola Beverages Florida. Troy Taylor is chairman and CEO of Coca-Cola Beverages Florida, LLC, which was established as an independent, privately held Coca-Cola bottler on May 29, 2015. Coca-Cola Beverages. This company generates over $1.3 billion in revenue with its over 4,500 employees. It has over 18 million consumers across 47 counties of the state of Florida. This includes all the major metropolitan markets of Jacksonville, Miami, Orlando, and Tampa. Coca-Cola Beverages Florida LLC, or Coke Florida, as it's known for short, manufactures, sells, and distributes over 600 products of the giant Coca-Cola Company, as well as many other partner companies. This company has received a number of awards, including the Minority Business Enterprise Supplier of the Year Class 4 honor in 2020. 3. Bridgewater Interiors LLC. Ron Hall Jr. is the founder, president, and chief executive officer of Bridgewater Interiors LLC. Bridgewater is an automotive interiors manufacturing firm specializing in just-in-time assembly, sequencing, and delivery of seating systems. This company generates over $1.9 billion in revenues and employs over 2,000 Americans. The company does assembly for 15 car models belonging to 4 automotive manufacturers. Bridgewater Interiors has 4 facilities at its 2 locations, 3 in Michigan and 1 in Alabama. Bridgewater Interiors LLC has received a number of accolades throughout the years. In 2013, the U.S. Department of Commerce, through its Minority Business Development Agency, named Bridgewater Interiors its Manufacturer of the Year. General Motors, Honda, and Ford have all recognized Bridgewater Interiors for their quality and service. 2. Act One Group. This company generates a whopping $2.8 billion in revenues, having about 2,500 employees. Its president and its CEO is Janice Bryant Howroyd. Act One Group is a privately held corporation based in Torrance, California, founded in 1964. The Act One Group, stylized as Act One Group, is a global enterprise that provided employment, workforce management, and procurement solutions to a wide range of industries. Act One is the largest debt-free woman-owned, minority-owned workforce management company in the United States. Act One is a global leader in the human resources industry and currently operates in 19 countries around the world with 17,000 clients and over 2,600 employees worldwide. The CEO, Janice Bryant Howroyd, was awarded winner of the 2016 Peter Yesna Staffing Leadership Award for all her efforts. 1. Worldwide Technology. We are finally here. Topping the list of the 20 biggest Black-owned companies in the United States is Worldwide Technology Solution. This company generates about $11.2 billion in annual revenue. It employs over 5,000 American citizens. Billionaire David Stewart is the founder and CEO of this great establishment. It was founded in 1990, and it provides supply chain technology to 45% of Fortune 500 companies. The company provides information technology and software solutions. Some of the world's most recognizable brands are Worldwide Technologies customers, namely Boeing, Cisco, AT&T, Microsoft, and the US Air Force. That was it for the biggest and richest Black-owned businesses in the USA. Which one would you invest in? Let us know in the comments section below. If you enjoy this video, make sure to hit the like button before leaving. Also, if you are interested to know the richest Black families in America, then you might want to click the card at the end. More videos coming soon.
There you go, folks. I think that cleared up any doubt when people talk about that these are the hands that built America. Black businesses are as old as Black big businesses, old as this country has been around. We had Black businessmen back in the 1800s, millionaires. People don't know this. We had Black people who were in Baltimore, the height of slavery. You know, there was Black-owned shipbuilding companies in the port of Baltimore in the early 1800s. People don't know that. There was Black-owned shipping companies in places like Boston, Nantucket, and places like that, you know, New York City and whatnot, Long Island. So we were not here just twiddling our thumbs. We were actually here contributing to the building of this, what you see in America. So when people come over here acting like, oh, we didn't do nothing and whatnot, no, you need to know our whole story. The white man's not going to tell you our story. So I'm here to tell you our story, you know, and put respect on our name, you know, simple as that, you know. So that being said, you know, anybody will come. I want somebody to come up here, whatever country you come from. I'm not trying to say like this, but somebody in the chat room was like, oh, what's his name? Mama, whatever his name is. They were basically saying that Africans got more business. I want to see the top 20 African immigrant businesses in America. You got something to play? You know, you want to go tit for tit? Who got bigger? Who got more advanced? You want to play that game with me? You know? So I know that person, mama or whatever, is disappeared now. That's what they always do. They always run their mouth. They run away. No one takes. I take Black American entrepreneurs seriously. What are we talking about? You know, so it doesn't matter we're a nation, whatever. We're still, like the Bible says, I shall prepare the table before you in the presence of thine enemy. You know what that means? That means while we are here, God's going to look out for us while we're here, and we're going to thrive in the midst of our enemy, you know? What serenity is, Bruce Leroy? Serenity is not freedom from the storm. It's peace and tranquility amidst. That's what serenity means, you know? Black America has always been trying to be a serene people. We know this country is surrounded by enemies. We know we're in a hostile rate, but we know how to find pockets of joy and serenity, you know? And I'm not going to take that away from our people, you know? Now, the day comes, we might have a nation of our own. That's one thing. But until then, we're going to enjoy what we have. Go ahead, DK.
What's up, Carla?
Good.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it. I just Googled Worldwide Technology, and he had, truth and behold, he has a headquarter office.
Oh, yeah, you know, I was saying African Goddess says that Dangote got something in Asia. You say you couldn't find it. She said,
I Googled Carla, I really thought he had one, and I just took it for granted that I just imagined he had one somewhere.
But nobody ever seen
it.
Oh, have you seen Dangote's actual wealth? You know, minus liability. You build a refinery don't mean you're rich. The refinery costs money. That's $25 billion. You got to pay for it until you can see a dime. He's probably like 15 years in the red, in the black before he can see a dime.
I mean, you just Google it. When I Google Dangote headquarters, all I get are some CGI rendered buildings and unfinished.
So it's all like I said, just like like everything else.
I mean, what does that say? Like the richest black man doesn't have a headquarter office,
right?
What type of business are we doing?
Also, there's no way. Also, like I tell Eddie Elvis, there's no way of verifying somebody's wealth. He said Forbes magazine don't go in there and verify it. They just said give him an estimate. Okay, they said Kanye worth $1 billion. Was that true? No, but they just do an estimate. Okay, he's worth this or that. So it's a hearsay. I never believed Oprah was a billionaire. I never believed that shit. So it's like you could estimate it. You could say that person's in that range.
I mean, I would say if I had to bet, I would say he's likely a billionaire. But I mean, if we find out he's really not, then that wouldn't surprise me because
yeah. So I believe Dangote is a multimillionaire.
How are you conducting business if you don't have a headquarter office? Like
right. Yeah. So all these people down there bigging up Dangote. That's why Africa's not making no progress. Everybody always got to run to the Aliko Dangote card. Aliko Dangote and whatnot. They've been using Aliko Dangote against us for the last 15 years. Aliko Dangote, Aliko Dangote, and then also not only that, to get this, Dangote industry is not vertically integrated. You know that?
Of course. They only
how do you going to have
refining?
In order for you to be a billionaire, your corporation has to be vertically integrated. That means the whole entire supply chain is owned by you. Also the workers, everything like that has to be Nigerian. Like Mitsubishi.
The oil, you have to transport the oil, you have to refine
all that is money leaving. That's horizontal integration. That's a millionaire. That's a millionaire. When you have horizontal, you're millionaires. Like Japan has a lot of horizontal.
Do you know the largest company? Now that you talk about the oil business, do you know what the largest company in Africa is?
What's that?
It's actually Sonatrach. I just looked it up. They have they're the Algeria state oil company.
Oh yeah,
Revenue is $77 billion. They're like totally vertically integrated. So
I just looked it up. I just found out that ChatGPT it generates $700 billion. What the hell? How do they make? I don't even know how they make this. This is beyond me. Elon Musk and the head of ChatGPT are going at it, because Elon Musk is a devil, man. ChatGPT is like the AI technology. They said that's $700 billion, man. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. Elon Musk, man, he's a handful, man.
I'm like, shit, When I see Africans making that money, then you can talk to me, So other than that, man, please.
But I want what's his name? Bruce Leroy made a point. He said he asked why haven't any of these companies expanded to the continent?
Oh man, the continent is a death trap. That's why. Yeah, look, hold on. Look what I go through all the time. I'm talking about land in Africa, right? Y'all ain't getting no land. So when black people in America hear this shit, right? They know you're entering hostile territory. They don't be bothered with Africa. I'm a black nationalist, a Pan-Africanist, and I'm like, shit. It's not hard as me to convince people that fucking Africa is a good investment. You know how hard that is?
A lot of these companies are afraid to invest in Africa.
They're terrified,
Sub-Saharan Africa. That's the
Sub-Saharan. You look at fucking something like Liberia. The chance that someone like George Weah and these goofballs might get back into power, people like nah.
You see them in you see them in countries like Morocco or South Africa.
Well, Morocco is beautiful. Morocco is a first world country, man. First world country. First world country. Now Dangote makes cement. That's what he made his money. But a lot of Nigerians told me they said because he has protection from the government. You gotta understand something. Dangote was connected. He was very connected. There's other cement companies in Nigeria that Dangote and them put out of business because they were sabotaged,
Yeah, that's more like graft. It's more like he came from the right family, the right tribe.
Everything like that. And so and also you got a government backing you up. You have no competition. You don't even have competition from other Nigerians.
They got respect about David Stewart.
African Americans are not good business people. I just played you top 20 black businesses in America.
What David Stewart, he came from a working class family, I think. So he didn't.
Same thing with Stephen Hightower, of Akron, Ohio, came from working class. He was working. Him and his dad had a janitorial business, and you got to be inspired by somebody like him. You know, they bought their first fuel truck. You know, he said when he got that first $100 after transporting fuel from the refinery to the thing, man, he said, man, he was holding that check like we actually got paid for doing this. And then over the next 2 decades, he built a whole nationwide and global fleet of transport. Amazing story, you know?
Yeah.
No.
That even happened with like Banana Republic. It was originally created by like some Yoruba guy, but you know, the powers that be, he mysteriously died and they gave it to someone else. It's like,
Yeah, what you call do you know the first organized business in Nigeria was actually left by Liberian Stephen Talbert? You know, he had a Maserati group of companies and he pulled out because of the he should have stayed there. He pulled out because of the Biafra War. You know, and Nigerians took it over. You know.
Yeah.
Dangote tribes from the north. Yeah, the north has the most power. The northern Nigeria has all the power. It was Abacha, right? Dangote is there because of Abacha. You know, the northerners whatnot. They said, look, Abacha said his policies were, why are we friggin' importing all this stuff like that? Why are we trying to export? Focus on the Nigerian market, right? And that's why, and he starts sending young Nigerians to school like Dangote to study commodities, you know?
Yeah, Elon Musk. I mean, that's just white supremacy. Like he leaves apartheid South Africa when it's dying. He goes to Canada and America, and he gets government grants. That's just white supremacy.
Yeah, it's all about being connected. That's all it is. People ain't smarter than anybody else. If you got somebody to buy your idea, government, whatever like that, you can be rich too. You know.
And he got connected with like other apartheid kids, like Peter Thiel.
Yeah, they all living all over the world. That's how strong. And like I said about the South Africans, right? This is what the black South Africans are up against. Some of the most powerful people in the world, you know? So don't go to South Africa mocking them, you know, because they're still struggling. You know, they're still struggling. I don't think black people, I look at Lozy, I don't think they're ever going to take over that country, you know? I don't think so.
Yeah, I just watched the video of like those Odudula people who are against black foreigners. They were in a meeting with other foreign people from like Chinese, Indian business owners telling them not to hire black immigrants.
I saw that.
What the fuck?
I saw that.
This is crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts. I saw it. That's it. The fact that they even got to that point means it's too late. You know, let them hire them. Yeah. You know, I say like this: your government let it get that far. Is, you know, my whole thing is this. You know, some people, my principle, if I was them, would be the fact that you got people in the country who are living off the grid. What I mean on the grid, DK, is people who are not paying taxes, people who don't have proper license regulations, they're not contributing to things, but they're overburdening the healthcare system. You know, they're overgetting the police system. They're bringing drugs in. They're living on the shadows and the fringes of society, right? They're living on the modern side. If you got large numbers, that's a problem. You know, people like that. That's what they should be worried about, right? Worried about. It ain't the jobs.
Yeah.
But people basically
they're afraid. They're afraid to confront the giant elephant in the room. That's the problem. It's like, dude, they don't have the power. Even if all those immigrants leave,
right? Yeah, the white people and the Indians. Because remember something, they, like I said the other night, they hitched their ride on a rainbow nation, right? Yeah. They didn't want to build a black African nation, you know, which they could have easily done because they had access to the whole entire black continent. They let people like Elon Musk grow and stuff like that. You know, the white people, they benefited the most post-apartheid. You know that, right? Because post-apartheid, they've used black people as a front to penetrate the whole entire African continent. So
and that's the thing. African Goddess said it's like, yeah, Elon Musk's family is originally from Canada, but black South Africans, they'll give him a hug and say, "Welcome home, my brother, my South African brother." So I don't understand, what is it with the black race where they just don't want to identify with their own race. Okay, look at the people. South Africa, as an example, is majority black country. They have maybe 9-10% whites and other races, but they call themselves a rainbow nation. Well, if you look at Europe, like France
They don't
or
call. They don't call. They don't
UK.
call.
They have more
America
minorities.
a
They're
rainbow
not calling
nation.
themselves a rainbow nation. So what is it with the black race? We don't want to identify ourselves as a black nation or as a race. We always want to run away from that. I don't
Yeah,
understand.
it's the truth. That's just how the black race is, man. We're just a freaking race of cowards, man. You know, we're just cowards, man. You know, not like I said, it's just time for a revolution. You know, time for a revolution. That's why I see it. I see it. Earlier tonight, do you hear me when I was talking about? Uh, I was saying the fact that before Black America always basically welcome everybody to come over here, right? And we're all black, right? And people are like the last 4 or 5 years because of social media, the unwritten thing was you're black, we're all black, right? But last 5 years, everybody's been talking about the ethnicity. When I was growing up, nobody ever used the term Caribbean. You know that? You know, people when I was growing up, people say, "Yeah, no, they're West Indian." I bet you never heard that term.
I haven't. I've heard it, but mostly I just hear Caribbean now.
Okay, no, that's that. Let me tell you something where that came from, right? People who talk about Caribbean, which trying to put a nice. I know my people. Like you said, what's wrong with us? That's a nice way to say I'm not really black. You know, I'm not really black. I'm Caribbean and whatnot. But Caribbean's all inclusive. They're talking about Puerto Ricans. They're talking about Dominicans. They're talking about Spanish people and stuff like that. They're the Caribbean. Before, when you said West Indian, you're talking about the black people in the islands. And those people who identify West Indians were naturally a part of the black community that came to America. Now you got Caribbeans saying, "Oh, Caribbean Day," and Caribbeans created hip hop and all stuff like that. And you got Busta Rhymes and Fat. What the hell is Busta Rhymes and Fat Joe have in common?
And then a lot of Jamaicans are on that same tip as well, man. I guess they're on the same thing.
Yeah,
South
Jamaicans
Africa.
are bleaching their skin, whatnot. You know, it's a real sickness. That's why when
But
I hear
that's their
people
motto. That's their
talk
motto. What?
Caribbean
Out of
and stuff
many,
like
one
that,
people bullshit. Yeah,
when
you
I
got
hear people talking
Chinese
about
saying that anyone can be a Jamaican. That it doesn't have to be
right.
just a black
Anybody, the
person.
Chinese lady said Jamaicans ain't all black, whatnot. You know, and I've been telling Jamaicans, I got some explaining to do. You got Chinese saying they're Jamaican. They be having them accent like they do, yo man, and whatnot. Like yo, so in other words,
Yeah.
Jamaican doesn't mean black, you know. And so I was
And,
like,
and that accent supposedly comes from Ireland.
yeah,
So
yeah, it's an Irish accent, you know. You look at Ireland, you know. Yeah, Jamaicans have a lot of common with the freaking what you call a lot of common with the damn what you call with the Irish, you know. Marcus Garvey was pro-Irish, you know. You know, they got white Jamaicans, you got all these like this. But so when people talk about Jamaica, you know, that's why I say I don't understand the whole Caribbean culture, you know, the Caribbean, you know, what this came when I was growing up, people call themselves West Indians. They call themselves West Indians, right? And I noticed something, right? When I hear Caribbeans talk, when people say the Caribbean, they're always in a company of white people. Oh, I'm from the Caribbean, you know. You know, I say they're always in a company of white people, right? Especially, you know, the worst ones are people from places like Aruba, and all these other places like that. They always like, oh yeah, and like Maserati or whatever that place is called, and stuff like that, because they know every last single white person have been there, right? And they have a pleasant experience. The Bahamas and all stuff like that, Barbados, Bermuda, and stuff like that. So they play the whole Caribbean card, right? They play the Caribbean card to get favor with white people. That's all the fuck that is, you know. That's why they identify. They don't want to be identified as black. They say they're Caribbean. You know.
I noticed that.
Yeah,
It seems like Jamaica. I mean, they're still property of the British, man. There's King Charles is still their head of state.
Yeah.
So
Well, I think
I
Barbados
expect much from them.
is distanced himself from this Queen of England. You know. Let me ask you a question. What do you think about what's going on in Mali? I mentioned it earlier tonight.
Yeah, that's a real serious problem over there.
Oh, you say
But
so, man.
that's
Look,
that's that's a problem with I mean, I don't want to really go, oh fuck it. With Islam, you got a lot of black people who are part of Islam, but they believe in this thing called the Ummah, or we're all one, we're all brothers, but that really doesn't work in real life. You have lighter skinned people
look,
who want to push down.
the terrorists there are real. They want an
Yeah.
Islamic state. That's what they want. They want an Islamic state. That's what they're fighting for. And so,
But what they're doing is they're really just pushing down from North Africa. The Arabs are really just
yeah,
pushing
my,
down.
my point I'm trying to make was the fact that Mali, they kicked out NATO, right? Which I thought was premature. They thought the Wagner group in Russia pulled out.
They pulled out of
now-
they pulled out of the city Kidal, which is in the north.
Yeah, and they pulled it. Well, actually, they said they're pulling out of the whole country.
No, they're still there. That's not.
No, they
true.
said no. Russia's not going to be doing any fighting. That's what they said. So
I
Mali
haven't heard.
is doing that on their own. That's what I read. I read that Mali is on its own right now because Russia is not going to do what. In other words, Russia's not going to do what NATO did. Russia has a history of this stuff. Remember the Cuban Missile Crisis? Remember the war in Angola? Russia has a thing. Mozambique.
They stood down in Angola. I'll give them, but
No,
I think
it
at
was
the end,
it was actually Cuba that came in there.
yeah, but
It wasn't Russia.
it was Russian that was sending the material.
Yeah, I know initially, right? But they pulled out. It was actually Angola, Cuba. Fidel Castro sent his troops there to do what the Russians were not going to do, which is spill blood. It came
Yeah,
down
Russia,
to blood.
Soviet Union wasn't going to ever send troops there because they were already in the war in Afghanistan. So they had no reason.
I don't look. I'm a fan of Russia, right? Well, I know Russia has a track record of if there issues, when their stuff is not met, they pull out. You cannot rely
But
on.
these countries should be fighting for themselves. They shouldn't be relying on white people to fight for them.
Yeah, and Russia is still
I don't
a white
understand why
country.
they have to.
Russia
I don't
is
understand
still a
why
white
they're
country.
relying on European whites to defend them. I don't get it.
Russia is still a white country.
And these Arabs ain't playing, man. They want to take all that shit over.
They want to take over Darfur. They want to stretch. They might be trying to take Senegal, before we know. So it is what it is,
They want to take all that shit over.
Like-
Sudan, all that shit.
Yeah, well, it's a whole fucking region, a mess. The whole fucking region is a mess,
They'll
But
take over Liberia too.
well, nah. You gotta understand something. The only thing that could fuck Liberia up is Liberians themselves.
Well, they're doing a good job with that.
The only
Doing
thing
a
that
great
could fuck
job with that.
Liberia up is Liberians.
Oh, they're doing it. If I grade them a score on how much they fucked up in the country, I give them an A+.
Hold on, you got people right now illegally mining in Lofa County in Liberia, right? And people complaining. This is illegal mining. They said there's foreign nationals all over the place, illegal mining. I mean, if a government can't protect its borders, where it ceases to be credible, I mean, what's the thing of just sending troops in there, right? Enacting authority. If people resist, shoot them and kill them. That's just what you could do because it's your country. You can do whatever you want. But they don't do anything, right? And that gives the impression that the country is up for grabs, and that's what's dangerous about Liberia. That's the only thing about Liberia.
Liberia has about 2,000 active duty personnel.
Yeah, but they're doing a massive recruiting right now on the street. They got people sitting. This is another thing. They have boys sitting out there for 10 hours, no food, nothing like. Now people starting to bring them food and water. They're sitting there about to die in the heat, trying to. That's how desperate they are. I said, why treat people like that? They said if you want to join the army, they have a recruitment, and it's like wrapped around the block, right? People trying to get, but they're sitting online for like 3 or 4 days now. That's cruel, That's
I
cruel.
think Guinea has like the strongest.
Like I said, I look. Bottom line is this: I say to these people. I said, look, I cannot respect people who do not have fucking respect for themselves. Cannot do that shit, you know. Cannot do that shit, you know. Cannot do that shit, you know.
Yeah, it's fucked up, man. But yeah, that situation at the border with Guinea and Liberia, I don't know how that's going to turn out. But
Well,
Guinea ain't nothing to
it's
play
like
with.
it's like this. It's not even because that all that land used to be Liberia's back in the days.
Yeah.
But you gotta understand something when you got ethnic groups, right? You got ethnic groups on both sides of the border, you know. And sometimes people go family on one side, family on the other, and it's like the line is really skewed, you know, about where the border ends, where the border ends. But it is what it is. Like when the American Liberians had the country, the border was solid, you know. The border was well defined. It was solid. They understood the idea of borders and boundaries, you know, and a border is what defines a nation state, you know.
Yeah.
You know, native people, they don't understand that shit, you know.
Yeah. I was listening to Dynasty's show a little bit, so yeah, they were talking about the Mali situation. Maybe St.
I
James.
hope the Mali people are not listening to Dynasty's fucking panel and getting advice, man. Because some of those guys,
No. Oh man, I was listening to Al that Fulani guy. He actually says that the Fulanis they conquered Spain. I'm like, this guy thinks only on Dynasty's show could he say some dumb shit.
Dynasty let people get away with that stupid stuff, you know. The Fulanis conquer Spain. Where these guys have some grandiose shit, man. You motherfuckers can't even conquer reading a damn map, man. You talking about you conquer Spain and whatnot, you know, it's stupid shit you talk, you know.
Oh man, I don't know. I had a good laugh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen to that show.
People just say anything, man. Me personally, people come up here and like I said, what do you think about the top 20 black business I played? That shut a lot of people in the chat room up, didn't it?
Yeah.
And so when you play stuff like that, they're like, this mama, whatever her name is, having me comment. She goes, Africans got more businesses in America, bigger businesses than the black America. Okay. You play that, and I say, okay, you come up here and show me what the African immigrant got.
Yeah. And I was like, I thought Dangote was that guy. I Googled like, man, he must have a real nice headquarters. I couldn't find one.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and on top of that, he hires a lot of Indians. He don't hire that many black
his business is horizontal, integrated. You know, when you're a billionaire, where everything's vertically integrated, that means all your supply chains, your manufacturing, everything is done in-house. You know, that means it's vertically integrated. That's how you become a billionaire. When you control the entire 90% of the operation and you outsource very little. With 90% of your stuff is outsourced, you're probably barely a millionaire status. You know, when people are like, oh, they're so interested in him becoming a billionaire because, I mean, I guess that's a source of pride for a lot of Africans, but you know?
He's working from home, Sim. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's working from home. For years, I thought Dangote worked out of his car, man. I never seen him in an office.
He works in his van.
I never seen him in an office, man. I'm like, God damn, man, you know, what's up, Dark Beagle? I never seen him. I never seen an office, man. Say what you want about Trump, man. When he's in that Trump Tower, he's at Trump Tower right there. Now, how's Trump?
He might be a scammer, man. At least he got a headquarters. He got somewhere to work.
Trump, his whole Trump organization is in Trump Tower and several buildings all over the world.
Yeah.
You could see Warren Buffett. You could see their wealth. People who are billionaires, it's not even a thing. You could see their wealth. You could see that building right there is owned by such and such.
How do you're the richest man in the world, richest black man in the world. You ain't got a headquarters?
Yeah.
What?
What about your mansions, your properties, part owner of a sports team? You know, they said he was trying to buy a soccer team one time. Remember that? I don't know how incredible that was, right?
It was just trying to buy like one of these soccer teams in the UK or something.
What check this out. A couple of years ago, what was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, he was gonna buy a soccer team in the UK. That didn't work out, work out. But the thing is, though, a couple of months ago, remember Nigeria said China said Nigeria owes it $11 million. Are they gonna shut some communication now? I said, damn, $11 million, man. Why you mean tell me Danga can't cut the check, man, and say, look, pay me back $11 million, man. How you gonna, like, damn. Or the United States said they want to cut off aid to Nigeria. I said, man, won't Dangote step in and be like, yo, fuck, and cut the check for the AIDS money, for the people.
AIDS? You can't buy your own AIDS medication? Like,
yeah, it was only like $5 million, something like that. I was like, damn, that ain't nothing. I said, Dangote,
Oh, see, they hide. It's hidden. It's hidden, Colin.
Yeah,
it's hidden. It's buried. It's buried in the ground.
Yeah, man. Like I said, man, I've been around, man. I've been around. I go way back, man. And so the bottom line is, I know Dangote is a source of pride, too. But I would like to see the billionaires and be actually inspire a lot of Africans, right? But keep throwing Dangote up in black. Look, it's not a comparison. Keep throwing Dangote up in our face like it's something. No, you're a country where you're a monopoly. Of course, if you have any sort of monopolistic situation, you're gonna be rich. Of course, that's how all these companies are. Like Mexico City. You think Mexico's smart enough? The richest man in the world is in Mexico. You know that, right?
Really?
The richest man in the world is a Mexican. Actually, I think he's richer than Elon Musk. Now, how does Mexico fucking produce like the richest man in the world? It's simply a monopoly. He has control.
I think it's still Elon Musk, actually.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, I think this guy was. That was years ago. I'll go chat BT3. Is a Mexican the richest man in the world? Is the richest man in the world Mexico? Is the richest man in the world a Mexican? Let's see. See what chat BT. No. Elon Musk, not a Mexican, richest Mexican is Carlos Slim Helú, right? He's currently not the man. Elon Musk basically became the richest man. He was the richest man in the world, but now Elon Musk is. But still, that's actually pretty good, though. But if they got a rich man that's a billionaire, that rich in Mexico, why do we got so many Mexicans crawling up our ass here in America? I just don't get it. I don't get it. Man. I just don't get it.
That guy definitely has his hand in some drug business, man. Come on.
Well, actually, what they do is they control things. Like, remember Isabel dos Santos of Angola?
Yeah.
She was the richest black woman in the world. Remember that? But you know how she got the money. They own state-owned diamond mines, energy companies, SunGold, oil, and stuff like that. If you got a monopoly, telecommunications, she owned the cell phone thing. If you're the one in power, controlling the license and the contract, and you got the ownership, of course you're going to become a billionaire,
Yeah.
So it was
overnight she just became a billionaire. We don't know what she did, what she created. She just had her hand in the pot. That's it.
Yeah, she had her hand in the pot and everything. If you want this, give me 20%, something like that. That's how it's usually done in Africa. Give me my 10%, give me my 20%, whatever, like that. My equity. I want equity in whatever you're doing and whatnot. That's how it usually works. In that regard, there should be billionaires all over the continent because that's how corrupt the shit is, man. It should have billionaires everywhere. As long as you got an economy, So it is what it is. So it is what it is. But yeah, so the hands that built America. What do you think about what I said, DK? If an African say that, well, we built America, a current African immigrant right now, could they say that? Because they say the people who actually came here, and this is how it usually works, right? America, people don't understand how things work.
Mhm.
Wealth is created through human exertion, labor. Without labor, can we agree with that? You can't create wealth without labor, without human input, labor. That's how wealth is created. You got to have people doing work, something like that, task and work. That's how wealth is created. Work is being done.
Mhm.
Imagine you have 300 something years of free labor, right? You got capital, you got free land, you got abundance of free land, you got capital, and you got free labor, right? And not only that, when you do produce the product, right, you got a buyer, a global distribution system. The British East India Company, all those other that's going to buy your product and distribute it all over the world. So all you have to do is just make sure that the stuff is produced and you're good to go. You get a line of credit from the bank, and then you get rich. That was 300 something years. And that's how America became the richest country in the world. So what I'm saying is without black hands, without black labor, this would never happen. They say, well, what would happen? America would probably look like Canada or Australia. America is rich because of the black hands.
Mhm.
And that's the truth, so what's this
Well, I
guy?
think it's when they say that, when they say like we Africans built America, I think they because they were of African descent, but they were
Right.
really by that time they had been their own people, I imagine, So if you want to take credit for that, I don't know if you can take credit
Yeah,
for
but
that.
the thing is, I wouldn't have no mind them taking credit, but I say, okay, Africa is our land too, so we gotta get our piece. No, y'all don't have nothing. Like I was saying the other night, right? Tell me what you think. But what's your opinion on what's going on in South Africa, right? I'm saying like this, DK. You know how tribalistic West Africa is, right?
Yeah.
Every time you hear Kidola, what's the first thing come out of his mouth? His tribe, right? My land, my tribe. We ain't giving that up. My land, my tribe, my tribe. That they always
You
say.
know what I've learned? You know what South Africa's learned? Is it really tribalism? Or is it just some form of Negroism? It's like, only if you're black, then we have to look
Yeah,
at you funny.
look, it's like that in West Africa too, because a
Yeah, I mean,
white
it's like
guy,
that all over.
Chinese guy, you got Chinese guys walking all over Ghana with young African girls, whatnot. But the Ghanaians are not protesting the Chinese. I mean, the Nigerians telling them to get out.
Like, Carla,
You
that
got to tell the
video where
Lebanese to get out.
that video where that South African guy was telling immigrants from China and India, don't hire black immigrants. I was just like, he wasn't
Yeah,
telling those immigrants,
the
you gotta
thing is,
go.
if you go to West Africa right now, the protests in Ghana are actually bigger. They want Nigerians out, right? They're not saying get the Lebanese out, the Chinese, the Indians, and all these other people out. They're targeting the Nigerians. That's just the way it is. Like which one in Liberia, they weren't targeting the Lebanese. They're going after Fulanis. It's
Yeah,
like
like
that.
I say, in Liberia, they got rid of the black Americans. They handed all their businesses to Lebanese.
Yeah.
So there's something where the way
Bottom
they're
line,
wired is
the Liberians
it's
are
real
so.
fucked up, Carla. It's real fucked up.
The Liberians are so. But the thing is, here's the thing about that is this: the American Liberians still own most of the real estate in Monrovia, and what you call a lot. And that's what thing I hated, I don't dislike about them. Right? When you talk American Liberian, all he cares about, and he don't care about the fact that he lost his country. Right? All he does is get on a plane to go back there and collect his rent from the Lebanese. While he goes back to the West or wherever country he's from. It's just so fucking annoying watching that shit,
Oh, can you blame them? 19. I know you don't like to harp on it, but 1980 coup happened.
Yeah, 1980 coup happened, but the thing is, you don't flee your country. You don't give up like that.
That danger is still there.
Yeah, but you know why the danger is there? Because see, I taught them, right? The way I act and everything like that, they're like, you're fearless, right? You're like, yeah. I said, if the people, and I'm not saying about natives, whatever like that, nothing against them, right? But if they get this sense that you're afraid of them or intimidated by them, they know it. They can smell that a mile away. I had to freaking, hit some dude in the chest this time, I was like, dude, get the fuck off my stoop, You're asking me for a cigar. I said, no, get the fuck out of here, But I said, what the hell did I say? And he kept coming close to me, so I just hit him in the chest. The fuck away from me, And so the bottom line is this. They have a way of just like acting like you're supposed to be intimidated by them, whatever like that. Not all of them, but some of them. But when you look them in the eye and whatnot, and they see a man, they see a strong man, and they give me that respect, I'm not a fool, When I first got there, DK, I admit I was a fucking fool, I was a goddamn fool. I was a damn fool. I was like, I was one of them smiling ass African Americans. Everybody,
you were kissing the ground. I'm home.
Oh my God, I was so happy to be there and whatnot. And now I go there, man. Like, man, get the fuck out of my face, man. That shit, bullshit.
Why don't y'all niggas pick up this trash?
So. Yeah, pick up that fucking trash on the fucking ground, motherfucker.
They need a Paul Kagame in Liberia.
Yeah, well, yeah, but the thing is, though, the government is doing that, right? But you gotta understand how Liberians act. They're so friggin' hard-headed and defiant in their wrongness, right? The government says, something, that shanty place that you guys had a market was built there legally. I don't know how many. You're squatted on somebody else's property, right? They may not be here, but people are coming back to Liberia and reclaiming their properties. And the government needs these people to come back to Liberia and feel safe, right? Before, under the Samuel Doe and all these people, the native people just took over everybody's property, squatted on it, and everything like that. And that's what you're dealing with, the after effects of all that, Now you got to get these people off the property, right? And then some people says they should go back to their villages in the interior and work. That's why they try to develop the interior. So,
Colin, I think you might want to cash your chips on Liberia.
Well, look, I'm always gonna be part of Liberia, but I got bigger things I want to do in Africa. I know we can work, right? Because I do believe our next thing in Black America is expanding globally. That's just Africa globally. There's going to be a time where we're going to start opening our own banks across the world. See these 20 Black companies. I believe there's going to be hundreds of Black companies opening around the world, stuff like that. And we need to I want to be able to build Black American communities everywhere in the world. That's what the African Project is, not just Africa. It's globally. We want to build a thing. Then the thing I always say like this, right? Initially, right? Okay, we're in the United States, right? But there's going to be a transition. Listen to this carefully, DK. I want everybody to listen, right? There's going to be a transition phase going on by we using and be needing America less and less. And we'll be going through a transition phase to whatever countries we're going to and stuff like that, where one day we can give up the U.S. citizenship altogether. I'm the only one that talks like that. I don't know about giving up citizenship for Thailand, but I do know we could probably build these.
I see a lot of Black people going there to Thailand. I was a bit surprised.
Yeah, but they're beautiful over there. But for they ain't but so far. They're not becoming Thai citizens, so
yeah, that's not going to happen.
What I would like to build is enclaves in several African countries. Enclave. That's what the African State is all about, building enclaves and infrastructure by which we could build and settle and pay and generate all tax revenue. That's the dream. That's a dream. It's a vision, right? Liberia would be the perfect place, but it's too unstable. That's
an understatement.
What?
I can't forget, man. I saw that iShow speed stream When they went into that hotel, I was like, "Oh my
No,
god,
they
this
didn't
is
show the good
Liberia."
parts of Liberia. Look, and all that, they didn't show the good part. Liberia's a beautiful country. You got nice hotels, everything, nice nightclubs, everything like that. I don't know what they were doing with that.
You've never seen something like that. They're like, "Oh, here's where the casino used to be." It's like there's nothing there. What are you showing?
I don't know. Those Ghanaians, the Ghanaians sabotage that shit, you know. A lot of Liberians were upset. They're like, damn, man, why didn't you come down Tubman Boulevard? Why didn't you come to Syncor and stuff like that? You know, I was like, he went right to West Point. What the fuck would he, you know, West Point's a slum. You know, you don't go to damn West
Those
Point.
Ghanaian. You know, how Ghana, they went all out for speed.
But then when they went to Ghana, they went all to the best part, show the finest women and whatnot. In Liberia, they showed the most raggedy ass women. I'm like, yo, if they're the like Ghanaian, no niggas Ghanaian women, but they can't hold a candle to Liberian women. Liberian women.
They held them Ghanaian women rubbing speed down. Like, what's this about, man?
So yeah, they really Ghana. You see, Ghana got their prop, but Ghana is falling apart right now. You see, Ghana.
Ghana's suspect, man.
Ghana is very. Look, I am really shocked. Ghana is a very violent country, man. People are getting killed in that country. I don't know what that. I don't know if it's political or nothing like that, just gangster shit. But people are dying over there. You know, so
I know you're with Ghana on this slavery thing in the UN, but that was a big kind of scam. That was a big joke, man. Because on one hand,
my whole thing is this. My whole thing is this. I could separate that from Ghana. If it's all about
no, Colin, hear me out. Okay, they go and do that, but all the European countries didn't vote. And then at the same time, you're going to ask those European countries to come protect you. That doesn't make any sense. You signed defense deal with Ukraine when Ukraine is giving drone training to the Arabs in Mali who are killing.
The only thing I would basically say
doesn't make sense.
Only thing I'd say, DK, is it proved one thing, right? How many FBAs were out there protesting? 4, right? And they failed to stop that. Why? Because it showed that if the FBAs have no power because they don't have the power. That just showed you the power of a state. You know, a UN membership. The so-called African American, right? Which I say like this: in the future, you want to talk reparations, you got to have your own nation state with representation on the global bodies of government and stuff like that. You know, then people will listen to you. If you are not a nation, we haven't learned anything in the last 150 years. Everybody, DK, has been trying to get to where? Nationhood. What do the Kurds want right now? Nationhood, right? That's a coveted thing people dream about, having their own flag and recognition as a Republican nation state, you know? South Sudan. How did South Sudan become a fucking nation? With 99% illiteracy rate and whatnot, they became a nation. This is ridiculous, you know? And you got the most powerful black people in the world. You see the businesses we played? More than capable of building a state, you know, and maintain a nation. But everybody, no. Look, as long as America is your daddy, your zaddy, you know, and that's what the FBA are. They're tethered to America, you know. And I told this one chick right there, well, Ghana don't represent. I said, okay, well, I use this against the FBA. I want you to understand that. I said, well, why don't you get my country's America? I said, then why don't you go get America to fight for your reparations? She stopped commenting. Now, did I win the argument or what? She was like, I don't like
they have a nation.
Is representing me and whatnot. You know, I'm American and whatnot. They don't represent. I'm in the U.S. I said, well, then get America to go down there and protest for your ask for your reparation. America said it did nothing wrong and voted against it. So how are you gonna do that? So I said, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Then after that, the whole reparations movement just died. You know? And Leroy says Ghana needs to stop pandering to African Americans and start building China. Shut the hell up, man. You know? Why did everybody, black people in America came there, DK, 2019, put $1 billion in that raggedy country, you know? Put $1 billion in that raggedy. We're the only ones going to the slave castle. I see that dude Iku Simpson, whatever his name is, right? He's in there showing like the slave castle, like he's showing a 5-star resort. Come see the slave. I'm like, nigga, why the fuck I want to spend my vacations looking at a damn slave dungeon? You know, it's like it's like insane. You know, and I guess Ghana's an all right country, but I just don't see the attraction.
I don't see it. It ain't it.
Huh?
It ain't it. Ghana ain't it, man. It's a scam.
But
Scam
hold on. What is actually got? They got that square, the Kwame Nkrumah square thing with the black star. Other than that, what do they have? What tall buildings? I can tell you places in Liberia, man. You got the J.J. Roger Monument. You got the famed Ducor Hotel sitting there. You got all this history there in Liberia. You got the Masonic Temple all throughout the countries and whatnot. You know, you got these historic churches that were built in the 18th. You see our history in the 18th century, the 19th century, whatnot. You know, I go look at Ghana. What the heck do y'all got?
Bruce Leroy should be called Bruce Lecoq. Why do you want 10,000 Chinese male engineers to come to your country?
Yeah,
So
you're gonna have 10,000. You're gonna have 10,000.
Do these guys really think of what they're saying? You want a bunch of men come to your country, foreign men.
Why would you want that
Stupid
many
ass people,
single military age males in your country? That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. You know, you see all these Chinese, they're leaving so many and they abandon them too. Deadbeats. They're leaving so many Africans, women with half Chinese babies, and but now some of these governments are going after them. They're doing DNA tests and they're going after some of these guys. You know, well, good luck trying to get money out of them in China, but in America, several Americans, you know, they're getting money from. You know,
I heard that situation in Kenya with like the British soldiers coming there.
Right? Yeah, that happened. Kenya went after them and got money. You know,
that's embarrassing, dude. That's embarrassing. You think Russia would do that in some Africa? They probably try to kill the guy first off.
So I'm like, you know, so I don't know about our brothers and sisters substance. We gotta bring the mentality up, man. You know, we gotta bring the mentality up. I don't get it. Chinese. Why do people think the Chinese dominate tech in America? You know, I don't. As I recall, man, I don't think Microsoft is Chinese, bro. We all use Microsoft, right? You know,
manufacturing. That's manufacturing and tech are two.
They manufacture cheap ass goods, you know, raggedy ass goods that fall apart in China, you know, but that's about it. You know?
Get them Chinese nuts, man.
China's
you go over to China, they won't even let you in the McDonald's. Stupid ass.
China ain't got shit, you know. Africa, million years old, and even figure out how to pay road. Come on, Rico, that's wrong, man. They not pay road. It ain't that dire.
It's pretty.
Yeah, but like I said, you got these. Bruce Leroy, obviously an African fanboy, and whatnot. You know,
he's probably one of them guys who grew up watching like kung fu movies, right?
Yeah, kung fu movies or not. You know, China. And look, I'm not gonna take it to China, but the Chinese only there because they invited U.S. companies there. You know, Mao Zedong, when he has Great Leap Forward, how many people starved? Like 10 million people starved. You know, it wasn't until the 70s when the McKinsey group came there and U.S. companies started doing that. The Chinese started copying what the U.S. companies are doing, and now the rest is history. They started learning all this stuff and everything like that. But it was U.S. companies that came there and taught the Chinese manufacturers. You know,
I don't care if Chinese like me. Of course, yeah, no self-respect, man. I don't know. I think he American anyway. So
the Chinese basically out for China. You know,
yeah.
China is out for China. That's what it is. Russia's out for Russia. America's out for America. China's out for China. All these countries I'm seeing now, nobody really gives a damn about the next country. Your next country could starve for it.
Nope. You know? China's not really helping Russia with their war.
Right.
Neither of those countries are helping Iran. Really, they're giving them like some help, like some equipment.
Because China gets a lot of oil.
They're not sending soldiers there. They're not sending soldiers to go and fight.
You know what I found out? I found out that China does not have one major factory on the African continent. Not one
That's
factory,
right.
you know. They got all they do is extract natural resources. How is it that 2026? And maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe there's something beyond my comprehension, right?
But I mean, I'm sure they have factories in Africa.
No, not major factories. You know, major factories. No manufacturing. They have no manufacturing. But let me say this. Let me say this. People always say, like I look at what happened to Bay Mines in Liberia, right? It's a Turkish company, right? Now I've done my research, right? I said, what would it take? Even if you look at goddamn ChatGPT, what would it take for me to operate my own mining operation? And ChatGPT will tell you, this is what you need, blah blah blah. You need this level of management. You need this right here, blah 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 blah. How come Africans can't say, you know something? Every last single thing in Africa, from lithium, like that, we are going to process this stuff and make finished product, right? And then say we're going to put together our own team, right? That know the structure, top to bottom, right? And we'll partner with a foreign company that's going to help us assist and get to the next level. That's what the Japanese did. The Japanese didn't let people come over there and start building.
You know what's sad? You know what's sad? It's 2026 and you're still asking these questions.
Yeah,
It's
and
just
so that's why.
like Hustle Smart says, doomed.
Yeah,
Dude,
that's
we're
why
doomed, man.
that's why when I get
We're
Africans get up
doomed.
here and they want to run their mouth to me and whatnot, I'm like, dude, man, you have no idea how fucking far back you are. You know, that's how I saw St. James that. Dude, you at this point in time, with all the Africans that live abroad, right? They got it so-called they tell you they got degrees in education. You mean tell me they can't put together their own business consortiums, their own engineering consortiums and stuff like that?
They're over in Europe chasing white women, dog. They're not
Oh yeah,
trying
you
to
see,
build their country.
mostly it be those Africans on the street. Do you date black guys? It's mostly Africans with the mic in their face. They always trying to get you. I'm like, dude, do that in Europe. We don't come to America doing that. That's dangerous, you know. Touching on white women in public and shit like that, you know. You don't do that here, you know. This is not the country for that, you know. So I said, if y'all want to sit there and spend all your time chasing white women, you remember that dude Judah? I haven't seen him in years. What happened to him? Remember Judah Empire, whatever?
Maybe he got deported.
I thought, I thought the same thing. I think Judah got deported, you know, and he just disappeared out of nowhere, you know. Judah got deported. But all this motherfucker would talk about is him going back to his raggedy ass Cameroon and preventing black Americans coming over there, taking his women. That's what these motherfuckers were doing. They think about their little hovel, their little fiefdom, you know.
And then he thinks some black Americans say, I can't wait to go to Cameroon.
Yeah, that's what I swear to God, it's funny, man. Nobody wants your raggedy ass women, man. Come on, man. You know. And so Judah, man, I'm like, yo, dude, and he thought that he didn't need black Americans. He believed that white Americans, he's gonna attract white Americans to come invest in this country. What's the average white American when they look at I learned this years ago, even with Angola, right? Do you know how when Africans say they got natural resources, do you know how when the mining companies, stuff like that, they got a whole globe of portfolio of minerals all across the globe they could choose from. And it's not just that easy, right? When you start negotiating, as soon as the Africans say, no, we want this, they say, oh no, I think we're going to do a better deal with this country over here. Just like that. Because there's so much abundant resources. The Western companies could have their pick. Now, the only thing Africans do is learn how to make the stuff themselves and process it and make finished products. They're so reliant. I learned about Angola. They're so reliant on foreign investment to take their minerals.
They always look for foreign investment. They don't look to, utilize those resources themselves for the benefit of their country
and build industries around them. I just don't get it, man. I don't understand the African mind. That's what somebody said. Well, why don't you guys? I said, look, you can't. I cannot build a community in Africa because I can't sit back and live in mediocrity. You know, they want us to live under their mediocrity. You know, you're going no place. You know, I'm saying to myself, what the hell? If you got lithium, right? Like I said, lithium is the newest thing. Until the electric batteries go out, do you think that's gonna happen anytime soon? I think electric batteries are the thing in the future. I think that's going to stay here for a while. Well, at least another 15 years, right? Why aren't you saying, look, we want to make batteries. We want to be the place where electric batteries are being made, you know, long-term batteries are made or something like that. Well, we're going to make this ourselves. We ain't going to let companies come there. We're going to mine the companies. We're going to form the mining companies. We're going to mine the stuff, right? We're going to stockpile it. And then we're going to start processing stuff ourselves, adding value to it, right? And if companies want to come and make batteries, they're going to make it here on our territory, employ our people.
Well, Kala, the reason you're saying that, you're a high IQ African American.
Yeah.
You're thinking logically. They don't think like that, and most people don't. I mean, some people would think like that who would try to do that. I mean, I think some areas in Angola they've done that with oil, but I don't know. Other African countries, maybe Ethiopia.
Well, you got people like Elvis telling me I ain't that smart. Telling me, oh, what makes you look? I look at these I said, look, I'll be honest with you, Bray. Hurt to feel. I look at the average legislature in Liberia, man. You talk about people that got to me, like they got a 5th grade education. What did
Yo, Carl, didn't you say that the Liberian congressmen they make more than their U.S. counterparts do?
Yo, when you add up all the perks and everything they get, right? They get a salary of like $12,000 a month, right? And let me tell you something. In 2003, when they got rid of Charles Taylor and they formed this government, what they did was the international community allowed Ellen Sirleaf and them and these rebels to form a criminal enterprise, masquerading as a government. You know, it was a criminal enterprise. The high salaries, the perks, everything like that. Most of the money that Liberia sucks up, it goes to government expenditures and salaries and stuff. The people don't get shit. It was a criminal enterprise, you know. That's all it is, you know. But when one person said, "Well, somebody said, look, the whole system is goddamn corrupt," you know.
Country's done now,
this time, man, I'm angry because I felt like I wasted years in this country, right? And don't seem.
Well, at least you didn't waste 30 years. Like, what's this man? What's the guy from Nigeria?
John Cashin.
John Cash.
Which 30 years of his fucking life or not in a fucking shit ass country like Nigeria. You know, nothing, you know. No. Africa is where people's dreams go to die, you know. You can sit there all the time when people listen to you, they'll like you, stuff like that, but you ain't getting the only thing works is this. If I had if I went to Liberia with $1 million, a bag of $1 million in my hand, I would get everything done.
Yeah. You're better off investing
some money. I can get shit done overnight. Because you got to bribe. You know?
I think you lose all that money, Carl.
Well, I would get something done. You know, I'll get something done. Shit. You know, I would get something done. Say, hey, look, because I'm ready. But that's what you're gonna take because these people ain't thinking about the long term or the betterment of their fucking country. You know.
No, Bruce Leroy. The problem with Africa is that the smart people leave. That's the thing. They leave.
Yeah, smart people leave. Smart people like myself have no place on the continent. They have no place on the continent. You know, so all they do is push us out. It's not a matter of mind. Most people over there know exactly what you guys are talking about. Yeah, I know they know what we're talking about, but they don't have no. It's like they know exactly what we're talking about. I sit there and talk to Liberians. They know it, but it's like they're so scared and intimidated because nobody wants to be that one that stands up. You know, nobody wants to be that person that stands up and like this. Everybody just goes along with the get along. You know, that's why in Liberia, the biggest thing right now in Liberia is partying. Liberians know how to party better than anybody in the damn world. 7 nights a week, man. Clubs are packed, man. DK. Clubs are packed. Nobody can out club Liberians. They got the best nightclubs, the most lit up nightclubs, everything, whatever it is you think in America, they got the best DJs, they got everything. They massive clubbing, party, whatnot, but after a while, man, it's like being in Disneyland all the time. You want to go home, right? You want to get serious. You can't play all day and whatnot, But people just drink their frustrations away.
Sad, man.
It is sad, And you got people in
Looking
power
at
who don't give a shit about the people. Don't give a shit about the country. And I said to myself, I can't love a country more than the people do. I can't do that. I'm not gonna do that no more,
That's what I'll be saying, man. You can't want for those people in Liberia more than what they want. It's
Right.
just not going to work.
Yeah, so I guess that's why I took a step back, Say, look, I'm gonna take a step back, Build a company. Who's gonna build a
that
company? What
country-
company can you possibly build in Africa? What company you gonna possibly build?
Only company you could build in Africa is maybe like a mercenary company, like
Yeah.
Executive Outcome or something like that. That's the only thing you can build because that's the only people making money, like Wagner Group.
I never seen. I have yet to see anybody. First of all, before you start building a company in Africa, right? You need the rules and everything set in place. You need because people are not going to just come. At least the private sector is not just going to come and everything. Like, let's just pray. You go there and want to open up a company, right? Bruce Leroy, what do you do about electricity? You know how expensive electricity is in West Africa because the grid is always down and stuff like that. It's just what it is, running water, the waste disposal, sewage, regulations you need, all these things you need in place before a business could thrive, accounting, ease of what they call ease of doing business.
One
See,
of the business laws.
They pick of places in the world that they can go and make money to.
Only a flip flop. Man, Rico, man, you crazy. Only a flip flop country. Flip flop company. I'm gonna think of that. Maybe we should start a flip flop company in Nigeria or Liberia, man. That'd make it
Yeah, shoes. No, you go to Waterside. Another thing is this. You go to Waterside in Liberia. I mean, they import everything. Ships come in from all over the world, right? On Waterside, you could get the latest belts, buckles, everything anything, handbags, everything you want, all imported. Now, when stuff is imported like that, right? That's millions of dollars being drained out of their country, and so if there's no money in the country, how you gonna make money? So it is what it is. It is what it is, So there's no protectionism. There's no this. The Lebanese do what they want to do. They import their own stuff. Now, what thing that could happen is this. If you had a warehouse space, right? If you built a warehouse space that's air conditioned, solar, something, DK, the whole time I've been going to Africa, I have never seen anybody. People talk about solar energy. They're going to go to Africa and build a solar. I have yet to see anybody use a solar panel. I've yet to see.
I think I saw some Black American try to start a solar panel company.
They think a lot of Black Americans think they're going to get away from that light bill, and whatnot.
Who are you going to sell it? Who are you going to sell it to? That's the thing. Who are you going to sell it to? Who's going to buy it?
Yeah, because solar panels energies are expensive, Yeah. So how
you need those batteries? You need those expensive batteries to store them.
Batteries are expensive, and all stuff like that. The panels are expensive. To install it's expensive. It ain't even worth it. It ain't worth. Like people, solar's the next wave of the future. Yeah, but solar costs more money than it's actually worth. I know people that got solar panels in the house, whatnot. What they pay for the solar panels, everything is like what they pay 3 or 4 years in electricity, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, after 4 years, I'll be telling this. So you 4 years, you'll start seeing the savings. And I'm like, man, get out of here with that shit, But I see people using generators as a backup. generators, man. It's like, every time you look around, generator lasts one night. You gotta put the gas in there, buy gas, put it in there again, and stuff like that. You gotta buy the LEC that lasts for 4 days. When that goes out, you gotta put money, you gotta turn the generator on for a day or two, and then you're back in the circle. Yeah, you're paying a lot of money, And so the bottom line is this: the power grid and all stuff like that. All that stuff like that got to be in place when you talk about invest. That's what people look at when they come to a country. They look at how easy it is to get to the roads access. They look at all that stuff like that. And not only that, when people go to a country, or even a neighborhood, like why do you think people don't invest in the black communities? Nobody wants to be surrounded by a war zone. People say, but Barack Obama, he did a good thing. He was like, he did a noble thing. He gonna get companies to invest in the inner city. Look how that turned out, right? Because if you got a guy that got a company that got, even if he got a government contract, right? What do you think he wants to build his company, right? In the inner city, being around black folks, or he wants to build that in the suburbs where he can, 3 o'clock.
Did he open the Obama Center in South Side of Chicago?
Yeah.
We'll see how that turns out. How many people get killed in the Obama Center?
Yeah.
I hope it works
Like I
out.
said, it's look, as long as Black America is where it is right now, and I believe, right, as long as Black America keep doing what it is, they're gonna keep losing Africans and immigrants coming over here. Black America has become like a dysfunctional war zone, and so the Congressional Black Caucus, there's no agenda in Black America, so the immigrants took over the agenda. Everything you hear.
I actually heard the Obama said it's going to have a pickup basketball court. So that's.
Oh yeah. People get killed. I'll be so embarrassed. People get shot and killed and whatnot. Like I said, man, I don't know what's wrong with Black America. Black America's fucked up. It's just a fucked up place. I don't know what's going on in America. I just think it's America altogether. I think what it is. It's mad.
They haven't reached the level. They haven't reached the depths of the Black South African. I mean, they're not going to an Indian gas station telling them not to hire a Nigerian. They're not doing stupid.
Yeah.
Shit.
Well, the thing is, Black America. The problem is like I said, it's madness. Black America is madness. In other words, basically, and I see the reason why I do what I do. I got a clear mind, right? Like how you guys people talk about that girl, that Mexican girl that made the racist comments.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't talked about that because I don't expect anything more or less from these people.
I think most people are aware that these Hispanics are racist.
Yeah, we know that. Why Black people walk around acting like they're shocked?
I don't know. Man.
And so another thing is, if you really do believe, like I said, I believe we could get what we want out of this country, right? But I know for a fact of the matter is, right, when you talk about the founding documents, like the 1772, like that, I know they were not talking about my ancestors. Now, if I luck up and benefit, just fine, right? But I know for a fact of the matter is the founders of this country were not thinking about me when they wrote that. I know that, so I'm at peace with that. It's when you have Black people who actually believe that, right? And then when they see they get discriminated against or whatever like that, and they say, I thought we were all Americans, right? And then they go crazy. See, I never believed that.
You should let 1776 come on and debate that point. Because he's the rah pro-America guy. So
his whole thing is like, but he is the thing of this is how it was 1776. He just looking at it from a standpoint of like he doesn't want any power or anything like that. He gets to be in America, right? He has a job, and he started talking like that when he started making a little bit of money doing Uber and Lyft. He got a little bit of money in his pocket. He's happy. First time in his life he's making money. He's happy. Okay, I get that, right? But the thing is, and so some people, that's all they want out of life, right? They just want to be making money, want to be happy, whatever, making money. But my whole thing is, to me, that's not enough. I could appreciate what I have in America, right? But I'm the type of person that I want what the white people have. They really have
You
hate.
know what, Carla? Rico brings up a good point. I think the problem in Black America is the Black Democrats. They're a big part of
Yeah, well, yeah, we settle. We in the Democrats, we settle for mediocrity. Yeah, which the Democrats to pretend to be shocked. They act like there's some beautiful black-brown coalition that this shock doesn't exist.
They're the only ones talking this people of color garbage, man.
This POC.
I never hear a Mexican say people of color.
The people of color, the POCs, and all these other people like that. And I'm like,
Only
damn,
black
damn
people, black
POCs.
Democrats.
I look, and then like I said, social media brought it out because you see Chinese online making slick comments. You got Mexicans making slick comments, and all these other people making slick ass comments or whatnot. And they didn't hide behind when they get in trouble. When Trump comes around or the MAGA comes around, suddenly we got to bunker down and all be on POCs and be on code. But this time, Black America said we had enough, For years, Somalis talking shit. I ain't Black American. I ain't this, but then us whatnot here. Now that they're being attacked, oh, we're all black and whatnot. We're all black and whatnot. It's all bullshit. We're tired of it, We're tired of it. We're tired of people fucking using us and everything like that. Because that's how Black Americans live. We've been taught by that clown Martin Luther King. I just want to love somebody. No, I don't want to love nobody. I am a certified hate monger. That's what I am. I'm a fucking hate. I teach people how to hate. It's all right to hate, And so people are like, oh yeah, well, I just want to love somebody. Why is the burden of loving everybody always on us? And that's what the job of Black America has always been. Kool and the Gang. I don't know if you remember Kool and the Gang. Celebrate good times. Remember that?
Yeah.
Celebrate good times. Come on, where's the white people's version of that? Why are we always?
It's that type of you're invited to the cookout mentality.
Yeah, you're invited to the cookout.
Kind
of stuff like that. And the bottom line is this: if they really knew who we really were, they wouldn't be talking like that. We always got every time I see one of these stupid Black people, celebrities, talking like that. Yeah, we gotta love each other and whatnot. We gotta get along. No, the fuck we don't. And no, the hell we don't. What the hell are you talking about? Let's come on, let's dance, whatnot. Let's Puff Daddy. I just want to make you dance, whatnot. The bottom line is it ain't our job to fucking entertain and love everybody, And that's what the problem is, right? It's all right to do that in a party setting, whatever like that. But when it comes to business and comes to politics and whatnot, no, it don't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Not everybody's invited, and we're got to be very strict about what we are, who we want, and what we want to represent. This whole idea, everybody invited to the cookout, everybody come, and we're all gonna celebrate and whatnot, And then Trump is the evil bad guy, the MAGA. I said,
Trump, man.
This problem did not start with Donald Trump. This problem has always been there. It'd be like, oh, Donald Trump
just brings it to the forefront. He can't hide anymore. He brings it to the
that time. Did you remember in 2000, I think 11 or something like that, when they had that White House correspondence and Trump was there? And Obama did jokes about Trump whatnot, and everybody was laughing.
Yeah, this Obama guy, he's just a white guy in blackface.
Oh, he's just a white man with a tan, There was something Donald Trump looking at, like wherever he was thinking, like, I'm gonna destroy you. He knew that in his mind, like, I'm gonna show you the real America. Trump, Obama awoken something in this man, right? That we're like that, So right now, you really do have white people, on this idea of white supremacy, domination, and everything, and they completely forgot about Obama and Obama years and all that. They don't care anymore. He awoken something he knew was already there, That is just he didn't just basically like that. He brought something out of the white people that they always were there.
And you know what? One of their white supremacy calling cards is that they keep harping on. You know, one of them is
They get
is
replaced.
no, not just that about Rhodesia, South Africa.
Well, yeah, they
They
kept
keep
talking about
talking
that.
it. They're
I was like,
obsessed with it.
I'm like, remember Dylan Roof had the Rhodesia flag on.
Yeah.
So the whole idea of this is what it is. The whole idea of this is how dangerous Black America is right now. If you really think that you're going to roll over these people and take over America and Rainbow Island, you are looking at a race war. Like they don't even like the fact that Black people are the majority in South Africa. They see South Africa as a white settlement. That's part of the global white
They're still angry that they lost Rhodesia. Like
they won't let Rhodesia go.
white Americans.
Yeah,
they have nothing to do
because
with it.
it's part of their global empire.
Yeah. But we
They
got Africans
they
saying,
build-
"Oh, we're a rainbow nation. We're all one people."
Yeah,
Talking
so
that
we all
bullshit.
look. So the bottom line is this: they don't see it like that. You see this ambassador to South Africa, this guy Brolin. He used to be on Fox News. This guy's racist as hell, man. You know,
Yeah.
he's like, yo, basically telling them bring back apartheid. Basically, you know, white people should have veto power. And all that. That's
Like
the
I
way they
said,
think.
man,
That's the way
those
they
black people there are going to. They better get real. They better get real. They get better know they're part of
Musk,
black
I
people.
really do feel that something's gonna happen. Trump, right before he leaves office, right? There's gonna be U.S. troops in South Africa.
But they're going to say it's African immigrants that invited them. They're going to say it's their fault because just call it. They're scared to death. Those blacks there.
Yeah,
They
the
don't
bottom
want
line,
to
the bottom line is this: you got Irania down there, white settlement, and whatnot. And the bottom line is this: the black South Africans, like it's like Lozy, all they care about is getting their little piece. It's like a lot of black people in America, right? All they care about is getting their little piece. That's why when you know what the black South African
No,
mom.
you can't compare them. Don't compare them to Black Americans, Colin. Don't.
No. I'm talking. You let me finish. I said Black America was like South Africa's mommy. Black America was like 1776. That's what they remind me of, right? All hell's breaking out loose and whatnot. You know, it's obvious that it's a white area and whatnot. We know what that do. But the South African blacks, basically, they won't freaking touch the white people or question the context of how they got there, you know, because they're benefiting from it. Right? That's all it is. People like Lozy benefits from the corruption and the white supremacy that built South Africa. It's like 1776.
You know what the problem is, Colin? I've come to the realization. Those people just don't want to build their own shit. I mean, period.
Same thing with a lot of
white
black people in America.
Those people are a minority. You could easily get them out of there and start building your own. And like I said, it makes me, you said this before, it makes me question, did blacks ever build shit?
No. I'll tell you in a minute, right? When people tell me, I look at the city of Carthage. Look,
why wouldn't you want to build your own infrastructure, your own nation?
You could put me on a firing squad and say, Colin, did black people build the city of Carthage? And I'll say, hell no. Okay, sorry. I would die before I go out. And also Morocco. You got somebody said that, it was on Dine Show, I think today. Some clown was saying that they built North Africa. When I'm like,
he was probably that Al guy. He probably said Fulani's built North Africa and civilized you.
I went to Morocco. I've been there, right? There ain't no way in fucking hell no black ass sub-Saharan Africa could build something like that. There's no way. I'm sorry, right? And the reason why I talk like this, right? Because let me tell you something, DK. And everybody listens to this show. Say what you want, right? The black man in America, although we say we're the most advanced black people in the world, We have to prove to ourselves, the world ourselves, that we are capable of parting ways with white America and building a nation of our own. If it means killing people that gets in our way, if it means going to war where Africans get in our way, so be it. We have to prove to ourselves in the world. And then you know what will happen? White supremacy will die overnight. Because the white supremacist mind believes that they conquered you, they made you, they sustain you, and they own you. And you're not going to do nothing until you build a figure like this.
Yeah, see, I believe that we black people built.
I don't
I
believe
believe black people built ancient Egypt and Kush. I believe that. I believe that. But then when you see
Hold
like today,
hold on. Were they sub-Saharan black Africans, or they were like not black Africans?
No. What's the difference, Colin?
So they're two different races, two different cultures,
They're still black people. They're black.
No. That's white people. They're two completely different races. You know,
I don't believe they are. They're not two.
Hey, look, I know black people like to explore the line. The bottom line is, it's just like the
they were black African people. Black
hold on. Look, that's a.
I don't believe in this sub-Saharan.
Hold on. Ethiopians don't consider themselves black Africans.
You don't know about that, Kala. It just depends who you ask.
Themselves black Africans. The ancient Egyptians were closer to Ethiopians and Somalians. So the bottom line is, I look black sub-Saharan Africans from the Congo and stuff like that, which is a majority of black people, did not build the civilization in the Nile River. You know, as simple as that. It was not no
Egyptian
damn
sub-Saharan Africans from the south. That's right.
No sub-Saharan Africans. Ain't nobody could talk to you blue in the face. I'll never in a million years believe that shit.
You'll never believe that.
There's no way in hell. I'm looking at the culture. I'm looking at the culture of Africa right now, and I look at everything we see right now. There's no way in hell.
I get your
no way in hell you go from that advanced civilization to being this backwards. You got people still in sub-Saharan Africa still hunting and gathering. You know, goddamn. You know.
I get your point. It's like, how do you go from building pyramids to hunting guys?
Stuff like that. You got still people living in thatch and mud after 15,000 years of civilization, still living in thatch and mud and whatnot. So how are you going to go from that to building stone temples and whatnot to living what you have right now?
A lot can happen in thousands of years. A lot can happen in thousands of years.
Oh, yeah. So in other words, you lost all the knowledge of that?
They managed to do it, Colin.
So let me ask you a question. Okay, name me one stone structure in West Africa.
There's stone structures in West Africa. I don't know about the top of my head. But...
There's no stone structures in West Africa, bro. There's no stone structures in the Congo.
There's stone structures in Zimbabwe.
Yeah, but that even then, you know, there's some people say, yeah, well, you know,
Colin, don't take credit away from it.
But the bottom line is, you look at, go to Cameroon, go to most of the Congo, Gabon, and all those other places like that. Tell me any evidence of high civilization. You know, we were on here on a boat for a reason, because people saw an inferior people, a backward people, and they took advantage of us for hundreds of years. You know,
so Colin, how do we go from Black Wall Street to selling
Black Wall Street? Hold up. Black Wall Street happened in America. What's that opinion? And Black Wall Street was one thing.
50 years.
Hold up. Black Wall Street, but now you got David Stewart. See how he progressed?
Yeah.
You know, you never go backwards. People don't go backwards; they progress.
They went backwards, Colin. They lost the war.
Oh no! I know. We were at we were at where we were at. As simple as that. We will never.
You can say the same about the Mali Empire. Mansa Musa was the richest man in the world.
It's like this. And some people will say Mali was a really good civilization. It was a really beautiful civilization. It was an advanced civilization and stuff like that. But you know, let's be completely accurate, right? The first people of the Mali Empire came from Samaria, right? And the people.
Come on, Carla.
No, I'm
Stop
just
it.
kidding. They came from Samaria.
Stop it,
And also,
Carla.
hold on. Also,
Come on, Carla. That's not true. Now that's not true.
the first people who created Ghana. If you look at Ghana, the ancient Ghana Empire, there were two.
They were black
There
people,
were two
Carla.
civilizations in one. One was an African civilization, and one was a civilization of the Almoravids, right? The stone buildings of the Almoravids, brick buildings, right?
Ghana
Right
Empire
alongside
predates
of the African village was cone huts and whatnot, you know, and then or eventually they all merged together, you know. That's what you have.
Come on, Carla. I know you. I get your point, but Ghana Empire was Black Empire. That was not Almoravids
No,
or
no,
Berbers.
and Marishai, there are no stone structures in West Africa. I'm not talking about mud bricks. I'm talking about stone. The only stone structures in West Africa is in Liberia. Was in Liberia. Those are the first stone structures built in West Africa. The Masonic temples and stuff like that.
Carla learned African history from the KKK.
I'm not saying. I used to be the one. Oh man, we built civilization. They didn't dawn on me. If we built how the fuck do we end up in a fucking slave ship? And then now we learned the truth. We ain't built shit. Now it explains everything. Now we can start from scratch. You know, but we keep telling ourselves we built some civils. That's why we ain't made no progress. You know,
how do you say man? How do
we build civilization? And the bottom line is we can't even build a goddamn factory. Come on, man. You know, come on. You know.
So you say Mansa Musa wasn't Arab? He wasn't a black dude. So you're saying
we gotta stop lying to ourselves, man. You know, we gotta stop kidding ourselves. You know, people want to look. Like I said, for the longest time, I used to tell young black kids, "Yeah, man, you built pyramid." Then now I'm like,
you know what? I can guarantee you, Mansa Musa was definitely a black man. Because you know why? You know why, Carla?
Why?
Because he was the richest man in the world. He went to Mecca.
So-called,
he tricked off all his money, and he came back with nothing.
You got that from online, right?
What?
When he says the richest man in the world, that came from online.
I mean, that's what they say. Supposedly, he was the richest man to ever live. That's what.
Yeah, but according to who? Where'd you get that from?
From source, Colin. That's what supposedly. I don't know if it's true. Let's just say he was wealthy.
Well, I know he was a very rich man, but where you say richest man in history? What's your source?
I don't know, Colin. That's why I hear when I watch these YouTube videos.
I'm saying, you like everybody else. You get your education from YouTube and whatnot, and we believe anything, you know. I, for the longest time, used to believe a lot of this pseudo shit, man, you know, and I realize now it wasn't
good. It said BBC. Even BBC says that Mansa Musa.
I would say, a lot of articles are written about.
I think, Colin, I think they say that. Here's why. Hear me out. I think they say that as like a side dish. Like, look, you niggas have money and you still squandered it. That's because how can you be the richest man to ever exist and have nothing to show for it? What does Mali have now? They're struggling with a couple of
Mali's the poorest country in the fucking world.
It's like, man, it's crazy.
So my whole thing is this. I'm sick and tired of fairy tales and shit like that. I just want to know one thing: are we capable of building a nation right now? That's all I want to know. You know, I want to prove it to myself because I don't believe. Because until I see it myself, I will not believe it. You know, I don't want to hear about no past kingdoms, those kind of stupid shit like that. You know, it don't mean nothing to me. I want to see. Why are we sitting? If we built civilization, we built pyramids and everything. What the fuck are we doing in America? Why are we wasting time living on this fucking white devil? You know.
Oh, let's look at things in the span of time.
I know. Look, I can't look. I cannot look. I can't look. And he got moves. My good brother Mufasa. What defines the civilization? You living in America, it's under white civilization, Mufasa. You can change your name all you want. You living in a white man's civilization. You under his guide, his captivation. You don't control the context of your reality. You live in America. I'm sick and tired of candy coating this shit. I'm sick and tired of playing the game. Until we prove to ourselves and the world that we could build something without this white man and whatnot, we ain't shit. We can't claim nothing like that. Then if you build that nation and whatnot, and it becomes great, then you inherit all those things, your talking points and everything like that. But until you build something on your own, you can't sit in another man's country for 400-something years and whatnot, living off of him, being ruled. I hate the fact that I'm fucking living in a country where I'm ruled over by my fucking worst enemies. How the hell that happened? How did we end up here? I don't want to hear that nonsense. The black men in America, all they do is talk fucking shit. And I'm tired of it. There's no way you can tell me we built civilization. We did all stuff like that. And what the hell we did when I say, okay, we built civilization? Because when I first went doing the African, I actually believed that. I believe that we built civilization.
You gotta look at things in the span of time.
Hold on. You got black people who say we built civilization. Oh no, it can't be done and whatnot. Why can't it be done? You got technology and everything like that now. What the hell do we need?
It can be done. It can be done. It can be done.
So, but
I think the point is,
hold on. But how many people, even when I'm talking about this, how many people in the chat room are even enthusiastic about what I'm saying? They ignore what I'm saying. They hope that I'm talking about something else. They want me to talk about another topic. People get uncomfortable when I talk about an African. I know my people, DK. I know they're full of shit.
I think you just got to do a better job of conceptualizing.
No, I conceptualize nothing. I say like this: even if you can't do it, right, in your mind, somewhere in your mind, right, if you don't believe, I met a couple of people like this guy. What's his name? Comey, his young brother. He's a Gen Z brother. I read this young brother, man, online. It's no joke. I think he called Zemet. They call the Zemet movement, right? These are young guys. I heard him articulate the Afghanistan so that I said, this guy, he's really highly educated. This guy's no more than 19 or 20 years old. And he was like, yes, we need to build our nation of our own. We need to show the world that we could do this stuff like that. And I said, that's a young man who gets it. That's a man who gets it. You can have all the excuses all you want until you believe that you could build your own reality. Here, Mufasa, your own space, your own military, your own reality. You have nothing to say. This is not your reality. This is a white man's reality. You're living in a white man's reality.
It's possible, but like I say, man, you got to do a better job of conceptualizing what an African means.
Hold on. It doesn't even matter. Somebody could be like, something, I don't know about an African, but I'm saying, why are we going through this? Like, you have a lot of young brothers, Gen Z brothers. I hear them talking, right? They're like, man, my family suffered. I'm sick of going through this shit. This one guy said like this. He said, man, this cop pulled a guy over, little dickhead fucking cops, man, pull this kid over, right? The guy said, man, I'm doing nothing. I work every day. And blah, blah. The cop said, well, I just want to find out what's going on. Who are you? I ain't doing nothing. What you pull me out of my car for? He said, well, we just got to get you're in this neighborhood when And the guy was like, man, I fucking hate being black in this country. I hate being black in this goddamn country. And I felt with that pain in that young man's face. Like a good kid,
It's real.
But the bottom line is, I'm saying to myself, I take that very seriously. When I hear young kids saying that, right? And I feel like I'm a failure because us older generation, man, let these kids down. That's the only reality. They say, look, I hate the fact that this white devil got to put his hands on this kid for absolutely no reason, and get away with it. He says, man, I'm just like this. He goes, I'm here to go meet my friends and whatnot, just saying thing. Why am I being pulled out and detained or not? I hate fucking being black in this country. I want to go someplace else. So you got people out there saying they fucking had enough. And I'm just saying, the African is just one idea. I don't even hear people in the chat room give me ideas. All they want to do is sit back and go through pass the same misery on to the next generation.
So, Carla, what would your steps be for making that a reality? The African.
Well, first of all, I keep talking about it, right? And I'm going to the continent next year, and I'm gonna start talking about it. Like I said, I spent a lot of time in Liberia and whatnot, but I'm going to different other African countries, and I'm just gonna gather support. All I need is support. That's all I really need. Support. And then once it becomes like a support, a groundswell, I can't even get the idea of the African on record. That's the first thing. You got to get it on record. You got to get governments, newspapers, and articles even talking about it. I tried to make the African put it on Wikipedia. Wikipedia took it down. I made up a thing, the African, right? That was 10 years ago, right? I said, this is an African American, African diaspora homeland. Is it defined as an African? It was up for like 2 weeks, and Wikipedia struck it down. Somebody had Wikipedia struck it down. They don't even want this talk. This is what I'm talking about. You got to get it out there in the consciousness. I've been trying to get that on Wikipedia for years. What it is, because people make up new words and phrases all the time. I created the term African. I tried to put it on Wikipedia, and they took it off. That's the first step. Dave and I are working on the flag.
Because I see it too. People are looking for a way out, but the problem is they're going to. Looks like
I have no problem. Look, I have absolutely no problem with that.
Well, a lot of them
we don't need everybody. I have no problem with that. If people are leaving and they want a way out, we know we're gonna get people. That's it. What I don't want is people who are just nailed to the freaking floor of America. I ain't going nowhere, no, nothing like that. These are fools. It's time to look beyond America. I don't care if you go to Canada. I don't care if you go to Mexico. Do something, That's the spirit of the African. Explore. Our ancestors were pioneers. I think we went out west. I think we went to Canada. We built a community, a small city in Mexico called Little Liberia. You know that? We went to Mexico and built a city in the 1920s called Little Liberia.
Well, they built up.
We went to the Dominican Republic, created the city of Samana. We're always
Black Americans built up Nova Scotia in Canada.
We built everything. So we're not these people that sit here and gonna take bullshit forever. We're gonna branch out. And so the African is just gonna be the headquarters of a global Black American diaspora. That's all. So until we prove to ourselves and everything that we could do without the white man. Look, like I said, 1 in 25 Black families in America are now millionaires. There's 2 million Black millionaires in America. And what that tells me is we did this without white America. So white America would love to come in and take credit for that. We did this in spite of them. And like I told the white guy, this white guy want to call it my show. I let him know because we have nothing to talk about. We have
white people now try to take credit for Liberia.
Of course they are. They're over in Liberia trying to create a history that never existed. But the Liberians, you heard my guy Ross, right? Right? Yeah. Played him. Liberians are not stupid. Liberia does not have a history of white America. There were no white settlements there. There's nothing. They want to make it seem like America created Liberia and all this kind of stupid stuff like that. But Liberians do not like white Americans. They don't. I give them that. They would love to be on the outside taking credit for Liberia. They want to make Liberia like their own, like that. But when they see people like me over there, they get uncomfortable. And this time I went there, I didn't see any white Americans there. Last year I did, This year I didn't see a lot of white Americans at all. So they bottom line is they want to take credit for everything we did, whatever like that. We're just not gonna let them do it.
Nice.
African newspapers, Oh yeah, I will eventually have ads in African newspapers, articles, and magazines. What my idea for a proposal for an African would be and whatnot, But if people think they're gonna come in there and troll, no, it's not possible. They just wasted their time.
How did the white people get Orania started?
I have no idea why. They just did it. That's why. They started going there. First of all, Orania was a piece of private land owned by this Afrikaner. He passed away, and he bought the land right when the election happened in '94. And he said we're gonna build a self-sustaining Afrikaner community. and it's been growing ever since then.
I think you might just have to. Worst comes to worst, just Bogarts and shit, and take it by force.
Yeah, well, I've said that. I said that we need to have, and that's what I said. You got young men here saying, you know something, man, I want my own land and whatnot. You know, if I gotta do what I gotta do, Kala, I'll see you over there. Let's get our own land and whatnot. I got guys in my chat room, young men acting like fucking scary ass cowards. You know, what chance do I got? You know, what fucking chance do I got? And then you want to sit here and tell me you believe we built fucking civilization? Get the fuck out of my face. You know what it takes to build civilization? It takes you fucking conquering. You gotta start winning some wars. You gotta start kicking some ass. That's what it takes to build civilization. Until you do that, don't tell me you built civilization, because I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, so
People don't hear it. People are quiet because I'm saying this because I'm the first person that will tell it like it is. I tell it like it is. I'm not like other so-called people up here telling you what you want to hear to make you feel good. I tell it like it is. Don't call yourself civilized. Don't say you built civilization and you scared to fight for your own independence. While you sit here and complain about racism in a country that obviously don't want you and shit. Oh, Dongo says he's blocked. I don't know. I can't see.
Try to come on.
You know, drop the link to your live. Okay, Zongo Bongo wants to come up.
Let's see what Zongo gonna say.
Zongo
The
Bongo.
Zongo people.
But yeah, I hope you see my point now. You know, you cannot call yourself civilized, but you built civilization. And you scared to part ways with the people that's fucking enslaving you. You know, that's oppressing you.
Well, and history is vast, Colin. You know, things happen in history. Can't say.
Well, I never in history has a group of people submitted to being ruled by and being loyal to the same people that enslaved them. That's never happened in history.
There's a first time for everything, but
Well, it's not going to be the first thing. No, it's the fact of the matter is that there hasn't been people like me around, you know, telling you this is fucking crazy. You know, we don't have people out there saying what needs to be said. I'm the only one brave enough to say what I'm saying. Everybody else is a bunch of fucking little sissies. I tell it like it is. You know, people say
there's more people. There's more people like have your mindset.
There's a lot of people like me. I think I'm the bravest. What you call? You know, so it is what it is.
There's a lot of people who are fed up, man. There's a lot of people.
So, the bottom line is this: but Rome subjugated people. But the thing is, those people didn't voluntarily say, you know something, I'm a Roman now, and people like this. You know, Rome was collapsed by the Gauls and the Huns. Other people of Rhineland, they brought the Roman Empire down. Eventually, Rome collapsed. You ain't got no intention of fucking bringing down the white man in America. Please stop it, Mufasa. My good brother, all due respect. Zongo Bongo.
Yo, what's good, Kyla? What's good? What's good?
What's on your mind, Zongo Bongo?
Oh man, Kyla just came to support your show. What's good, DK?
What's up, Zongo?
Yeah, it's been a while, DK.
What do you think about what I was saying?
What do you mean? I mean your earlier what? Because I just when I joined you, it just you know, someone kind of provoked you. You know, but I mean, I wanted to ask you a question. Like, I mean, Shugu made a very valid question. Kala, on one hand, you're African, on the other hand, you're saying Africans are primitive. But Kala, what's your opinion? Your real opinion on that, Kala?
Look, hold up, yo, Zongo. With anybody that's advanced voluntarily, no matter how much they do, be ruled by another race of people and have no say so? What do they call? Is that an advanced people or a primitive people?
Conquered people.
Exactly. So what does that tell you?
But that's different from primitive, though, Carla.
You know, look, black people on the world are primitive, man. You know, we only think about our basic hand to mouth needs, man. You know, that's just the way it is, man. You know, it's what it is. You know, and what we do is sit around telling us fairy tales about our great civilizations and all shit like that, and the whole world's laughing at us.
So, Carla, you don't believe in the Ghana Empire, Mali, and some Ghana Empire?
Man, we're all right, man. Come on, man. You know, come on.
Yo, Colin, you trying to say they were started by like Berbers or like
Yeah, they were. They were.
Hey, Carla, what's your opinion on the Berbers attacking Mali, Carla? What's your opinion on that?
What? Now, my whole thing is this. Like I was trying to tell DK, you know, well, listen,
Uh-huh.
you know, Molly and them must have been listening to Dynasty Mir's esteemed panel and kicked out the damn NATO, which was stupid, right?
Colin, NATO wasn't doing anything.
Hold on,
They were having this.
look, wherever it was, they were keeping those at bay because they know you're not going to attack NATO like that.
Colin, they were listening to you. They said we
hold
gotta be strong black people, so they kicked out the NATO.
Oh,
So,
okay.
you know,
Carla, that's
yeah,
rules.
yeah.
Carla, that's the pathway towards real sovereignty, though, Carla. You can't be Afghanistan and don't want no.
No,
fight.
I
You
ain't
just
saying
said
about me. I'm talking about for them.
Yeah, but
You know?
you just said right
I'm
ago. It's
saying-
like
Hold on.
you just said it like a few minutes ago, Carla.
Mali's not in Afghanistan, bro. I'm saying
Carla,
like,
you just said like people that build civilization conquered people. So I mean, come on, isn't that a stepping stone
let me
towards
ask a question.
the greater goal?
Colin, wouldn't you say that this is a stepping stone, like Zongo said? They have to fight their enemies.
All right, now let me ask you a question. Now the
Exactly.
Ministry of Defense Ministry was killed. How'd that happen?
Carla, man. We're still waiting for the news, but we don't know.
JFK got killed too. JFK got killed too.
Okay, come on, man. Let's stop it, man. You
Lincoln got killed.
know, so y'all talking. in
Carla,
riddles.
but the whole president, the leader of Iran got killed. Then what? Like,
Hold up. But
the country never fell.
Russia's pulling out. You know that, right, Zongo?
No, they never pulled out. They're still in there.
there.
Yeah,
They
no,
just
that's
pulled out of
propaganda,
Kidal.
man. They're still there. They never went there.
News
They neutralize everything,
Russia's
Carla.
pulling
Carla,
out,
Carla.
right?
Where you get your propaganda from, Carla?
Russia's pulling out. The bottom line is this:
from.
do you think Russia is going to put? You think you ever see Russian troops be killed for Mali?
Kala, they've already been killed. It's a Russian mercenary. They're not there for free, Kala. They're being
You
paid.
got the
to be
Wagner
there.
group there.
Yeah,
the
Africa
Wagner group
Corps.
there.
Let's
So,
call
bottom
them.
line is,
They're being paid to be there.
You think if body counts start piling up, they get. You're talking about another 20 years of war in that country. You know, you think Russia's going to be there long?
It's not a lot of them there, so it's not like they're gonna stay there. They're being paid to be there.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this. So my whole thing is this: how good was they at protecting the damn the defense?
These
Kala,
insurgents are
okay.
being supported
Kala, I wanna
by
know your-
European nations.
I
They're
was going
using
to ask
advanced
Carla.
weapons.
Oh my God. Okay.
Oh, sorry, Zongo, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Carla, like, because he wanna always create Afghanistan an independent state, man. Look, an independent Afghanistan state need a military, Carla.
Yeah.
There's always gonna be people that want to sabotage your free states.
Of course.
You're gonna have
You
haters.
think I know that?
So I mean, Carla. So I mean, putting your security mindset on, like, how would you assess this whole situation?
Honestly, to be honest with you, they
Uh-huh.
should have stuck with NATO for the time being. You know, because I know those terrorists are not going to fire on NATO like they would the Wagner group. You know,
Carla, man, you damn well know that they're playing divide and rule tactics, man. They push them out, and now they're trying to use those groups that have grievances with our nation
Let me ask
states
you a
to
question,
separate the
Zongo. Let me ask you
country.
a question. This is what all you busybodies online, especially our group, whatever. Do you guys actually believe that there's such thing as the jihadists, or you think this is just a smokescreen?
Yeah, there's no jihad.
So you don't even believe that the jihadists is actually real?
No, they've been
They
backed by
are
the
real.
West.
They are real. Kala. They
They've
are
been
real.
backed by the West, bro.
Oh,
I-
hold on. That's what I think I don't understand, right? If the jihadists win, if they got a hold of a country like Mali, they're in proximity to Europe. Why would the West want
But
that?
Colin, you have to look
Kyla,
at
man,
this.
Kyla, look.
Can't be naive,
DK, before
Colin.
you make the point, let me make a quick point. Look, the
So tell
jihadists,
me,
right?
tell me the West's end game. Tell me the West's end game.
So they can work with them. A prime example is in Syria. Look at the Syria, the leader of Jabhat al-Nusra. Can I finish making my point, Kyla? Can I make my point, Kyla?
Go ahead.
You asked me a question. Okay. A prime example is Jabhat al-Nusra, their leader, the guy. He helped in, defeating Assad. And now after he captured that city, they weakened the nation state, and now he's working with the West. They'll work with the jihad leader. What are you
That's a
talking
little far fetched. If that's the case, right? Why is it that we spent so much money making sure the Islamic Caliphate was defeated in Iraq? It doesn't make any sense.
Which
You gotta look at.
we are not talking about Iraq. We're talking about Syria, man. Syria and Iraq is not the same thing.
You could tell Syria, but the Iraq tells a different story.
Yeah, because in Iraq, Kala, in Iraq, wait, Kala, in Iraq, DK, if you can allow me to talk.
But what I'm saying is this: do you think the situation in that vast Sahel is the same thing with little tiny Syria or in the Mediterranean?
Kala,
especially
the case in Iraq, we have
everything they did in Syria was to protect Israel.
Zongo, let me go. Kala, let me give you a bit of history. Let me give you a bit of history. The guy who is the president of Syria, he was a member of Al Qaeda. He was fighting in the Iraq War. He was under Zarqawi, the number one guy of Al Qaeda in Iraq. He was arrested by the U.S. forces and held for 5 years, and then he was released and then went to work for ISIS.
He was even wanted by.
Then he became the president. This is real facts. This is not stuff.
Let me ask you
making this up.
He was wanted, Kala. He was a wanted.
Hold on, for both of what you guys are saying is that
this is facts. Whether you want to believe it or not, it is facts.
So what you guys are saying is that there's no real jihadist movement that's backed by the West. The West.
There is a real jihadist movement, Colin. That's not what I'm saying.
No, but Zongo's saying that.
No, there's not. You know why? DK, you know why there's no real jihad movement?
They will use
DK,
their political aims.
DK, do you know why there's no real jihadist movements? Because for a lot of times they are fighting the Muslims themselves, right? They are fighting the Muslims themselves. They are not fighting the people that don't want to even believe in the. If they really want to fight jihad, why are they fighting the Muslims instead of the ones who don't even believe in God?
No,
you get what I'm saying?
Let me tell you something. This is the way I see it, Zongo, right? In that region right there, Mali, for example, right? In the northern part of Mali, Algerian border, those are people ethnically Tuaregs, right? They're Muslim Tuareg. And the French put the country together. That area should have been its own independent state or part of Algeria. So they always resent the people in Bamako ruling over them, and which to me is legitimate. You got an Arab Berber north, and you got a black south, right? That is the root of the conflict, right?
Kala. In every country, let's just take West African country. There's not a single West African country that you wouldn't find a group that resents this modern state because they've been marginalized. Even in recent times, there's a group in wait, Kala, let me give you an example. Even in recent times, there was a group in Ghana. They named it like in the Volta region, right? The Evers, right? They wanted to seek for independence, and they were neutralized, right? You go to Nigeria, you have the Igbos. They want to have their own Biafra movements. All it takes is that if they go against the West will just finance those groups that have grievances with the government. It's simple, Kyle. Why you act like you don't know this?
Are you saying the West is trying to destabilize your area?
Yeah. Kyle, man, we didn't know about this. Like the Black Americans that DK, quick statement.
That is a serious thing. So
DK, quick statement. Even Black Americans, we know historically there's been a section of Black Americans that have grievances with the nation state of America, right? And then Gaddafi. Kyle, let me make this point. Let me finish. Kyle, let me finish.
Hold on. The thing is, though, hold on.
Kyle, let me finish. Quick. And then Gaddafi tried to pay money to some of those groups so they can destabilize America. And some groups did agree to do that. They were captured by the FBI, Carla. Why you act like
That was
nobody's...
a bunch of nonsense. I'll tell you what happened. Let me tell you, that's a bunch of freaking nonsense, right? If I think Farrakhan misspoke when he said Gaddafi was going to give him $1 billion, and Khalid Muhammad did actually get money from Libya, $5 million, a loan from Libya. You know, a loan from Libya.
It was a loan. It was not a free
It was
money.
a loan. It was a loan, right? The Nation of Islam had to pay back. It was a loan, $5 million from Libya that they got, and they built the Mosque Miriam and several other things and whatnot. You know, Khalid took a commission off it. You know, he negotiated. You know, anyway. Point I'm trying to make is this, though: the Nation of Islam was never serious about that. They got it in over their head because Gaddafi offered Farrakhan land. Right? He said, we're developing the desert region. We have irrigation and whatnot. We could build your own homeland. Farrakhan didn't want that. No. Because Farrakhan doesn't want to part ways with it. Like I said in the last show, the nation.
Oh, he wanted to relocate them to to Libya.
Offered him. Yeah, Farrakhan turned it down.
No, they want to leave it in white masses country.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is the Nation of Islam and all these other groups, they can only exist in the context of the white man. For example, I'm gonna shut up, man. You know, this is what I'm talking about. And it's not funny, man. It's actually sad, right? The most honorable Elijah Muhammad, right? And I said this on the show last time, people got mad, right? He was talking about when he went to Africa, right? And he was really heartbroken at what he saw, you know. He said he saw people living at such a low level that no human being should live. He witnessed nakedness and everything like that. Like this. So he said, unbecoming of civilization, no civilized people to live like the African and stuff like that. He was a Nation of Islam was very victim of the world that they hate. You know, they say all that, but they're products of the modern world they emulate. You know what I'm saying? So he was like, so when I look at that, the Nation of Islam, I know they ain't trying to start a nation from scratch like the Afghanistan. You know, I'm willing to do that. You know, I'm willing to start with a dirt road. I'm willing to start with a dirt road and start from there. As long as I got the land, I can start from there, and eventually, I know as more and more of our people come, we'll build it. I know that. You know, Nation of Islam, those guys, like when they did the and I'm not trying to clown on the Nation of Islam, right? But they did some major mistakes and whatnot. You know, they went.
You clown them. You clown them. Trying to.
I'm not clowning. You know, they did some major mistakes that I just thought that was not really good. Like they went to farming, right? And they bought these stores. They harvested, and all food went bad and whatnot. You know, what they should have did was they should have built factories and food processing and food preservation. You know. And then distribute that. They went right from the farm.
Kala, are you part of Nation of Islam?
Well, I used to go to the meetings.
No. If you're not part of them, they made their own decisions. That's their plan, and they try to accomplish it. It's not your place. It's not your place to tell them they should build factories, Kala. If you want to build factories, go build your Afghanistan and build a factory over there. Let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, it will happen, bro. You know, so,
Kala.
Bottom line, it'll happen because, like I said, you know, I'm going to be the one that leading this, you know, and once I'll be the one to get the territory, I'm the one that get that, and then you know, somehow.
So Kala, you support the Azawad people, man. I'm kind of surprised at you, man. I'm surprised with your stance, Kala.
The what people?
The Azawad people.
You support the Tuaregs. You support the Tuaregs.
What's the Azawad people? I don't know that.
The Tuaregs.
The Tuaregs.
Oh well, my whole thing is Zongo. Right, this. I do believe everybody should have self-determination. That's what I believe, right? I believe no group of people should live under the rule of another race of people. I just believe that, you know, no matter what it is, whatever like that. I believe everybody should have. I will say that in South Africa, right?
Should American Liberians have self-determinations in Liberia?
Well, American Liberians do got so. They got a whole country, you know.
Yeah, I mean, from
Let me
From
tell you
Elvis
something.
Group.
Oh, let me say this, right, Zongo, about Liberia, right? American Liberians want nothing to do with governing that country. You know, they want nothing to do with governing that country, right? Because it's a mess. Now, if it was their own people there, yeah, of course, right? If it was our people there, they would. But they look at the native people. They got the country. Now let them figure it out. You know, that's how I see it too. Let the native people figure the country out, whatnot, this, that, and the other thing. You know, it is what it is. You know, they overthrew the government. They're in charge now. So let them figure the thing out themselves. The only thing the American Liberians want is the country to run right, where they can keep their property and do what they got to do, come in and out when they want to, and everything like that. That's all they care about, you know. As far as running the country and stuff like that, it's like I think they're beyond that. You know, they're not in the nation building phase. You know, they're beyond that. You know, let the freaking native people pull themselves up out of the thing. You know, let the native government, native people have a chance to pull themselves up and whatnot. You know, those of us, we're on the fringes. The American Liberians and Black Americans that live there, and that's part of Liberia. You know, people doing their own thing. They have businesses and everything like that. So governance is overrated. You know, it's overrated. You know, if it's different, if the country was like a major power, or
Kyle, do you think the nation states is an illusion? Because a lot of elites in these nation states are sort of tied with the Western.
I think the electoral process is an illusion. You know, I do not like the electoral process. You know? That's just how it is. People get in office all over Africa, right? And they spend 4 or 5 years or 10 years gathering contacts, looting, get everything they want done. And if they win the next election, they got another 10 years to do whatever they want. If they get out of office, they well connected and they got rich. Every African always leaves office rich because they spend the whole time. And the opposition in Africa ain't about the opposition because they got ideas. The opposition because they want their turn to eat. You know, that's all it is. They want their chance at the coffers and loot the coffers and everything like that. That's how it is.
Everywhere, including America today.
No, it's not in America.
Kyle, I was watching.
Hold on, Elvis. I mean, look, our cities work here in America.
Kyle, can I make a point, Kyle?
Zongo. In America, people go to jail for hundreds of years for corruption.
Kyle,
they go to jail for hundreds of years. There was just somebody in California just said they sentenced a former mayor or something like that.
Hey, DK, do you believe Kyle what you say?
Hold on. Budgets are paid. People salary paid. People don't have salary issues or budgetary issues. Roads are paved. Trash is picked up. The electricity works. Everything like that in this country works. But when you have a country where nothing works and people are getting salaries and whatnot, getting rich, that's what the problem. Some people wouldn't care if the shit worked.
Kyle, nobody's saying to the extent that Africa does it, but I'm saying America also does it. DK, I was watching an interview with a military analyst regarding the Russia-Ukraine war. And it was a Black American Navy officer. That's what a veteran actually. He said he helps the Ukrainians, and there was this drone contract. He was actually given to Donald Trump's kid, a drone manufacturing company. Donald Trump's kid is the one making that money.
Scandals of corruption, but the bottom line is this: I guarantee you one thing. I bet you anything was investigated, right?
What do you mean?
In other words, what I'm saying in Africa, a lot of stuff that goes on aren't even investigated. It's not even.
It is, man. It is.
Hold up. There's a dossier created. You know what a dossier does? That means any government or official, it's on record. Somebody could pick it up and say, "I think I got probable cause to prosecute." That's what's happening right now with James Comey. When there's a dossier created.
So if you believe in America,
there's no record, no nothing. There's no nothing and everything like that. So people get away with the stuff.
Kyle, if you believe in America that much, man, why don't you stay over here, man? Why are you trying to?
I'm saying the fact of the matter is I'm just a fair person. I'm just a fair person. When you look at a situation right here, America does work. You know,
So what were you going to say about South Africa? I want to hear your opinion on that. Go ahead.
what?
What were you going to say about South Africa? The situation in South Africa.
What institutions?
I thought you were going to say
Situation.
something about South Africa, right? What were you going to say?
No, I didn't say nothing about South Africa. I don't think I said. Refresh my memory.
I mean, the grievances they have over there, you think is valid?
Well, my whole thing is this, Zongo Bongo, like I told you last night in the conference thing, you know. Don't West Africans, don't you guys are the most tribalistic people on the fucking planet. You got, when every time I hit Kidola, what does he talk about? My
Damn,
land.
Kyler, man, why you put it down on me? DK is West African too. God damn it, man, put that shit on.
DK is one of us. DK is a born again Black African American man.
DK, you African
Hey, I inducted DK into the family. You know?
Oh man, God, hey, DK became Black American and Zongo get a cross, man. Man, DK, man, that's not fair, bro. Come on, man.
Take it out. Anyway, Zongo,
you ain't gonna help me out, man. DK,
Zongo,
come on, man.
Zongo, this is what I'll say.
I got on Colin when you was talking about South Africa a bit, but
Okay, let me say this, Zongo. My whole thing is this, right? West Africa, right? Every time you see what happened in the Fianca situation in Ghana, 2 elderly Black American women murdered. You know about that, 2015. You know about the Hebrew Israelites got their land taken away in a day raid when blah blah blah.
Hey, Kyler, man, that's an old news, bro. That's an old news, Kyler.
Everything in Ghana is land, tribe.
Do you know how many Ghanaians are killed in the hands of Black Americans in America?
Well, who killed what Black Americans? Stop your lying, Zongo. The lion, Zongo.
Man, God, I swear to God,
like,
ever since I've been to America, like I personally,
what in America? Look, if you're on the street corner buying prostitutes and crack, shit could happen, man. You know,
so
you guys can't be in the hood like that.
So
man,
there's this basketball player, Ghanaian by origin. His name is Mohamed Nazir. He played for Chicago Bulls before, right? His dad actually was killed while he was an Uber driver in Chicago.
Oh, I remember that. It's unfortunately, but the thing is, I drove Uber. I know
Mohamed Nazir.
I know what areas that don't go to. I don't go to every area. I don't pick up everybody. If I see Boomquisha and Pookie, guess what? I slide right there.
Kyler, you remember Mohamed Nazir, the basketball player from Chicago Bulls?
No, I remember when there was a Ghanaian that was killed by a Uber in an Uber thing. I remember that. But my whole thing is this.
But we don't complain that. That's just only Ghana, man. I'm sure Liberians have it, Nigerians have it, everybody have it.
What I'm saying is this, though. That wasn't over a land dispute. You know, that's the difference. You know. Now, my whole thing is Zongo, right? It happened in Ghana.
That's even worse. He's driving. He's working.
Zongo, let me finish, right?
All right, man.
Okay, that happened. We move on, right? Okay, boom. People killed. People got their land taken away. You got a Sabo. People talking about, they want that land back, whatever, like that. Seems like they only want the land back when somebody comes and develops it. You know, I don't know what Bomani's going through with his land, and when I imagine he's probably going through the same thing right now on his land. My point I'm trying to make is this.
What's up with Bomani, Carter? What's up with him?
I mean, Bomani's doing all right. He's getting ready to do another tour in June to Ghana. You know, so the bottom line is he's doing his thing, you know. My whole thing is this, though, you know, and I feel kind of bad because a lot of these people who went to Ghana and started building community settlements it all started with me. You know, when I came around talking about building communities in Africa, they took it and ran with it. You know, I just told them,
Kala, why does everything have to center around you?
That's why.
Why do you have main character syndrome?
Because I am the main. Shut up. You know,
hey DK, you notice that too about Kala?
Bongo Bongo, right? Look, anyway, it is what it is, right? So people went out there on their own, did their own thing. Well, that's fine, you know, that's all good, right? Now, my point I'm trying to make is this: getting back to, you saw that video. Ghanaians are kicking out Nigerians, right? Because it's their country to land. Now,
really? What was that? I thought that was the old news, Kala.
That's what just happened the other day.
For real? That video that you said was real?
Yeah, that's new. You know,
Damn.
Ghanaians like, man, you know, we want Nigerians out, man.
Damn,
While at the same time, they're
actually,
complaining about being kicked out of South Africa. Anyway,
man, it looks like Ghana's are being hypocrites.
so
Like
my whole thing is this.
hypocrisy from Ghana.
My point I'm trying to make is this, Zongo. Now, the black South Africans, do you believe that they have the same indigenous entitlement to their land?
Yes, I do, Carla. Yes,
All
I
right,
do.
so if they got the same indigenous like land, why do you got some Africans telling them that if the white man built it up, it's a white man this? Doesn't matter what the white man built. The land still belongs to the indigenous people, which is the black South Africans.
Carla,
If that's the case, if we can respect that in West Africa, right, which we all do, like I said, in Liberia, hey, it's the indigenous people, it's their land. You know, we came there, we settled on land, we built our civilization on their land, and we conquered their land and subjugated them. But nevertheless, the land is still theirs. You know, and that's the way it is in Liberia.
Carla, do you watch the video on how they killed one Ethiopian guy in South Africa, man? They shot him
What?
in the head. Did you watch that video? How
About what?
one South African killed an Ethiopian business guy
Oh
in
yeah,
South Africa.
they're always killing Ethiopians and Somalis. That's like a sport over there, you know. Yeah, I'm serious. They're always.
But Kelly, you can't be supporting this action though, Kyle.
Look, I'm not supporting that. But I will say this. I will say this, right, Zongo, and I'm glad you called in tonight, right? Because you know what to say this, right? The problem is, Zongo and DK, is the people who are already in the country. They got systematic and systemic issues and problems.
Yeah, you know, I can tell from that.
Yeah, they got systemic and systematic thing, right? If you're an immigrant, right, you're coming under the radar, living off the grid, and you're coming on the margins of a society. You're opening businesses illegally. You're doing all stuff like that. You're not paying taxes. You're doing things underhanded. You're not paying proper wages. You're not doing. On the surface, it looks like you're opening business and thriving. But when you talk about a modern nation state, right? That right there eventually hurts the when large numbers of people come there. Why? Because you're still going to have to need water, electricity, housing. You see, all those illegals are occupying old buildings in South Africa.
Kyle, do you think the black immigrants should have been paying taxes to those indigenous people?
What I'm saying is,
I'm asking you. Do you think
South
that
Africa gives them free health care?
Kyle, I'm saying that. Do you think the black immigrants, if they were paying taxes to them, like how let's say like criminals do, like they pay taxes?
How are you gonna pay taxes if you're not registered or legally documented?
I guess the point I'm trying to say, if they pay like under the table taxes to them, so they can maintain good relationships staying within their neighborhoods.
Oh, that won't hurt, you know. But my point I'm trying to make is, it's not just that, right? If you open businesses without proper licensing, inspection, some people are selling outdated food. Like if you want to sell, South Africa got their own version of the FDA. Before you sell food, it has to be inspected. Immigrants are bypassing all those laws and everything and selling bad food, and South Africans are getting sick. You know, so my whole thing, and also a lot of immigrants like Nigerians are bringing drugs into the country.
DK, what's your opinion on that, DK?
So what I'm saying is this: though, if you got all this activity going on, right? Of course, you're going to have tensions in the country, you know.
But the problem is Kala, is that they only target black immigrants. That's the problem.
Well, let me ask you a question, DK. Are the Chinese and all them doing those quality of life crimes that the black immigrants are doing? Because I'm looking at
they're selling fake shit, but
look,
they don't press them like that.
Look, look at the videos.
What did them dudes, them Odudula guys, try to press up on the Indian? They didn't tell them to get the fuck out of here.
I know that. I get that. What I'm saying is this: do you ever see video images of Hillbrow from the 1970s? Have you ever seen that? Want me to play some?
No.
What's
the point, Colin? What's
the
point, Colin?
That place is beautiful. Now you got dirt caked up on the sidewalk. What the fuck, man? Trash.
Is it caused by immigrants, Carla?
Fucking
Black,
Bangladesh. I have
black
all I know is, man, it's not a good look, man. It's not a good look.
The problem, Colin, is those blacks didn't want to build shit. They bought into the Rainbow Nation, and this is what they get.
Yeah, but DK,
Elon Musk is gonna divide that country.
DK.
So it's a wrap for
DK,
them.
I guess you just gotta stop saying that's their country, right? What I'm saying is that if we continue speaking to them that way, they get agitated and they say they don't want us in their countries, right? And then if we leave, that means other group of people gonna come and occupy that place.
Information, Kyla, on what's going on down there. I got a lot of information what's going on down there.
Oh, yo, what's good? What's good, Dave?
What's good? Kyla?
What's good, my fake Black American? Hey, Dave, man, I heard like DK became a Black American.
Black American? Yeah, man.
And Zago's still in the line, man. Come on, man. What's up, man? Come on, man. Why am I still in the line?
Hey, man, you gotta work harder, man. You're doing something right, Zongo.
Proud Igbo.
Yeah, he said he got you inducted. He got you inducted to become a Black American.
What's up, brother Dave? What's going on?
How you doing, College Genesis, man? It's a lot going on in South Africa, man. It's a lot going on. It's a lot of confusion.
Yeah, my whole thing is this: if you have in South Africa, right? The whole thing is, what would be better? If I saw a video today, right? The friggin' some Ghanaian, where you could tell a Ghanaian or Nigerian, they got the bleach face when I was like, you don't look light skinned. You look like somebody just took the melanin off their skin. They got the purple.
How do you know?
Anyway, they're like going off on fucking. Sorry, they're lazy down there. Like, look, they don't understand. Right? Still, the majority of people dying in those mines, the gold mines, are Black South Africans.
Hey, Kyla, man, why you have vendetta towards Ghana, bro? Kyla, what's your beef with Ghana, man?
Hold on. You understand how potent social media is, right?
Mm-hmm.
South Africa look at that like you're calling us lazy because we're trying to go into the middle class. And remember who saw the movie Gangs of New York?
So I know that movie.
God, man, Kyla, we don't watch movies, man. Where I come from, we don't watch movies.
Let me say this. Remember the one part, Bill the Butcher, when Boss T goes, Americans are mourning, right? He goes, I don't see no Americans, I see trespassers. He goes, Iris Harps do what do for a nickel what a nigger does for a dime, and a white man used to get a quarter for. So in other words, basically, immigrants have always been used to undermine wages and everything. Now, if you got people coming there, and the know nothing, this is not new. Because the know-nothing were nativists who hated the Irish, because the Irish were coming there working for nothing, And so therefore they said, man, you guys are ruining our collective bargaining and our place. We're trying to get to the next level in America, and y'all coming over here just working for anything, man. Y'all work for
what if I tell you the white South African want to give all of those immigrants legal status?
Of course they do. Of course they do.
Get them legal status.
They want to replace the Black South Africa.
Dave, that's my point. They want to blame the immigrants, but the whites control the economy.
The whites want to give them legal status.
Yeah, the whites are the ones hiring them.
And the main problem is coming from really the Zimbabweans. The Zimbabweans, they got a problem with them. And the Nigerians. The thing that really put everything over the top when I'm talking
that Igbo king.
Was that Igbo king? That was the last straw.
Man, that
was
thing, man. I don't know why you're trying to.
That was the one that put them over the top.
That's not an isolated issue, man. Why are they trying to make?
No, that wasn't an isolated issue.
No, that was the icing on
it, and they made it. I thought it was going to happen because they had.
Kyla, look, in every African country, man, every group with their chiefs, man. It's everywhere.
Hello, they had the same.
The only issue Hey,
Yo, there wasn't
DK,
an Igbo. Hold on, look,
DK,
look, this is what it is, bro.
kind of quick point. DK, why do you like the Igbos, man? Why don't you, when you guys do this things nowadays, why don't you speak your local languages, man? Because if that man has spoken in the local language, nobody even knows what is going on. You know?
No, Zongo, my point I'm trying to make is this, right?
I don't know how they get down in South Africa. Man.
But my point I'm trying to make is this. At some point in time, right? And me personally, if I had the power, I would strip every king, every kingdom, paramount chief, continent wide. I get rid of all of them.
Hey, Kala, man, are you crazy, Kala?
Yeah,
You think I'm kidding? Dave, just tell this guy I'm not kidding.
Kala, man.
The
Kala,
colors
you a
actually
white man.
I would get rid of.
Kala,
I
keep
would
on
get
telling
rid of
me,
all
Kala,
of them.
Kala.
I would
Hey,
get rid of all of
Kala.
them, and freaking just say, look, if you don't do that, you're gonna be.
Kala,
in prison.
man, you are a
Like
white
this.
man in blackface, bro. Like that's who you
No,
are,
it's
man.
not that. It's the fact of the matter is, white people, the power structure of the world, have always used. Look, let me say it like this, right? If you have a chief, whatever king, right, he could be fucking a complete illiterate, right?
Yeah.
But the bottom line, the white man knows, like during slavery times, he knows people are gonna listen to him because he's cheap. And you know something, Zongo?
No.
Up until the white man came to West Africa, chiefs never really had that much power. You know why? Because they didn't have weapons. You know, African society was society about war, trade, and stuff like that. And you basically had to be part of a warrior clan or whatever like that. That all changed when you gave empowered a chief. Because Europeans came to Africa and they thought that that it was like Europe where there was one monarch ruling on that. But if you really look at West African history, particularly in that coastal West Africa, it was very, very advanced and democratic. You know, they had
cheap had
societies prior to the transatlantic slave trade, stuff like that. They had councils.
Kala, it still exists today, man. Like it's not like Chief just take decision everywhere. No, it's still democratic today.
Zongo, that's a bunch of nonsense. Chiefs make bad decisions, and everybody got to live with them.
No, it's not like that, man. It never happened.
No, I know it's like that in Liberia because in Liberia, our ancestors put the gun to their head and we took the power from them.
Kala, look, even let's say a prime example, even in a Khan culture, for instance, when there's even a dispute, they always bring it to the king for him to. King is like almost like a judge too. You get what I'm saying?
Well, the king is not a judge. Why is he making?
Kala. Look, when you live in life, the more you grow, you become wise because he's not by himself. He has elders, man.
Okay, so that's wise. Why do you got white men walking around?
Kala, let me tell you something. Kala,
call themselves chiefs and whatnot. You know,
Kala, let me tell you something.
Is that wise? That sound wise to me.
Kala, me coming on your platform,
Kala,
you being an elder, me coming on your platform. Do you know how many things I've learned from you just being on your platform?
Oh yeah, I try to be. Okay.
But there's the age difference.
Hold on. Not everybody's me.
Kala, can I talk? Kala, I want to make a quick point. Look, sometimes there are certain way you speak about certain topics. You can tell my man, Kala is very wise, man, because of his age. He's wise on certain topics. You get what I'm saying?
And I'm not always right. You know.
Yeah, I know.
One thing I don't have, Zongo, is I don't have like the power of life and death over somebody. I don't have the power of like if I say something, somebody could lose their property, somebody could lose this. That's the difference, right?
Yeah, because
you have that sort of power. That power belongs in a court of law. You know, not no chief. We gotta get away from that stuff.
Man. How you trying to start a World War IV, man, in Africa, man?
Oh, the bottom line, look, I'm just trying to tell Africans the reason why you would not have to freaking flood to everybody else's country.
Oh man, you're trying to start a war. You're trying to start a war.
So Elvis, I mean, so Zongo, you wouldn't give up your tribe for the country. You're not willing to give up your tribe for the country for nationalism.
Nationalism.
When you leave the country, as a Ghanaian.
Definitely, yeah.
The country with your tribe.
Yeah.
Man, we need nationalism.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
We need Louis to come on this platform to explain to us. There's a lot of people in Ghana the Ghanaian government start trying to give them citizenship. God damn it, and they've been there for a very long time.
What's the point of a citizenship when the whole idea of a citizen is devalued?
Man, Africans don't believe in citizenship, man. They still
Of course I know that. So
tribal.
hold up, why you got people like Don Samir talking about my citizenship is because the average African don't know what a citizen means.
They don't know
No?
that, bro.
They don't know what that shit means.
Because I just watched a video on Facebook that a group of Wangara people, Mande people that have lived in Ghana for a very long time, when they go to get passport, they say they don't want to give them passport because they identify as Wangara or maybe Mande people. And most Ghanaians are ignorant that they have Mande in Ghana, you know, so they don't want to give them passport. So, and these people have been living in Ghana for a very long time. So, yeah, Africans, you know, Ghanaians are very hypocritical sometimes too, you know. But let me ask you, how would you feel like in the first thing, like Khan tradition in Kumasi, for instance, right? He's the custodian of the land. It means whatever land that you buy in Kumasi or within the Ashanti region in Ghana, right? He also has the authority, whatever he wants the land, he can take the land from you, even if you bought it, you know? How do you feel about that, Kyla?
That's why any sort of agreement, I would tell any Black American, don't do it. Don't do it. You know, but Black people are hard-headed, and they do it anyway. A lot of these people don't never owned anything in America. They think that's the way it is, you know.
That's only.
We have a modern, and Liberia, there was a modern land system. You own the
land,
land.
but that's only in the Ashanti Kingdom, though. It's different system in other.
See, like I said, all these things, kingdom. Either you got a nation state or you don't. You know, I don't understand.
I think it's more sort of like a blend, like harmonizing our existing traditional system with the new idea of modern states. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't.
Sort of like
Congo, why don't you just run a full traditional government? Just run a whole full traditional government.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't do half and half. Just say, look, we're going to be the kingdom. Like Morocco's a kingdom, you know?
Yeah.
That's a kingdom. It does with the outside world's a nation state, but it's run like a kingdom. But Africans don't want to do. They don't want to do. They want to keep. They want the modern world, but yet they want to hold on to traditions at the same time. At some point in time, you got to go one way or the other. If you're going to say, okay, we're going to be a country governed by region by kings and whatever like that, that's fine, you know. And the kings choose the national representation. That's fine. You know, that could work, but you got to do one or the other. You can't keep having elections and whatnot because you're going to tell me some chieftaincy nullifies the will of the electorate. You know, people will say, oh, you're going to tell me a chieftaincy has more power than the state. You know, that's insane, you know?
Yeah. But in Ghana, like the chief is powerful than even the regional minister of that state.
That's like I said, you know, in a situation like that, I wish them a lot of luck, man. But you know, they're like 10,000 years behind the rest of the world. You know,
it kind of varies from countries to countries. It's not the same everywhere.
That's why in West Africa, I just spoke with Liberia because Liberia is very modern. You know, we're very modern over there. You know, and like I said, Liberia is like the mother.
That's why you were disappointed when I Should Speed did a better live stream in Ghana.
Well, one thing is this, though. He didn't. That wasn't really. I don't know what they did. You know, Dave, this guy went down to West Point. Why didn't he go to Singapore? You know, it's Ghanaians who sabotage that shit.
I know. The first 5 minutes. So no.
And then with the West Point. What the fuck, man? You know,
nothing in West Point. Nothing in West Point. One way in, one way out. Nothing's there. Nothing there but official community.
If you would say that he should have went to Syncor, Tubman Boulevard, around 19th Street, whatnot, that would have been nice.
So
you know?
all the ladies.
But kind of Shakabai is like it's Caribbean with a Ghanaian citizenship, so you can't just say like, oh man. The guy, the organizers of iShow Stream.
What do you mean? One of his security guys is Ghanaian. What are you talking about?
So, oh
The
come on, man.
security man is from Ghana. He's from Ghana. He helped organize.
I don't know how if somebody that big should came there before, like what said Dave.
Maya said it was Ghanaians that organized that whole trip.
It gives me hold on, Dave.
Damn.
Hold on. To get inside
Dave
the
heard that shit too.
like I said, you get inside Liberia, you gotta have somebody had to issue a visa, right? Now, with somebody like that, ISO Speed should have been
But
issued.
for me, Kyla, I don't think they knew the velocity, like how big he was. They probably was playing.
I
making
swear.
Oh, he
fun
had
of him.
issue with visa
It
in
was like
Liberia.
a joke to them. They didn't
What?
really understand it.
Kyle, he had issue with visa over there.
No, I say
Uh-huh.
I get a diplomatic visa when I come to Liberia. I get a diplomatic visa because I brought a tour group there and they know me and stuff like that in the government. So, but I'm saying this: somebody in the Ministry of Tourism should have known about this, right? This is what happens, Dave. Like I told Ross.
Hey, Kyle, can I get a diplomatic
hold on,
Liberian
let me say-
visa too?
Hold on. No. What the fuck are you gonna give you as diplomatic? Shut up. This is what I told Ross. The government of Liberia is doing a fucking poor job in the information ministry and related to, you know what I'm saying? They're like in their own goddamn bubble. And said, you gotta, one thing I did like about Tubman, he had his ears to the street at all times. He knew everything that was going on. Everything that was going on.
He had a spy network.
Kyle, let me tell you this thing.
Don't have that. These guys don't have. These guys.
Kyle, let me
I'm
tell
saying
you this
myself,
thing.
you tell me somebody with 50 a streaming of 50 million people is coming to your country. You know nothing about it. You should have been at that airport and say, "What's your itinerary? What's your itinerary?"
Yeah, that's true. Kyle,
Somebody
because
should
you know, like
been
Kyle, the girl in Ghana, man, she got a whole contract. They build a shit bottle like factory now. Like
It's the fact of the matter is, if you're trying to showcase your
she blew up now.
right now, Liberia is spending a lot of time. That's why they give me a diplomatic visa. They want more and more black people from America and around the world showcase to the country. When you build a country's profile, it piques people's curiosity and tourism.
ISO Speed
Economy.
ISO Speed made that girl instant celebrity in Ghana, man. I swear to God. And now, just recently, we heard
was poorly done. I wouldn't blame ISO Speed. I blame the friggin'.
It's not his fault. The Liberians failed. They failed it. They didn't probably understand.
You know why?
They didn't understand.
You got so many Liberians who are always sitting around down in their own country and shit like that. You know, those still lying down in their country. And Liberia,
they still on 1847. They still mad about 1847.
Oh, yeah, still mad. And now they're like, look, Ghanaians are proud of their country. They're proud of their country and whatnot. I don't know why Ghana thinks it's the leader of the Pan-African world. I don't know why they think that, right?
Nkrumah, of course, Kala.
And the average Liberian don't know Liberians' role in liberating Africa. And like
you're right. The Liberians are very ignorant. Even on TikTok, when they had a beef with Ghana, Liberians kind of feel like a little timid. I don't mean like people like that. I mean the Liberians. I'm like, damn, like Liberians don't know that history. They were the first to have independence before Ghana. Like,
because they're so fucking stupid.
Congo people, man.
Hate the Congo people, you know?
The Congo people. Okay, yeah, it kind of makes sense. Man. They didn't know that. I was watching. Like, they don't even know this. Like, they feel timid in front of Ghanaians. Ghanaians telling them they're the first African to get independence.
And like I said, all these Liberians, all they do is being in the way. You cannot be. And like I said, and I got tired of this trip right here. I said I cannot love this country more than you guys do. You know,
Kala, Kala, you do love the country more than them.
And that's what I resent. I resent.
Don't care about. Let me tell you something. I could get an average African American that don't know nothing about Liberia. They'll love Liberia more than the average. When they learn the history, they'll love Liberia more than.
Let me make this point.
They're going off on a tangent about the American Liberians. 50 years after the fact, they're still talking about these Americans.
Listen, what they built was so legendary and strong. You can't take that away.
And the bottom line, and when you drive down Somali Road, Jamaica Road, and Tubman Boulevard, you see what they built, right? You can't deny that. They know the native man didn't build that. And they
Kala,
hey,
with the level of
yeah.
promotion that you promoted Liberia, even all of us, all West Africans knows, and diaspora knows about Liberia because of Kala, right? That if the government back home could have will give this will give it more light or more push like the way you did, a lot of people be going to Liberia too.
All the government had to do was pull me in and say, "Look, you're in America. You come over here and whatnot. What can we do?" Of course, it's going to cost you.
Yeah.
You know, but they rather spend all the money on their nice vehicles and shit like that. And I said, "Why am I spending all my time and everything like that?
Yeah.
Nobody's coming out with any goddamn money."
Kala, you could have done a job.
I
don't know if you know Kala on YouTube. I don't know if you know this girl. There's this girl from Ghana. She's from Canada. Her name is Ivy Prosper too. I mean, the government she worked with Ghana in the tourism ministry. You know, because she spoke proper. She for Canada. You understand? Like she understands cultures from both sides. Because someone from the West, it's not gonna come to Ghana because someone from Ghana is telling you to come. No way. They listen to people that have lived in the West that would tell them to
put
come,
me
right?
on, Kyle. I was mad. Why didn't have me with Speed for the day? I want to show them.
So, Carla, you could have been that bridge to convince like black people
I
in the
was
diaspora
mad.
to go
I
back.
was even
I
I was even mad at the women they brought for Speed. I couldn't have brought better women for Speed.
Oh, dude, man.
Like
in my compound. Holy jeez! All they do is get a couple of these Fulani girls. Like that in the, oh my god! You could have
Zongo. I want to put some cool eyes. The whole
Kala,
I want to put
you like the Fulani girls. You got a Fulani.
No, Liberia got some fine ass Fulani girls. We got some fine ass, and they're nice too. They're real nice. They're sweet. They always say hello and everything like that. Girl, like the girls that tell you hello in Liberia would not give you the time of day in America. You know.
I know, Kala. I know.
Girls in Liberia, hello, how you doing? They don't walk past you without saying hello. When in America, the same women look at you like, nigga, what the hell are you looking at? You know. So it is what it is. You know, but
I think in America, like those girls, man, American culture has given them the illusion that they feel like they're better than everybody. You know, they don't know how to be humble.
Well, why should they when they got every niggas waving their dicks at them all the time? That's something, you know.
But they do the same thing in Africa too, though. In Liberia,
women walk around are very dignified, and Liberian women act like ladies. You know, they're really dignified.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
You know what I like about Liberian ladies? The average Liberian, they ain't got shit, ain't got no money, nothing. But they all treat the men like they're kings.
Yes.
You know? And I'm like, damn, these niggas ain't got shit. And the women just treat them like they're God or whatnot, you know? And so, I mean, these fine ass women, I'll be like, damn, man, what the hell am I doing so wrong? I said, I'm happy with my wife and everything, but goddamn, this little nigga ain't got shit, man. They're both riding on the KK together. Together. She looked like a fucking model. I'm like, goddamn.
Kala, man.
I be like, damn, man. You know, it's like, yo.
You can always add another wife, Kala.
I don't want to one. I had one's enough, man. Fuck that shit. One's enough, you know.
Oh,
I would say Black American, but I know some of these Negroes over in America, they're so I don't know. They look, Liberian women don't care about how much money you got. They don't. They don't care shit about your money. They don't care about that. They just want to know: are you gonna treat them nice? If you basically are nice to them and take them out for dinner,
you can be a provider, man. If you be a provider, man, like where they sleep, where they eat, they will take very good care of you, Kala. Like,
you gotta have something, right? But they're not materialistic. Like you gotta buy them a car,
nah, man, come on, man,
and stuff like that. But if you're just a nice person and you can spend a day with them, I see this one guy right a couple of years ago when I was there, 2023, and I was in this place in you ever go to that place, Dave, in Mamba Point? It's like it's on the beach, but it's fenced off, sort of Vegas.
Been a Mamba Point.
You know one big bar, outside bar in Mamba Point. Nice, right? Lebanese, nice. There's like a club outside, but you eat in the patio.
Yeah.
Anyway, I seen a couple was there when we got there, right? And I ordered fucking. Oh man, the food was good. Anyway, this guy, and his girlfriend, they both had a Fanta, Dave, right? When I got up and was going to leave, they're still both sucking on a Fanta. In other words, she probably like, this is all you could afford, your salary, you know? It was all they had was they spent the day out, a young couple, right? I thought that was beautiful. That she was just all into him, like, and all he could afford was to buy her orange Fanta.
We don't have no real love out here no more, Kyla. You gotta spend $500 on a chick out here, man, on the first day.
Okay, they bring her kids home food or not. You got, oh yeah, my baby daddy's over tonight. You got to buy him something. My mama's here. We gotta bring her something back. Women be going shopping on your ass. You ever see these clowns that be on there? Who are these desperate dudes that be going on these dates?
Yeah, man.
He was like,
fools,
oh,
man.
I gotta buy all this. Yeah, one dude got up and left. I said, man, I wouldn't even sat down. So, oh yeah, we gotta order all this and whatnot, you know, to go. He goes, who's gonna pay for it? You are, you know. I got 5 kids at home.
The simps, they always been gonna be there.
I wouldn't even be on a date with a female like that. And then what gets me is the female was all chunky and shit, didn't even look good and whatnot, you know.
Kind of, you watched that video? The I think the Caribbean dude who married a white girl from Midwest, like she had like 5 kids, and then he adopted all her kids.
Oh, I think I seen that. That dude was Caribbean.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh, no wonder. No wonder. No wonder. I saw that. You know,
and
no wonder he had 5 white kids.
he adopted. He adopted all of them too.
Now that makes sense. I feel better now. He was from the Caribbean.
Oh, well, you thought he was African American?
Yeah, I was like, I'm starting to see now. When I see all this goofy stuff, it got to be one of you guys or Caribbean. I'm seeing all this goofy stuff going on. Now I feel better now, you know? Like I said, we had this one dude that used to hang out with us, this big dude, Tony, right? Big nigga, man. Tony, like, you always think he's so big and bad. But every time one of our white friends come around, he like, shh. Like, nigga, what, don't shush me. Somebody's talking. Who the fuck? Shut the fuck up, you know?
Carla, what do you think about that Nigerian dude that dance and eat food on social media?
That dude is a clown, you know? I'm glad it's going now that he's a Nigerian, you know? I'm glad everyone knows he's Nigerian, you know? So the bottom line is, somebody in the comment section, man, these black people, man, white people are trying to act like they don't know the distinction. But every time a Nigerian does something great, you ever notice that? Oh, a Nigerian American did this. You ever notice that, Dave?
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
Oh, but when the Nigerians acting like a buffoon, like that guy that killed that white girl, he's a Nigerian immigrant somewhere. I think it was in DC that killed a chick, whatever, like that, you know. And so, bottom line is, you know, white people are like, oh, it's a black guy or not. You know, he's an immigrant. Say that, right? That guy was a Nigerian that basically, they always say, scored high on some fucking some tests or whatnot. Oh, this guy broke some code or whatever like that. Nigerian gene. They'll make sure you know he's Nigerian, you know, when they do something good. But when every time they fuck up, they just leave it open like he's black, you know?
Yeah, that guy, man, he's hella foul for the way that he's dancing.
People going against him now, Carla. They want to go to restaurants he go to, all of that. Yeah,
even O'Shea did a video about him, man.
Yo, he's actually real as that AI.
Yeah, even O'Shea did a video about him and saying like, man, he just whatever he's doing, man, that's too foul, man. It kind of like sound like a house slave.
What it is it's a testing ground because we fought so hard for our image and everything. Like I said, we are fighting a war in America, right? White people would love for us to go back to the step and fetch it days, you know, of Jim Crow, stuff like that. So what they say says Black America ain't gonna do these roles. We're gonna bring in immigrants to do them, you know. Going bananas, make them start doing gorilla stuff. I see this one guy, man. He was on stage, man, acting like a fucking gorilla and whatnot. White people are laughing. You know, I was like, God damn. You know, I said, do you understand what that do? Remember the movie Soldier Story? Have you guys ever seen the movie Soldier Story?
No.
Okay, movie, you guys, every black man needs to see that movie, right? The one part they were talking about World War II that was in Europe, and he goes, you know what the damage one ignorant nigga could do? and he said, he goes, the white boys had this Negro, and they put a tail on him, right? And said, and they put a crown on his head, said, "Such a king of the monkeys," right? And they had him, they threw him bananas, had him eating bananas and making monkey sounds in front of all those French girls when I. And he goes, but we got him outside and we slit his throat. He goes, the fool was asking what he did wrong.
Damn.
Yeah, you gotta watch that movie, A Soldier Story, man. It was like, it was a really powerful movie, you know.
What's the name?
A Soldier Story.
A Soldier Story.
Denzel Washington was in it. Denzel Washington.
Oh, okay. I'll check it out.
Soldier Story. That was about the military, blacks in the military in World War II. It was showing the conflicts between black people. You had the Geechee people, the Gullah Geechee people, and you had the educated black people and stuff like that. It was like a microcosm of black men back in those days. So it was actually really good,
Kind of, man, like your people, where are they from? Are they from Congo or Angola? Because one time I hear you say Congo. The other
My
time
ancestors, I don't know where everybody else is from. My ancestors are from Angola, Congo area.
Oh, Angola, Congo.
My ancestors were the first blacks that came to this country in the 60s, My ancestors were the oldest black people in North America. So
Carlo, I mean, when are you gonna promote Congo and Angola on the black?
When I get there next year, I haven't gone there. I'm going to Angola next year. So
I mean, Liberia already have the publicity there. Like we all know, I know.
I know.
All African countries know about Liberia because of you.
Reached the pinnacle of what I could do in Liberia, right? The only thing is tourism, stuff like that. As far as building communities and whatnot, and getting. I'm gonna need a government that has money. Really, problem in all these countries is
kind of this oil. I mean, you can help promote them.
Angola has plenty of resources and whatnot because Angola is like this. It's not like the rest of Africa, like Ghana. These countries are poor, but Angola.
Yeah, I wish Ghana had oil.
Ghana, all these countries they're broke, man. They're they can't do nothing. But Angola basically is a country that really has wealth and whatnot. So
yeah, we have oil, but our oil is not that. It's not.
The whole thing. I don't know if Ghana's mismanaging their money or not, but I think Ghana should be richer than what it is, man. You guys always straining your budget and everything like that. I don't know what it is, man. Why can't you guys? Why don't you guys have billions and billions of reserves right now? You guys got gold. You got oil. You guys should have
corruption, guys, man. People
have $1 trillion in reserves.
Yeah, Kyle, that's because let me tell you one story, right? So our former vice president, he died. His name is Ms. Arthur. He used to work for the Bank of Ghana, right? So there was one time he went to visit India, Modi, right? He went to visit Modi, and Modi was thanking him for the gold sales that Ghana and India was doing. And Modi mentioned an amount to him. Let's say he mentioned amount, let's say $20 billion, right? But then Ghana checked. He was a former Bank of Ghana, and then he checked. He realized the actual trade on record was somewhere between $5 billion. So he was where's the remaining money going? So this gold sales, man. A lot of people are making a lot of money, but the money's not going to the coffers of the Ghanaian bank. That's why they started this whole what's the name of the gold board in Ghana? It's sort of help leak the loophole where the illegals are making huge sums of billions of dollars from the Ghanaian economy. So, well, let's see. Because
man,
people are making money. Carla, look. At the end of the day, when we talk about nation states, Carla, what does that mean? It means people with knowledge, people who understands the rule of engagement, people who understand democracy. They are the ones that comes to power, and they are the ones that gets access to the country's resources, money, and they are the one that benefits.
Corruption.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying? So if the person's not in power, he's not gonna give everything up to you.
The problem is, look at Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Japan basically was good because they had a nationalistic bureaucracy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bigger picture, right? Japan said, and the Meiji said, we're going to build a modern republic. Now, they could have been stealing money, getting rich on the side, this and the other thing, but they didn't do that. Why? Because they love their country and they want to see a future. Problem in Africa is people don't love their country. That's all it is, you know.
No, kind of because they are not being taught to love their country.
The country is just something they talk about and stuff like that. But in other words, basically, what I'm saying is this: when you basically,
They love their ethnicity, but they don't love their country.
yeah, I think people, in order for you to see yourself as a nation, you got to, your civilization and culture got to develop to a certain level. You know, now a country that could be a chance where that is a countries like Botswana because they're more homogeneous, and countries like Rwanda.
You know why? You know why I tell you that? Because even when Ghanaians leave outside of America, like even when they socialize along the lines of religion. They form like the Muslim Association, the Zongo Association, the God communities, the Asante communities. Even over here, like
yeah, so
like the Ghanaians that I know over here are mostly just Muslims.
Why Ghana, the ancient Ghana was like 2,000, 3,000 miles away. Why don't they just rename the country something else that, you know, maybe Ashanti name or something?
Ghana is big. It's just like Ashanti just have the media power. If you go to the north to the Ashantis do not have influence all the way in the north. It's just like they tend to speak their language. You don't see a lot of.
What would basically unify and let the people see themselves? What's name that holds the whole country together?
Ghana.
Yeah, but that's something that was imposed upon them.
And no. Ghana was given to them by Nkrumah.
Nkrumah, yeah, but I'm saying before Nkrumah, what did the area be called? It's called the Gold Coast.
No, the Gold Coast was. If you look at Ghanaian map, right? Historically, when they say Gold Coast, it means all the southern coast regions, including the eastern region.
Right,
Ashanti. Wait, let me make this quick point. Ashanti was not part of the Gold Coast, right? And then there's the Gold Coast, which is the coastal regions. When they say Gold Coast, historically, it's mostly Accra, the Volta, like the coast of southeast, right? South Central and Southwest were the Gold Coast. Ashanti was not part of like Gold Coast. It was called Ashanti, and then we also had the Northern Territories. So after they achieved independence, then Nkrumah helped to unify all of them. In fact, even the Volta region, it was not part of Ghana. There was even a vote that was
maybe
done.
you could name the whole country Volta.
What'd you say?
Maybe just rename the country Volta.
Volta region historically used to be part of Germany, but Germany was part of Togo. But when Germany lost the war in World War One, they shared the region between French and British. And the British part, they voted and then they joined.
Look what African guy said. That's true though. King of Puku Warrior and all of them had a lot of gold. So how's this coastal area, the gold region, and the Shanti's kingdom is not? How's that? You mean tell me how's the Shanti region not the Gold Coast when they had a lot of the gold?
Oh well, come on, man. Look, I'm talking about like the region wise, right? The Ashanti region was not part of the Gold Coast. Ashanti region, I'm talking about in terms of political government. The British never included them a part of they treated they dealt with them differently politically, right? They were not part of the Gold Coast government. It's mostly the coastal regions and the eastern region, right? Ashanti was separate. That's why when Ashanti got conquered in the 1700s, in the 1900s, they joined eventually, right? But the Northern Territories were never part of Gold Coast. They were called the Northern Territories,
Yeah, it's got to be something because And tribalism is getting old, man. Because like I said,
What is this? It's still like Gold Coast and Glen Ashanti. So shut up, you ignorant man. This is why we don't listen to you. You people.
the thing is, though, you got a lot of African Americans.
God, why? Who's this? This.
Oh, she keeps calling me Jerome. Who is Jerome? I don't know what the hell that's all about.
Yeah, she seems very very vile.
My whole thing is with all these African countries, the main thing is tribalism, right? Or just basically people see their tribe as their main identity, and the nation, the state. I don't know what could do that now. I still do see with Burkina Faso. I don't know how true that is. They seem to be now.
Yeah, Princip, I'm glad you know that Ashanti wasn't part of the colony. I mean, forget about Beverly. She's ignorant, man. I don't know whether she's she or he, man. I'm glad Princip know about that, man. If you really know Ghanaian history, you're not gonna argue with me on this,
Yeah. So my point I'm trying to make is, what can do to unite one country in West Africa? Liberia is a good country.
How about kind of unite, man? You just spoke that you wanted the Aswad people to separate from Mali, and now you're talking about unity now.
That right. I'm talking about the black people. I ain't talking about them.
Oh, Kevin, the Aswad they're also Africans too.
Oh no.
Tuareg, I know Africans now, Kala.
No.
Did you see? Are you watching the people that are fighting the Mali government?
I know that, but the mind. The mind.
They're not light skinned people fighting.
Everybody's in their mind. It doesn't matter what they look like.
Oh, okay. Then you should have issues with people living in Chad, in Niger, and northern Nigeria too, because their minds too is Arabs too.
Yeah. So the bottom line. So my whole thing is with those jihadis and everything like that. I don't know about the rest, but I know the people.
They got Boko Haram. They got Boko Haram.
People in southern Libya, and you got black ones who rock with them. In that crazy radical shit. And the bottom line is this: they are lawless. You're not going to get.
You spoke with a guy from southern Libya, man. Like, why are you acting like all of them are their mind is corrupt? Didn't you speak with a guy from southern Libya, the black dude?
Oh, in the chat.
Yeah. In the conference.
But the bottom, I don't know what to think about the guy. He sounds all right and whatnot until they get together in their own little. It's a whole different story. Everybody always do that. They always play the Pan African card when they get around me and like that. You get them together. They start talking their gibberish and their
but kind of it's like that everywhere. Look, black Americans like you guys, you're very nice to Africans. You meet other black Americans, they are not nice to Africans. They laugh at them, they laugh at their accents, they want to deal with them. Come on, Kala.
I just think most black people in America, right, up until like 4 years ago, had no problems with Africans. This is something new, Zongo. It's something new. 4 years ago, when black people say, "Oh, that's what they really think about." It's all social media driven. The black people I notice, right, who don't watch social media, they never have anything. I know a lot of my friends when they heard I go to Africa, oh, that must be good. I can't wait to go one day. Those are people who don't fucking pick up TikTok and shit like that in the African stuff.
Like someone like you on your platform, someone like Kidola comes, he talks. Ain't nobody laugh at him, but Kidola will go to an average black American live on TikTok and they will laugh at his accent. What the hell? They can't hear him. They'll pretend like they don't understand.
No, I don't think they'll laugh at his accent. The goofy stuff he says. There's a lot of goofy ass shit.
But Kala, you don't laugh though. Like, how are you different though, Kala? How are you different?
No, I don't laugh at his accent. I don't laugh at his accent.
Yeah, I said, that's what I'm asking you. How come you are different?
Well, one is I've been studying world history and different cultures for
no, I think you have empathy. That's one thing that you have.
Yeah, and I have. Look, the bottom line is this, right? I'm the type of person, right? Until I give you the benefit of the doubt, until you give me reason not to, And so, therefore, like I said, I treat everyone the same, black, white,
Are you sure with white too? Because I saw you didn't give white people a chance on your platform, Kala.
No, because I'll give a white person a chat, not on this platform though. Because I really don't want to hear what a white man has to say to my audience. You know, this is a black person's
But
platform.
Kala, let me ask you this question though about American politics. What do you think about like this whole attack on Trump at the White House dinner? Like, what's your opinion on that?
My whole thing is I don't know what not. You know, actually, to tell you the truth, man, I hate to say this, right? But, I hate to say this, right? And I can't stand saying this because I felt like I wasted my whole life in this country, right?
Uh-huh.
I am looking at America, and I know I shouldn't do this, right? As a fucking joke, you know?
Really, Kala?
I'm just looking at this. How the fuck will Pete Hegseth? How the fuck do we get a Donald Trump, a Pete Hegseth, when not Stephen Miller? How the fuck do we get all these clowns? Right? What God on earth, right, says that a fucking Donald Trump, a JD Vance in the wing is going to be somebody I got to listen to.
That's not the best of America.
It's not the best of anything, you know? And I'm saying to myself, how do we get here? How the hell did we get here? How do we get to this point where I'm like this? We see Dongo, you understand something, right? You're a foreigner. You probably don't know what's
Kala, why you gotta use foreign on me, Kala, man?
No. I'm not trying to like this. I'm giving you some grace, right? Look.
You trying to sound like South Africans right now, Kala.
Oh, no. Zongo. Listen to what I'm saying first, right? Black people were led to believe, like I was telling St. James last night, right, on a conference, right? We were told, right, in the 19th that there's a new day. We're all going to be Americans. Remember that thing about the 13th, 14th Amendment, Declaration of Independence, whatnot? So black people said, you know something? Let's become Americans. We gave up the Negro Leagues. We had so many black businesses nationwide in this country. You know, the first black banks and insurance companies we had during Jim Crow. The first real estate moguls we had during Jim Crow. The first supply chains, everything like that. We had so many black millionaires and whatnot, you know, self-made people and whatnot. We dressed the sharpest, everything like that. When we were among ourselves, because our money was trading among ourselves. We did not need America. They told us that we got to integrate with them, right? Before we had our own values. Black men and black women married each other, right? The black woman, right, you know, she knew no matter how fine she was, this is how it was back then. You could have the finest black woman walking down the street. You knew you had a chance with her because there was no other option but another black man. And you have to be the best black man. Now you got women running around, black women running around, and they're thinking about other races of men, particularly white men.
White men, you know. That's
I mean, really, look, and this is why.
Tyler, that's why you don't see the black family no more in like
black family is dying
and stuff
black
like
family
that.
is all but gone. And
you
now
always see the white man with a black woman.
Dave, you know what I was thinking about today? I was thinking about the fact that right now, like I said, when I build the Afghanistan movement, there ain't gonna be no women involved. They said, well, our women, no, you're no longer our women. You guys made your choice. It's a resounding.
Kala, are you being misogynistic? Kala?
I'm not being misogynistic. I'm dead serious. That's what it's come to. You know? Now, when we do build this thing, Dave, we get over on, then women will make a choice. You want to come with us and what we're trying to build globally, or you want to go, because too many black women are based. I'm saying it's sickening. When I was growing up, black girls, no matter what they look like, did not talk about white guys.
Man, it's changed now, man, Colin.
Now, we're
gonna have a different.
Why do you think these young boys,
African American, gonna look different in another 25, 50
We're gonna die. We are literally gonna die in this country.
We're gonna be different, man.
We're gonna die. We're not gonna know who we are. We're not gonna know ourselves.
We're gonna look like Steph Curry's, man.
We're gonna look like Steph Curry. We're gonna have a bunch of people who don't fucking know the history or compromised, because a lot of mixed race families and whatnot, they don't talk about race. They try to bury it, you know, until they get kids. It's called a nigga. then they suddenly want to go to a bookstore and pick out a Malcolm X book. That's what happens when you have race mixing and stuff like that. You're going to have a weakened black race. That's why I said it's imperative that we do what we got to do. And the black woman is leading the charge. Look how she left her community. No other people, Zongo, say what you want about the Latinas. By the time she's 24, she already got 3 kids and married. You see her out there, Dave. You know, they've been in the restaurants, setting the kids up for the birthday parties and whatnot. You know, these be young women. I ain't gonna tell these people. I said, look, I don't want to see these people deported. I'm like, these people look like they're doing good. Young families, not Latinos, young families.
Black people, most black people right now, young black people don't believe in family.
They don't believe in family. They don't believe in marriage or nothing. And it's like, that's why you think it takes a lot of us like here to say, Collar, because like I said, I'll be honest with you, I was out there running around wild, but I never was able to have that one woman. I always wanted that one woman to pull me down and say, let's do
like
this.
We society today, we prioritize on our money, our desires, and we ignore the essence of creating a family and building a community, Carla. Creating a family and building a community.
The thing is, bottom line is this. We basically, they've told the black man, woman, don't worry about this, whatnot, you know, blah, blah, blah. But what kept Black America strong was black love, the black family structure. Let me give you an example I'll talk about.
Exactly.
Okay, look, Carl Kanai, when he came out, right, with Cross Colors and whatnot, you know, Cross Colors, the first year production grossed $45 million in sales. You know how they did that, right? Carl Kanai went to Tupac and said, you know, when he got his own line, Carl Kanai, he said, I need you to wear this, Tupac. I put this on. Here's some stuff. Put this on. Tupac didn't say, where's my contract? Well, not out of brotherhood. Tupac said, yeah, I'm going to wear your stuff. I'm going to promote my videos. And Carl Kanai blew up. That's brotherhood. That's love. That's something we don't have right now. I always look at that story, how Carl Kanai and Tupac hooked up, and Tupac said, I'm going to show you stuff like that. I have a big following worldwide. When I'm going to blow your name up. And he did. I don't think he paid Tupac anything. Tupac was just glad to have clothes and whatnot. He blew it up. But that was black love. That's how we used to take care of each other. We saw somebody building something. We came in there. How can we pitch in and help and whatnot, you know? Black men work together. Black men and black women work together. All that, we're living in a broken community, you know? So it is what it is, you know? Black community. And another thing is this.
Can people live in the black community in peace?
How you gonna have, look, first of all, Zongo, right? In order for you to have peace, right? Back in the days, young men, by the time they're 19 and 20, were preparing for marriage. Having kids, you cannot have a bunch of young men running the streets and shit like that, unmarried and with no direction. That's what you have. You got young guys out there. I look at some of these young guys, 25, 26, going to jail, acting stupid and whatnot. I said, damn, when my father was 26 years old, he had 4 kids he was raising and a mortgage. How things have changed. So this is what you have. You have a broken community with no direction. We need to really seriously think about in Afghanistan and starting all over. We need to tear it down and start all over again. You know, the American experiment failed. We integrated into society that basically did not value it. And then not only that, you got colleges like Morehouse now. They infected Morehouse, teaching there's more than more than 2 genders. The whole community is screwed up. Everything. So therefore, if you don't got no marriage, no one's even protecting heterosexual marriage. No one's like this. You know, look, they don't want black male and black females to get married, but they're constantly promoting two men getting married. Think about that. Black men and black women, no, y'all can't get married. No, no, no. That's patriarchy. That's all stuff like that. It's old fashioned. Two women get married? Yes. Two men get married? Yes. A man marrying his dog? Yes. A woman marrying her cat? Yes. This is the insanity we call America. Excuse me. So it is what it is. We are living in insane times, you know? And like I said, I just sit back, watch it, whatnot, because I just watch it crash and burn. There's no saving this system. There's none. You just gotta let it die. We have to understand that the only thing is we need a new Genesis. So anybody telling you, well, we need this, we need that. No, we need to start all over again. Let this whole system self-destruct. We need to let our HBCUs destroy themselves. We need to tear down the black church. We need to tear it all goddamn down and start all over again. Because that's where we're at right now. If something's built on a weak foundation, it basically needs to be torn down. You know? So it is what it is, you know. What are some of these comments saying? Black women seek to destroy the black community. I just think the black women are infected by the white man's disease. The white man is when you see a black woman talking that shit, black man shit, that's a white demon talking through her. That's what that is, you know. So what about the child marriage in Africa? Dude, man. Child marriage in America would probably be a goddamn improvement, you know? Shit. I'm tired of our people being duped into investing in these schemes to rob our savings in the future. Sit down, well, you know. So like I said, man, you can't save certain people. Can't save certain people, you know. I'm done trying to save everybody. You know, you can't save everybody. Some people are just gonna be lost, you know. Because the bottom line, look at it all you want, man. I'm just looking at the friggin' right now. It's like you don't see anything good in Black America. Nothing.
Carlo, what about the topic of tonight? The hands that built America.
Yeah, my point I'm trying to make was this. Black hands were part of the hands that built America, right?
Yeah.
Now, my point I'm trying to make is you cannot call yourself an African American if your hands weren't part of those hands that built America.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, I'm sick and tired of some people call themselves African Americans. No, you're African American. That means a friggin' you were part of the hands that built America, like the Irish American, Anglo American, and stuff like that. The African Americans, like that, you know. So we gotta start reclaiming that term, African American, you know.
Yeah, people trying to steal it, people trying to denigrate it.
Yeah, trying to we can't listen to FBA fucking people, you know.
No,
denigrate the name when I know we're African American, you know. That explains
the oldest term.
It's just the oldest term in Black America.
I don't understand. I don't understand what they, you know. You go to Massachusetts Library, you go to Washington, D.C. libraries. Come on, man.
You know what I'm saying? We had the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the African Repository.
I'm sorry, BB Rodriguez. I know it hurts. The A word. Oh man.
We're African American.
Oh man, I'm associated with Africa. I'm African American.
Yeah, I'll be like this. I tell you.
That's how you feel, right? A headache. The slavery, the slave trade.
I'll be like this, right? Look, I say like this, right? I know what our future is, right? And that's only when you don't believe you got a future.
Oh man.
You know, I know we got a great future in a nation of our own. That's why I'm excited, you know.
Great history, man.
You know, so it is what it is. and we came from nothing, and we're gonna take over the world. So how about that? You know. So,
Hey, fellas. You know, and then we lack men too in the community, man.
yeah,
We
man.
don't we
Nobody
don't
wants to.
have
What do you
we
think
don't
about
have
Umar Johnson?
nation
Yo,
builders,
Dave,
man. We don't have people that seeking to build a nation. You got to think nation. Nobody's thinking nation.
Yeah, everybody thinking like Umar Johnson. When you see this fucker running around,
Nobody looking at the bigger picture. The bigger picture.
Umar Johnson is running around
Nation,
talking about.
your possibilities are endless when you got a nation.
When you have your
man.
own nation, you have your own land,
Possibilities are
government,
endless.
man, you could do whatever the hell you want to do. You know, America's not our home. America is our prison. America's a prison. America's a damn prison. You know, it's like
Yeah, I'd be mad too with Africa, man. All that land, man.
all that land
Supposed
sitting
to
there
have the
doing
power
nothing,
plants
man.
going, water systems going. That's
You got 4 major rivers that could power the whole entire world.
It's so much work and jobs in Africa that we're gonna have to hire other people. That's what you mean? It's a lot of work to do in Africa, man. But nobody think nation, nobody thinking nation.
Yeah, that's funny. Umar's thinking about a donation. Yeah, donation.
Yeah, donation.
Yo, I heard they said he abandoned those properties, man. He gave up the FGME.
I'm not worried. Colin. You know how I look at Umar. I look at it like this. A clock is right twice a day. You know what I mean? Yeah. A broken clock is right twice a day, right? If the clock is broke, no battery in it. The time twice a day is going to be right. That's how I look at, Umar. Just keep it moving. I didn't donate to the school. So why should I stress myself about his school?
Yeah, so
that's how I look at it. He say something good here and there. Oh,
once in a while, I say,
you know what I mean?
He knows.
Umar still be dropping it. And you gotta understand too, Colin. He has his fan base.
Yeah, I know.
He has his base.
He's expanding his fan base because he's been revealed to him. I'm not going to condemn black on black killing. What? He goes, the Irish killed Irish, the Italians killed Italians. No, it ain't the same damn thing, nigga. No, Italian mafia killed mafia. You know what I'm saying? Irish gangs killed Irish
little base, So I just, I didn't donate to the school. The people that I look at it, like the people that be most mad is the people that never even donated to the school.
Me personally, I'm like this.
I be looking at like, Dad, bro, why you so mad? You never even donated a dime. Like,
me personally, I never gave that dude a dime. I'm proud of that shit. I never gave him a dime. So I knew it was going nowhere, so.
Like, you know how much it costs to open a school in America?
$2 million, millions of dollars.
$2 million, that's not even a payroll. $2 million, that's not even a payroll.
You can't even, no faculty, no nothing. I mean, it's just, the bottom line, it shows you.
Come on, man.
Black people,
the kind of license, the licensing and registration alone.
The problem, Dave, is this.
Come on, man.
All the fake Pan Africans liked it, right? Because they don't have to give nothing up. They can just say, "Oh, I'm a Pan African. I gave money to Dr. Umar," but they're not going to say, "Well, let's get behind College Genesis," right? Because I'm asking for a little bit more.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, I want your son. I want your daughter. I know you can't come over here to the Afghanistan, but your 19-year-old son could join our military,
Yeah.
I'm going to be asking for the youth in Black America for this, And so that's how we're going to make this work. We're going to bring you. I ain't bringing a bunch of rusty old ass people, It's going to be young people, done by Black men, Black women, stay the hell home. If you want to join this, that's fine, Remember Ice Cube with that Lisa Ray? Oh, Vivica Fox. Remember that shit with the power, the platinum plant, whatever the fuck he was trying to do? They're sitting there, because women weren't at the decision making. Man, get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. I would say, man, women, where were you at?
I knew that, the kind of money he asking for. That's for his personal. You can't even buy a good Jersey estate with $2 million.
Yeah.
You're talking about.
He only actually raised like I Eventually, they say he probably took on 2 million, but initially he only brought in like 300 something $1,000. That was nothing.
Yeah, you know,
And so it is what it is, you know.
Right now, Umar can get $30 million to open up a school. It's nobody even. He only got enough public trust for anybody to give your kids the Umar. Come on, you know.
And people like
I thought what he was gonna do was take the money and go to Africa and do that.
yeah, he could have went to Ghana and with that same money, sell it, then go to Ghana, open up a school in Ghana or something like that. It could have been good, you
Get
know.
some land, get a chief. You were the chief, you know. Break
Yeah,
bread with the
he
chief.
could have been doing something, but you know, Umar wants to be able to hit down to South Beach in Miami, hit the club, and you know, get with those.
Yeah, he got conscious. Get a conscious stripper too.
Yeah, all those baby
Know
mamas
what I
and
mean?
whatnot, you know. So hey,
Get a
you know,
couple
look,
baby moms.
I was
She
like I said,
fine.
I have a PhD in Negroology. You know, I know the American Negro. You know, Umar's in for the right, for the living a good life. One time he was like, "Call, I'll be out in the islands." I'll be in Barbados. I'll be back in Miami. I'll hit you up in Miami. He's like, "Yeah, man, I'm gonna do this King Kong conscious dick." I'm like, look at this nigga, like, you got to be kidding me. And I say, look, if he's a comedian or something like that, but is this somebody y'all take seriously as far as looking for political advice, you know? And people obviously do, and you know, but you know, it is what it is. That's all I could do is give an alternative. You know, I said, look, it's time for us to build in Africa. We need to have bases in like 10 countries. You know, 10 countries we need base land, you know, at least 10 countries, you know. You know, the land, the Vatican has 173 square miles. Let me see how much the land. Let me tell you about the Vatican, a religious organization. Let's see how much land they hold. I looked it up one time. Yeah, how much land does the Vatican hold? How much? Land does the Vatican how much land does the Vatican have? Okay, here we go. ChatGPT, do your thing. Okay, hello, worldwide. Okay, worldwide. World. Yo, look, 177 million acres of land. You know?
Around the world, globally?
Yeah, 177 million acres of land, about 277 square miles of land. The Vatican City State controls from around the world. So you tell me we're only asking for 25,000 square miles, you know, to develop.
Yeah.
The Africans only want 25,000 square miles. That's not even 10% of what the Vatican has, you know?
Yeah.
So I ask people all the time, what's there to argue, you know? So it is what it is, you know. Baby Rodriguez, we're 400 years strong. Aren't we? You know, we're 400 years strong, Black America. You know, it's time for us to have our own land, you know. I want 25,000 square miles. That's it. That's my line in the sand. If you support me, you support that, you know. I'm going to keep saying it every night I do the show. If I got breath in my body, you know, we need a land of our own. We need to prove to ourselves and to the world. You know what would disappear overnight, Dave?
What?
White supremacy.
Yeah.
It would literally, people thought white supremacy, that's how you fight white supremacy.
Or maybe most Black people just want to just live on the scapegoat of white supremacy, and I have the responsibility
Yeah,
of.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's another thing too. That's what Richard. You know who said
Do
that?
you think? Do
You know
you
who said
think
that?
people
You know,
are like that too?
say you know Richard who said that? Richard Wright. Richard Wright said there was no reason for black people to be going through what they go in America, but they chose to. That's what Richard Wright said. He said he actually ended up hating black people and more than white people because they let themselves down. You know, he said it was completely unnecessary for black people to be going through the humiliation of trying to be a part of a society that doesn't want them. That what famed author Richard Wright said, you know?
Yeah.
You know, he said black people let themselves down by believing in a system that was a lie. And then being shown all together that it was a lie and you still do it. You know, he said he hated black people for that one reason, you know? And so, like I said, we're going to try it again. You know, this time we're going to do it right. We're going to make the case for a nation state of our own flag, our own territory. As this movement grows and whatnot, we have a groundswell of people, you know. And like I said, I really believe we're going to get real men to join us. You know, that's all we need, really, is real black men. That's all we need. We don't need anything else, you know. You know, so it is what it is, you know. Kali got to rebuild a bridge between American Liberians and Native Liberians. Yo, look, it's already there. A lot of Native Liberians, they don't know what they want. They sitting there living off the legacy of the American Liberians, but they hate them so much, you know. But it's
The first thing with Liberia, I think they should tap into the agricultural sector.
oh, you hear about the president is in California right now, Liberia. He's meeting with agriculturalists that's going to help Liberia become rice sufficient. $200 million. $200 million Liberia loses every year to importing rice.
Yeah.
That's $200 million I'll go back into the Liberian coffers, you know?
Yeah.
A lot of stuff is just so elementary, you know? Start manufacturing and producing the stuff that you're consuming. That's it.
Start with the basics.
The basics, you
Go
know?
back to the basics.
And I tell people all the time, I said, instead you see how many abandoned fucking properties you see in Liberia.
All you
People
gotta do is refurbish. All you gotta do is
people
refurbish.
start a house. And like I was like, take some of those houses and make factories and shit, you know?
Yeah.
That's what I tell people. Make factories, you know? Start producing stuff for the local population. That's what the goal should be. That's what we could make inside the country, you know, so we can stop importing and everything, you know? I know he only cares about black men mostly. That's why I'm here. No, I look, Mari, I love you. You're a good sister. You got our back. You're one of those sisters that got our back, you know? I love you. You got our back. You know what I mean. You know I love you. But because I know Mari got our back. She's down for the cause and everything like that. But these friggin' these people that want to steer our movement into something that's not, you know, it's not. You know, the bottom line is men are gonna have to do this. This movement is gonna have to be done by men. You know, and I stand by that. Strong black men, strong heterosexual, straight black men. That's who's going to pull us out. We get together. There has not been an organization since really the Nation of Islam of strong, straight black men. You notice that?
Yeah.
There has not been a strong organization. You had the Garvey movement, everything. All these movements are taken down by people who fear the whole idea of black men unifying and building something. You know? Men have to get together, and then women come together on their own and join us. But men have to get together. I can't negotiate this with women because women won't understand what's going to take to build this thing, to do this thing, to liberate our people. That's why we're going down the tubes as a race. Let's say the tour, the Liberian Communities of America, to build your name to. Dude, I'm already known in the Liberian communities. What do I need to do that for? You know. And I can be honest with you, a lot of Liberian communities here, I look at them and take their all they care about is partying, a bunch of foolishness. You see that, Dave? Liberians in America are just having too much fun. They ain't trying to build nothing, you know. They're having fun. They're doing their thing. They're having fun. You know, they're showing off the Liberian foods online. There's a lot of Liberian restaurants popping up. I'll tell you that, you know. A lot of Liberian restaurants. I wish we had one here in Virginia, man. You know,
Yeah, there's a lot of Liberian restaurants popping
you know, I
up.
love Liberian roasted baked chicken. It's fucking delicious. You ever had that? Baked chicken, quarter thighs, man. Holy shit. You talk about tender with some fucking dry rice. Oh, shit like that. It's big. We got Big Black wants to come up, you know. He wants to step right up. You know, so yeah, there's a lot of Liberians
About nation, man. Ain't nobody thinking about building no nation column, man. People want to bet on the game. They got their parlays.
Yeah,
man.
everybody's thinking about the NFL
playoffs,
right
Collar. It's the playoffs, Collar.
Yeah,
The
everybody's
Lakers
talking
playing.
right now.
I got
You
my
got the
parlays,
NFL drafts coming on right now.
Yeah, it's
Everybody's out there
DraftKings. I got my
riding.
parlay, Collar. I ain't trying. I'm betting on the Lakers game. I ain't trying to build no nation.
Yeah, so
I ain't
that's
trying
what
to
white
do
man
that.
does. He keeps us occupied with sports and fun and
You know what I mean?
everything like that. You know, that's what it is.
I'm trying to get this shorty. I just
Yeah.
got paid, Collar.
And you know something.
I
You
got
know something.
paid.
I wouldn't
This
even mind
shorty,
that.
I'm trying
Right?
to get this shorty.
Hold
I
on,
got this parlay.
I wouldn't even mind that, right? But don't get in the way of the people who's actually doing that. My job is to do that, right? If you can't do it, let me do it, you know. That's all I say. And say, okay, I'm about bullshit, but there's one guy out there working on this nation build thing. That's Collar. Now I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Man. I'm on this parlay, man. Like that's what I'm. You know what I mean?
Let me get Big Black
thinking.
on.
That's how most people thinking right now.
Let me get Big Black on. Big Black, go
Big
ahead,
Black,
man.
what up?
Hey, what's up, man? I just say, man, the race in general need Pan-Africanism more than ever, man. This is sad, man.
Well, we need black nationalism. We don't know damn Pan-Africanism, man. You know.
Well, I see why you say
Pan-African,
that.
Big Black. You Pan-African, Big Black?
Yeah, man. But I mean, it's discouraging. I understand why Collar, because it gets discouraging. The reason,
I know Collar OG, so you know what I mean.
I know he's discouraged because
he's seen so much madness over the years. So
yeah, and it's getting worse.
So I don't mind Collar. You know, if Collar sees something shaking, you know what I mean. Collar got to see something tangible. Collar got to see something going before he get going too. You know.
It's easy to get deterred from what's this madness that's out here, man. And I can understand like Kyle's point of view for what he sees, you know, with all this, you know, we talking about the new generation, this, you know, that they really, you know, they're all this swirling and it's just like for some reason the continental Africans, they come over here and they really think they can prove to the racist whites that they're just different. They have this concept in their mind.
Yeah, they have this idea. Like I said earlier, go wish you listen, right? Right now, see, we are in a fight for our lives. We understand America. We understand the limits and what we could do and everything like that. These guys don't even understand. Before the 1960s, these guys couldn't even remember the Memphis march that Martin Luther King was involved with. You know, those people wanted you got black men with their suits and ties that were hauling garbage in the city, white folks garbage in the city, and they said, "I just want a decent wage and stuff like that, a payroll, something, you know, stuff like that." They don't understand. It was our struggle that gave the fact that they can come over here and get a job, you know, a decent job. They think they take it for granted this was already here. You know, we had to make this country the way it is right now, you know, and so we know we still got a long ways to go, right? And while we're trying to get to that next level, they're coming over here saying, "Oh man, y'all don't know what y'all got and whatnot. This is great and whatnot." No, what we got is because we made it like that, you know, and we're still not enough.
It's like let us have the some of them right have the mentality. Uh, Let us show you how to do it. You know, and we're like we've been over here for a long time. We understand this racism in this country. It's like no, you're working off feelings. Let us show you how to do it, and they think that
There's
the
a video,
racist whites are going to look at them different because
there's a video going around where this African nurse, right, in a nursing home, something like that.
Mhm,
The white lady is calling her a monkey.
mhm,
And she goes, "Oh, you say I'm monkey?" She goes, "Well, you're black. That's what monkeys look like. We're not, you know." And the
mhm.
African lady, well, you know, she goes, "I don't want your help. Just get out of my room, whatever, like that." She goes, "You stupid monkey, whatnot." And the African lady, like she was so broken up, like this, like they're shocked. They're literally this African lady was completely devastated. You know, they don't understand. The bottom line is what you look like. White people don't give a damn about your tribe you come from
They
or whatever you
don't.
think what your ethnicity is and all this
Or
kind
your
of stuff.
mannerism or how you
Or
came up.
you came over here, or you had good parents in your village or whatever like that. All they look at you, especially when they get older. Now, some of them play the game. Oh, let me play. They know how to play Africans. They play Africans, you know.
Right,
You
right,
gotta
right.
play them, you know. And Africans don't know they're being played, you know. Like they got that guy running around acting like a fucking buffoon with the food, you know. He don't understand he's being made a fool out of, you know.
They don't understand.
People
It's like some
people
of them
not
don't
going to the
understand.
restaurants where he eat at now. You know, so he they ban it's bad for him now.
They don't understand what racist white people hate about African Americans the most is their Africanness. They don't understand that.
It's your phenotype. What got us in chains was our phenotype, our African phenotype, and
Right.
we thought we could unify everybody based on that. But Africans are like, oh, that's not important. It's what's on the inside. No, it don't work like that.
It's
The white man didn't look at you on the auction block, said, "I know you're a good person on the inside." No, he put that chain on your neck and say, "Nigga, your name is Toby, and get the fuck on the field and start picking that damn cotton." They give a damn about your thing. Same thing applies today. They don't give a damn about your fucking your culture, tribe, and all that. Man, it's like, nigga, you don't get the fuck out of my face. It's your Africanness, you know, your black humanity that they don't like, you know. It ain't
yeah. See, we over here like we need more
they don't
days to come
understand
over
that.
here,
A lot
man.
of Africans don't understand that.
Big Black, you seen a movie called Goodbye Uncle Tom? It
I
came out
tried
in
to
19.
see a little bit of that, but I'm not good
You,
with a lot of
that
movies like that.
most the Africans need to
I get
see that
mad
movie.
easily. Yeah, I get
Yeah,
mad
the
easily,
African
man.
every African needs to see that movie. It came out in 1971. Go
Yes,
see that
you
movie.
know.
You know, and
That's what
here's
that's what happened. That's what happened to our people.
see, here's the thing that nobody wants to talk about. You know why this big interracial, this whole swirling thing is such at a boom because a lot of Caribbeans and a lot of Africans, the men they told the women that when they go over there and the women they go get you a white man, and they've been pushing that ever since. And when they seen in our community black women are usually like more like reserved, like no, I'm just gonna stay within,
Right.
they've been trying to it's been the push of the Caribbean women and the continental African women, some of them, not all of them, to say, girl, go get you somebody outside the race. That's what's
Yeah,
been happening.
that's who's doing that. The people from these other cultures coming over here trying to undermine. There's a reason why we never went outside to protect our people. You know,
Right, right.
to preserve our marriage and preserve our culture and stuff like that. You know, that's how we stayed together. You know, and so that's how we preserve marriage, we preserve families, everything like that. You got people coming over here now, particularly. But I'm growing up when I'm looking back right now. All my friends from the Caribbean or the islands, they all had white girlfriends, and all my friends who did not have white girlfriends were from Black America. You know, when I was growing up, you know.
It's crazy. I think it started with the ones that came in Gen X. You know what I mean? I think it, before like the Caribbeans that came over, man, they were down and everything, and I say they understand more of the struggle. Usually they will understand more of the struggle because they seen it firsthand more, than the continental Africans. If you ask me,
Back in the days when it's the same now. Back in the days before these people start calling themselves Caribbeans, they call themselves West Indians. West Indians were a distinct thing, saying that you were black, of black African descent, right? Like Black America, right? I'm West Indian. That means you were black. Usually dark skinned black. When we say he's West Indian. That's what we always say. When we see dark skinned people back in the days,
the West Indian Day Parade, Eastern Parkway.
He's West Indian, right?
Yeah, West Indian.
So now everybody's all brand new. I'm a Caribbean. That means you want to be tethered to the Dominicans, Jamaicans, and people on the island. You want to have a friendlier thing. You don't want to identify with being black. You call yourself Caribbean. That's something new. Back in the days, people call themselves West Indian. That means that you were black, black African, to say,
And see, the reason why I say that we gotta get that together, because now the chicken's coming home to roost, right? You see what happened in South Africa, right? Where the South Africans was attacking the guy was throwing punches at him, and it's like we're sitting over the West, like we've been calling for Pan Africanism. And the people, the continental countries are looking at it like, how can you do your brother like that? Oh, you mean practice Pan Africanism, like the West has been saying?
You see all
Pan Africanism. Now you want Pan Africanism.
You see all the Ubuntu love in South Africa right now. Ubuntu. Now, Principe, right? He doesn't like the term West Indian. When I was growing up, y'all West Indian as far as I'm concerned. I don't call you guys Caribbeans, because Caribbeans mean the Tainos and the indigenous people, and also includes Dominicans, Puerto Ricans. When I look at y'all black asses, I say West Indians. I know what I'm talking about, Y'all West Indians, that means the black people from the islands, Let's get it right. I don't like that Caribbean term. People try to be slick with that shit,
Yeah, I think we just people need to just, the best and brightest of us need to come together and sort these things out, man. The whole arrogance, a lot of the arrogance needs to die down, I feel like I'm more
Elizabeth finish what I'm saying. Look,
go ahead.
The whole thing is this. In South Africa, like us, right?
Mm-hmm.
We got to hold America down, right? We're still holding America down. We're trying to fight our way in society. We're getting to the top. They said 1 in 25 black families are millionaires now. There's 2 million black millionaires in the families in America. 2 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're getting there, in many ways, but we're not there yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now that didn't happen because white people loved us. It's called because we fought in spite of white America, and whatnot.
Right.
The problem is when a lot of black immigrants come over here, they're telling us they're looking after the fact. They see our success and say, "Oh, Americans." No, they don't understand what we had to go through to get to this level.
Yeah.
And also, we don't have the means to pull everybody up with us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why are some black people left behind not doing this, right? Because the bottom line is this. Other people didn't have redlining. Like, we perfect example I'm talking about. When people redline, that means they drew a red line to your area. If you have small businesses, banks, whatever like that in that area, they could not get loans. White people got loans to build their, they got mortgages, second mortgage to build their communities, tax base and everything. The black community was freaking marginalized. We had nothing. We were starving economically. Our capital was starving. We like this deliberately. So therefore, what they did was they said, okay, we're going to give loans to the Jews, the Vietnamese, the Chinese, and everything to open businesses community because we don't want to give it to the blacks. So they will go to the Chinese will go for a loan, and Chinese say, I want to open a business. Okay, we'll give you a loan, but you got to open a business over here, a such street. They stacked all these people into the black community, the Arabs, everybody else for generations, right? To make sure black people do not create any economic wealth among themselves, because that's a threat to national security.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So people don't understand that. Like, why don't y'all come over and open a business? Like when I said principally, when I like, why don't you open business? But no, don't work like that. The
Mhm.
capital open business is strategically done to make sure black people don't open businesses, right? That we
Mhm.
always spend our money and whatnot. We never have money circulating among ourselves. That's done deliberately, you know.
Right. Yeah. 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 Because, like you said before, even desegregation. You had a lot of mom and pop stores, black-owned businesses.
Yeah, we
I
put
see
those
everybody
bills
all
together. But when it came down to get to the next level,
Mm-hmm.
that when the number when those areas start growing to a certain level, like when Harlem, they said,
Talking
wait a
about
minute here.
we needed some more Fortune 500s. Needed the development of Fortune 500.
Right. It turns out when Harlem, when they started looking at the numbers of these policy banks, first it was this, they thought it was this nigger pennies, nickels and dimes, in Harlem and not. Then they start saying, wait a minute, they got 20 or 30 policy banks, and they're like this. They're saying the gangsters and all everybody and the government starts saying that's an awful lot of revenue coming through Harlem. We gotta do something about that. And what they do, they came up with the lottery.
I wonder how this real estate game is going to be down because it seems like it's been like stagnant as far as there hasn't been a lot of job growth, right? So the property is as far as like there's some white flight, but it's kind of stopping because it's like it's too
Well, let me tell you
expensive
something.
for the white flight. You
So
understand what I'm
white
saying?
people, it's all going back to the circle, right? White people are going back to the neighborhoods they started and that we drove them out of, generations ago, and they're returning. I even heard they're returning to South Jamaica, Queens.
Mhm.
They were slowly but surely returning to those neighborhoods, getting properties for cheap, and they're gonna re-gentrify them all over again. It goes out, it goes in circles, it goes in circles.
Okay, that's how.
White people white people moved out of these areas, Harlem. Harlem used to be white at one time, Now
Yeah.
they're moving back, they're like, well, because property's cheap, whatnot, they got no choice,
Yeah, but also property is expensive, meaning that okay, I'm in this nice area and I want to go to get a nice bigger house, but the property taxes and what they're asking for is too much for me
So
to.
that's why they say they go
Mhm.
to a black area, right? For give house for really cheap, right?
Mhm.
And with taxes are low or cheaper, whatnot, wait it out for a couple of years and whatnot, and then more whites move in. The property value that's going up, but they're not, so after a while, the neighborhoods back they benefit because the neighborhoods is back where they were they left, but the neighborhood that they left is so far expensive that they can't even go back there again. That's how it is. So it's a circle. I see it all the time. All these neighborhoods that black people we didn't build families and stuff like that. You got people moving in there, and I see areas of Norfolk, right, Virginia, that it was always proud black communities, working class communities. Now you see Russians there, Russian families there. You see Ukrainian families there. You see Mexican families there. You see Arab families there. And I'm saying, every time, y'all know this is once the hood, a black neighborhood. They don't know
Well,
that
it
shit.
changed now.
Now it's like, okay, so it
It
is what it is.
changed now.
Every community in America, black community is dying like that. It is what it is.
Mhm.
It's dying slowly, and so, like I said, even if people don't leave America, we still psychologically, like the Jews psychologically have the state of Israel. You see what I mean?
Mhm.
Every Jew invests in the state of Israel. That's what I want for an Afghanistan. Now, I want everybody to be able to invest in our stock exchange, buy our bonds and stuff like that. That
Mhm.
was something we have. We're investing billions of dollars in our own land and everything like that. Then you watch the problems in America will disappear overnight. Really is overnight. That we're the only group of people in America that don't have an escape.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Definitely, I agree.
Yeah. So
You know what I figured out too with this whole white flight thing, right? I mean, like well, not white flight, but basically, how they say, well, black people they get money and they go into like these neighborhoods where the more peaceful neighborhoods. But you know who also what it was 50% like black people going into these neighborhoods that they say cause white flight, but the realtors, they push it off too. They know exactly where they want their group, a certain group of black people. When let's say realtors in a certain county, right? They purposely, deliberately show black people certain areas where they want them to go and try to keep them away from other areas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
That's steering. That's illegal, but they do it.
yeah, they do it. Yeah, that's what it's called, steering.
Yeah, steering. You can't do that. You can't steer somebody. You got if you're a realtor ethically, you got to show people all the what's available. You can't just tell people, "Oh, you wouldn't want to live there," whatever like that. Or maybe then if they find out that a property is available and you're the listing agent, you get a lot of trouble for that.
Mm.
You can't steer people. You can't steer people to neighborhoods. I'm sure it does, but people do it. But you get caught doing it, you're in a lot of trouble. You can lose your license.
Mm.
That's unethical. So it is what it is. I wish everybody the best of luck, but why is he talking about Carmelo Anthony? Well, Carmelo Anthony, wasn't he defending himself?
I haven't seen him in the.
No, hold up. Who was it that stabbed that kid in Texas?
Oh, I think it was somebody.
Hey, Dave, who was that? Who's Carmelo Anthony?
Yeah, I think that kid stabbed him. That kid who stabbed the white boys, I think.
Yeah. So why is he saying that who wants to live next to him? That kid was a good kid. He was a straight A student. White boys were fucking with him. Fucking with him. He killed him. It happens, It happens,
He should be able to get off, but that's Texas.
Yeah. So
you're
like it's a 17-year-old kid.
If it was a different state, it would be a little better. But
if that was a white boy, skinny white boy, and some black kids had him by 100 pounds picking on him, and he did that, he'd be like, "We're having a Carl Rittenhouse." Remember that?
Yeah. Yep.
See,
the bottom line is, like I said, this is
be a millionaire, Kyla. His GoFundMe would be $1 million.
Yeah, he look, George Zimmerman, that dude, man, killed Trayvon Martin, sold a gun, yeah, went around the world bragging about it, shit like that, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it is what it is.
All our super gangsters we got, ain't nobody did.
Anyway, that's what I said.
All the super gangsters we got.
It's a joke. All that dude, you see that dude Chud that's running around the Nashville area antagonizing black people?
Yeah.
Well, I said, why can't I have the luck of have that guy?
They getting brave now. They getting brave now. They emboldened. They got
that dude right there. Look, that right there pisses me off because I believe that one dude that he went. I think those are black immigrants he be fucking with. I can't see. He's like, oh nigga, whatever like that. And I think, like I said, when you call an African or Caribbean nigga, sometimes it rolls off their head like it's no big deal. That's what they act like. It's no big deal, whatever like that.
And white people get off on that too.
But they're gonna make the mistake of coming across the wrong ones like us. Where that word triggers something.
They know when to say it too. I'm gonna say this. I'm not trying to be, pro continental African, but he wouldn't go to Nigeria and call the people nigga.
I don't know. I have no idea. Sometimes I don't know, man. He don't
trust the Nigeria.
No, he would. He walking down the street. He walking down the street on the Nigerian road and saying, "Excuse me, nigga." That's not gonna happen.
In Nigeria, like, oh, they worship white people over there, bro. Come on, Big Black. They worship white people.
You talking about on the regular road traffic? He walking down Nigeria. He gonna.
I don't think they have the concept of what the impact. You gotta say something outside of America, right? Big Black. When you travel to Africa, stuff that we know, like nigga and stuff like that, is not in their vocabulary and stuff like that. So a lot of times they don't know what that word means.
Oh, they know.
No, they
They
don't.
know.
You know,
That's what I'm saying. The cultural impact, our cultural impact is over there, right? When
no,
you're
not
talking
really.
about so a lot of
Not on that
it,
level.
not on that level,
On
but I'm
that level.
saying
Look, the
they
average.
understand if they understand what hip hop is, they know they
Yeah,
understand
yeah,
how
yeah.
hip hop.
Yo, a lot of Africans hear us saying it, nigga, this, that, nigga, when
They
that, you know,
understand,
they think it's a play word, you know.
yeah, but they understand the difference between nigga and the
No,
ER.
they don't. No, they don't. You know.
Come on, man, you
No, they don't understand that, bro. They
oh,
don't
they
know.
understand it. I bet
They don't
he
understand.
won't do that.
Yo, I'm telling you, Big Black, they don't. You know.
Now they
They
probably
don't know
get
anything. Oh, hold up. Mufasa has been there several times, months at a time, right? He
He seen
says,
white people
no,
walking
they
around.
do not know anything about the word, you know. You know,
No,
they repeat it, but they don't know nothing about that word. Big Black, you know.
Well, they know, man.
You know,
They know. They don't.
they don't, Big Black. We would like to. I know we would like to see Nigeria as big, badass black country and whatnot, you know, but they gotta deal with Boko Haram first, man, you know.
No, I'm not looking at it like no big black, but take anyway. He couldn't do that in Ghana. Definitely couldn't do that in Ghana.
I don't know, man.
This not white
in
boy ain't walking. That white dude ain't walking around calling nobody NIGGER. He's not going to black country. They be on their P's and Q's when they go there, man. A lot of them be on their P's
of course you're in a
and
foreign
that's why,
country.
right? Exactly.
You're in a foreign
So
country. That's how it is. You don't want no provocations in a foreign
they
country.
don't want no problem. They don't want no problems.
You know, provocation, but it ain't because they're scared of it. It's just the fact that they don't have a system over here that protects them. You know, the system in America protects them. That's where they feel they can get it. But you know, in Africa, that's not gonna happen. You know, so
get a pumpkin head and run to the embassy.
So it is right. Well, you got let's see. They don't understand the history, bro. They don't know the stuff. Big Black must not be. No, Big Black hasn't gone to the continent yet.
Nah, he's not going.
We're gonna sponsor Big Black going to the continent. So
I ain't even do that.
We're gonna take up a collection for you, bro.
I see the video of South Africa, right? I think they got another word for the ER word. I think it's kafir, something like that.
Kafir.
And man, this South African dude, this white dude, they was in the mall. White dude called that South African dude a cop, and that man slammed him on the ground and kicked his head like a soccer ball from the other end of the goal to the.
Hey, you bloody Kafirs! They call you Kafir, you bloody Kafir.
Man, they.
All right, let me get Knack Measy on. Knack Measy, go ahead, bro.
Hey, what's up, brothers? Yeah, I think Big Black should be banned from all African channels until he actually goes to the continent. Like, this dude just fetishizes.
Did you just play Michael Jackson in a new movie?
Well, what y'all talking about, brothers? What y'all talking about?
Well, I was saying that this topic is the hands that built America, and I was saying that one of the hands that built America was the Black African hand from 400 years ago. You know, these are the hands that built America and stuff like that. And I say my thing was not to be controversial, but there's some people who are now trying to co-opt our achievement and accomplishment by saying, "Oh, those were Africans who built America." And so, no, you crossed the Atlantic,
right?
No longer Africans anymore. You know, once you cross that Atlantic, look. That's what happens when you get uprooted off your land. You can't claim us no more. You know what we had in America is what we did in America. On our own.
Man, Kyle, I've been trying to tell you this for years, man. Thank you.
No, I always have that understanding. I don't want people saying, "Oh, like right now." You know what woke me up really, but it's the same thing happening in Jamaica right now. You know, Jamaicans are going off because they invited African brothers and sisters in and whatnot. This other thing. Now Africans is taking over. They call them
in Jamaica.
You guys show some videos. I was looking for that. I heard you say that before.
It's on TikTok. It's on TikTok. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yo, Jamaicans are like, yo, man, they're wearing our flags, misrepresenting us. They said, well, look, you can wear the dress. There's a certain way we do it, And they're saying Africans basically are misrepresenting them in UK and Europe and stuff like that, because they come there for a little while, have a little bit of the accent, and they go around misrepresenting them, And so they're saying our culture, Jamaican culture, is Jamaican culture, right? Yeah, we came from Africa, but this is Jamaica. This is Jamaican culture. This is what we did. Decided we did this in a different environment.
Right.
That's what they're saying. So I said the same thing. I said, look,
But we've been saying that first, Collar. Them Jamaicans been trying to cosplay Africans for the longest time, and then when they meet some real Africans and they get G-checked, I think that Caribbean African connection really only works when they're teaming up against Black Americans.
That's all
You know,
gone now.
you know what I'm saying? Oh, that's gone now. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I was shocked, man. It's not just Jamaica; it's Barbados, it's Trinidad. They're saying, man, these motherfuckers. Look, the bottom line is there's so many Africans coming to the Caribbean now. It's not just America; they're all over the Caribbean now, right? And so you can't. And a lot of people you can't distinguish really between who's a Caribbean and who's African. And so they're well, the Africans are going to other people cosplaying as them, and stuff like that.
Oh, shit.
So
They're going to delineate. Are they delineating?
What they're trying to say is, look, we want a distinction between us and them because we want to preserve our identity, And the
Right.
African's argument is your identity comes from us, so we can take it whatever we want.
Yeah, that's that. We're the little homie and they're the big homie complex.
Yeah.
I don't rock with that at all. Like we
And
were
so-
separate. We're connected, biologically and historically a long time ago, but we created our own new shit. Show me the African Michael Jackson. Give me the African Eddie Murphy. Give me the African, all of our greats. They come up short on that. But
Yeah.
shout out to the Africans though.
So my whole thing is, I told them, look, in America, right? Because what started was, there was a black lady who helped stitch the American flag, right? And so she looks like on a picture, she was like an African woman, right? But she's actually Black American, African American, right? Africans were going around saying, "See, we ought to be proud. An African woman made the American flag." And I'm like, whoa. Slow the fuck down, Yes, she's of African descent, but she's not you. They're trying to say, yeah, well, we made the American flag, completely leaving us out of the story.
Fuck at it. Yeah, that's that bullshit. That's like goddamn beaners claiming that they created hip hop. Nah, stop it, man. Stop it. Those are betrayed Africans. So if you call them Africans, you got to call them Africans that were sold into slavery.
Yeah.
So once they were sent across the sea from the gates of no return, you can't then come and claim the shit that we did when we were sent because y'all don't want us back. They didn't want us back.
Yeah.
We were goods. You know what I'm saying? No refund. You look, you see, you buy. No refund. They didn't want us back. So don't try to claim our shit after we survived and became who we are, which is we are great. We still, Collar, for me and you to still be as black as we are in terms of complexion and hair texture and all of that, is a freaking miracle, bro. It's a miracle.
They said, Kyler, we retain 70%.
Yeah, we'll go. Brazil. Also, black people in America are the largest black group.
I got a homegirl that she did her DNA. She came back 45% Nigerian.
Yeah, Dave, check this out. Black people in Brazil, people say Afro-Brazilian. Most of the Afro-Brazilian got less than between 10 and 20% African blood.
Wow.
We're the only ones that got the majority of black DNA in America. That's amazing. 400 years.
America, we got at least
Paula,
70.
There's a reason for that too. Not only of blanqueamiento, but there was something like, I would say about 10 years ago now, where Brazil was trying to do some reparations thing in terms of education programs and loans to black businesses to kind of make up for socioeconomic shortcomings. And these pardos and these barely black people jumped on that, they claiming themselves to be Afro-Brazilians. So that's why I tell people, Brazil doesn't have the largest black population because the numbers are fudged because they're including barely black people in there and
Including
trying to count them off as Negro.
dark-skinned Indians, all that place. That even
Right.
people from Guyana, from India, and places like Sri Lanka. You know, these other people are listed as black. You know, yeah, you're right. You know,
Yo, one time I was on a stream and Big Black cammed up one time. This nigga looked like Chico the Barge. He like
the Big Black's a light-skinned nigga.
Man, it's about the spirit.
So the Big Black is overcompensated.
I might look like W.E. Du Bois when I'm black as midnight. You know? No, I'm just kidding, man. I'm just super black. I'm darkest person though that you ever seen, man. Blackest brother you ever met, man.
man, you trash,
Oh man, but this. I'm tired of this Tony ass motherfucker coming on here trying to, he got, you see this here?
Who?
Knock Measy here, man. That motherfucker, man, he got that El DeBarge thing going on. I'm just saying, man. He looks.
I ain't gonna lie, I got good hair. My wife.
I'm talking about. He wants to lead us. He's talking about good hair. What's good hair? You know what I mean?
Good hair is clean hair, brother.
You can,
Yeah. You thought I was gonna fall into that trap. But look, I only have 70% African DNA, right? But most of it comes from Nigeria. But if you look at some of these Nigerian streamers, especially Igbo, there's one sister named Lisa or something. She be cooking. She's light as hell. Namdi Kanu is not a dark skinned Igbo. You know what I'm saying? So they have some admixture in Nigeria too. You know what I'm saying? And some light brights out there. So I ain't gonna be ashamed because I'm, you know what I'm saying, I got that caramel complexion, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, your name should be Carmelo. You know what I'm saying?
Word.
Hey, shoot, ain't nothing wrong with it. I guess how. Look, a lot of the mixture came by rape. You know what I mean? So that's the thing, though. For this thing to work, it can't be no big eyes or little U's. You know what I mean? And as far as like the Caribbean, United States, African Americans, for this thing to work, can't be no big, as far as continental Africans, it can't be no big eyes or little U's. We cool with riders like Robert Mugabe because we knew he had the spirit, right? Even the guy that went to jail in South Africa, he's
Mandela?
Not Mandela, but Julius Malema. Now some of his politics I don't agree with the alphabet stuff, but
yeah,
he's other than that, he's a true Pan-African by heart, which trips me out because right after the news about him supposedly might having to go to jail, you get this xenophobia thing, within South Africa, and I think I don't think
it's not xenophobic. That's just how Africa is, man. I'm more black nationalist, and I used to be Pan-African, but I rock with black nationalists. You know what I'm saying? More so than Pan-Africanism, that bullshit, because that shit ain't never gonna work. You know what I'm saying?
Pan-African only work when you hold up a Big Black when you're dealing with two groups of people that are equals.
Right.
You cannot have one country, South Africa, that generates half the continent's electricity, has most of the infrastructure, most of the industry, economy, and you got these countries that are desperately underdeveloped. That's unequal. It's an unequal relationship. Anytime you go with any relationship, right? Even when you move into a new neighborhood, right? Your neighbors, before you buy the house or whatever like that, they will make sure are you capable? When you go to a college, right? They want to check your SAT scores. You got to fit in, right? You can't just have people bum rush that living on the margins of a civilization. Big Black. Let me say this: it's all love and everything like that, but when you got people that are occupying Big Black whole buildings in Johannesburg, right, Hillsborough area, abandoned buildings, you see the people just looking out there in the buildings, not paying rent, not doing nothing or not. Plus, they got free health care. And also, they're working under the table. They're working under the table. And I'm saying to myself, the average South African, in order for him to have a business, he has to obey the law, or he goes to jail, or he do everything. You got foreigners come there; they don't have no documentation. They don't have to pay. They're not insured. Some of them are selling products, right, that are outdated and even poison to the people, and getting away with it. And then there's a lot of foreigners, Nigerians, are selling drugs, and getting away with it. Getting involved in prostitution with young girls. So you got all this crime. I'm saying they're like this, but people are like, well, wait a minute here. For all this time, we got dogs sicked on us on apartheid, right? This is what we was waiting all this time to inherit. Now, here's another thing, Big Black. Last thing I'm gonna say. West Africa is very tribal, and I've been getting Zongo and all these.
Kyla, it's 250,000 Nigerians in South.
I did not know it was that many. Holy jeez.
250,000. And so look, it's 800,000 Zimbabweans in South Africa. Have 2 million.
That's a powder keg. That's a powder keg.
Have 2 million immigrants over there.
Yeah, check this out. That's a powder keg.
I agree. Everybody go back home. That's why I've been saying everybody should just go back.
But check this out, Dave. I was saying, you got these people over there, right? You got people over there, and they living off the grid and everything like that. West Africa, right? It's the most tribalized region in the world. And I asked Kidoli the other day, I said, Kidoli, aren't you always talking about your tribe, your land and whatnot? You told me, man, we ain't giving no land up. Even told me that I couldn't even get an Afghanistan, even way in Zambia to Angola. Oh, land is not, we can't, because that land belongs to somebody. That land belongs to somebody. That's what they always say. Somebody belongs to land. I said, is your name on it? God made the land, right? But when it comes to South Africa, right? Aren't those people, the Xhosa and Zulu, aren't they the indigenous people of that land? Yeah. So why is it that people like Elvis are telling them that the land belongs to the white people because they built it? Yeah, the land belongs, white people built it, but it's still the same way you say that the land is yours in West Africa, because in the Ashanti region in Ghana, the government can't do certain things because of the kings, the tribal land. It supersedes everything. But the whole thing is, when it comes to South Africa, they want to be like, well, we should be able to come there and whatnot. The black South Africans have no say so because it's not their country. Why is their country? Didn't you just say
let everybody go home?
But they're working out, man. They're working out, man. I mean, it's getting sensationalized. We got that one clip where the guys.
Hold on.
Let me say this.
As best they leave, or they're gonna be a war.
Colin, let me just say this real quick, because we had the same thing with Nigeria and Ghana, right? Where you had they had different conflicts on their border, right? About people going in and out. They're working out. The legislators eventually work that out as far as but it gets sensationalized because now we're in the internet age, right? One clip goes viral, and you think every Nigerian is getting beat upside the head. Now look, the African Americans go over there, right? And they don't get treated like that, but
we're not migrants.
Right, exactly. So that tell you that there needs to be some some law reform as far as how to handle that particular situation so it can go more smoothly. And if they're illegal and if you overstay, there's a process to get you up out the paint and get you up out of there. Now this that still doesn't have to hinder Pan-Africanism. It doesn't. Well,
let me ask you a question, Big Black, right?
Everybody's not going to be on the same level.
Pan-African is your end game. Can you show me what the benefit of Pan-Africanism is?
Well, the benefit of Pan-Africanism is the exchange of ideas, right? The exchange of
and we've been exchanging ideas for 40 years.
Come on now, not like that. Now, technological ideas. I'm pretty sure there's some ideas that South Africa could exchange. You know what I'm saying? If things were done rightly, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, South Africa, these countries do business together. You know how many South African companies are in West Africa right now?
Right. But what I'm saying is we're talking about think tanks, better think tanks. to get this electricity going all over Africa, man. To get more, to bring Africa, bring the quote unquote third world countries to first world countries, right? That's going to take Pan Africanism, right?
Oh, I would say like this. We could start by this. How come there's not a straight expressway linking Freetown and Monrovia, Dave? You know, I mean, that's the question I would like to ask. You know, why is it that you can't fly from one country to another in Africa? You got to go all the way to Europe to fly to in the next country right next door. So there's a lot of structural reasons. Some countries, Big Black, you can't even drive on the roads because the lane switch. You drive on the left, drive on the right. There's not a coordinated highway system. There's not a coordinated railway system. All these things are damaged because the Europeans left it like that, But Brazzaville, Kinshasa, there's like 15 million people on both sides of the river, right?
Mm-hmm.
And why is it that the bridge does not work, whatever like that? So people are cut off. One bridge, right, will create one of the largest trading regions in the world, right? But how come Ubuntu and Pan-Africanism hasn't fixed that problem?
Well, you got a lot of things going on. But we talk about Pan-Africanism. We're talking about self-love, right? The opposite of self-hate. A lot of things that the African countries got to do, they got to do internally, right? They as far as like the continent of the Africans, a lot of them, a lot of countries, they give off the best and brightest, and they go off to these, Western countries, make their money, and there has to be some incentive to keep a lot of your the cream of the crop. You know what I mean? And these countries need to come up with some ideas to keep a percentage of their cream of the crop to develop their countries.
Yeah, it's called creating an economy, and we're not creating a middle class. We're not, you can't have in Ghana the average pay is $35 a month, man. You can't do nothing with that. People are naturally gonna go leave your country if the pay is low, because people got jobs, but they say ain't making no money.
That comes again with a sense of pride. And a lot of that pride you can't find in Pan-Africanism. It got to come with a sense of pride for you to have the love for your country, for Black people as a whole, to say, you know what, we're gonna bring up the country better than this, as far as just chase after their technology. We need to start creating our own technology.
Yeah, we got to put it together. We need a place in Afghanistan where I believe that Afghanistan could be that place. We build the institutions and think tanks to make that happen. You need one neutral place, neutral ground.
Mm-hmm.
So Big Black, you're our Pan-African representative for the Afghanistan. You keep the Pan-African spirit.
Thank you, man.
That's your job, man.
So,
Commissioner Big Black.
Thanks. When I start getting paid.
Oh yeah, you'll get paid when we get our land and shit like that. But we just fill out a voucher for the time.
We're gonna need a way to route some money soon. As far as it can't be just off.
I know for a fact that the matter is once we lay down the flag where we want our land at and whatnot, and we get some sort of recognition. All we need is that initial recognition that people say, something, the idea is crazy, but we say, well, we contest this land and get support for it in America, right? Well, we got 20 million Black Americans who support this as their homeland. Then whatever country got to negotiate with us. That's how it starts.
And then we got to get people like Nagmeezy to put that, that flag down and pick up Afghanistan flag and go to
China. I'm quite sure. Well, if we actually had a territory that we could invest in and build in, is done right, even people like Nagmeezy will come on board. I know it. I'm not. People aren't stupid. Even if nothing else, but to make money, we're gonna have the hottest stock exchange in the world. We're gonna have the hottest real estate market in the world. So the bottom line, that part I ain't worried about. People come on if it ain't but just to make money. So I ain't worried about that. Anyway, brothers, it's late. I got to get up in the morning. Y'all take care, man. Thanks for coming by.
All right.
Y'all take care.